Hello, friends, if you're here. Hello, 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 people. Hello, if people are here. I'm like 2 minutes late because I was literally editing The Wire to try to get the first part out real quick. And I realized that I didn't put up any tags or descriptions on my thing. Did you get the message of the show? Did you get the message of the show? What does that mean, my friend? Hello, sir. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm just trying to. I was in the middle of editing The Wire and I want to just finish what I was doing. I just didn't want to be late for the. Ooh, that's bright. Sorry if it looks like I'm not paying attention. I'm reading your comments. I'm just trying to do this real quick. Can you believe? Are you familiar with The Wire? I didn't know you watched that. That's right. You told me that's how you found me. There's so many people found me different ways. I forget. Is that how you found me, or did you find me from Stranger Things? I honestly forgot you watched The Wire. I didn't think you were one of the Wire people. But give me a memento. Feel free to talk or ask questions. Ugh. I never even changed out of my work clothes. I'm like sweaty and gross, but no one knows that except you guys, or you one. I've been watching the Wire series on here since season 2 finale. Okay, cool. I don't want to get too much into details because I want, well, my chair's all the way back. I don't want to, I want like people to talk about it in the reaction videos, but I feel like everything leading up to the finale was amazing, but the finale was great. The series finale was great, but I was like sort of hoping for more. I feel like they tied it up pretty well, but I feel like they left so much unanswered, almost like a Lost type thing where everything seemed to be going the right direction, but then at the end it kind of like summed it all up. And I didn't mind it, but I honestly thought the finale, even though they did good job tying a whole bow around it, I feel like they left a lot out. But I don't hate it. I didn't hate it. And everything up to the finale, like episode like 8 and 9, I thought were probably better because you had so much going on. Like you had in the last 5 episodes, every one of my favorite characters basically died. So constantly like holy crap moments left and right. And then the finale kind of tied it all up. But like I said, it was good. That's life, isn't it? Adventure Time without saying too much did the same. I mean, that is life. So you're correct. It was very real, very real. And I mean, like I said, I dig it. Like me being the movie and TV lover, I want to see like everything come to a conclusion, but you're not going to get that. So for what we got, I appreciate it. It was good. Sorry, it's so bright right now. I'm just trying to load this video and get everything correct. I was like running a little behind, so I jumped on. I just finished editing episode 7 and I'm trying to edit episode 8. So I'm trying to upload it now so people could watch it tonight when this live stream is over. So bear with me for a minute, good people. So who else is in the room? We got Can You Believe? Who else is in here? I know there's got to be some of my friends in here while I'm finishing this up. I got 5 people. Can you believe? Are you a fan of Friday the 13th? I got home from work, and while I was editing, I have all the Friday the 13th movies playing on my TV. It's something I do every Friday the 13th. I'm a massive Friday the 13th fan. Probably my favorite horror franchise. I know it's cheesy and I know it's not perfect, but I grew up in the 80s. That and Freddy, 2 major franchises. I like Chucky too. I like them all the 80s nostalgia. But I typically on Friday the 13th get into a mood where I want to just watch Friday the 13th movies. So oddly enough, though, right now Freddy's Dead is on. I have a horror playlist of all like my obscure favorites, and Freddy's Dead is on right now, and Breckin Meyer is on the screen. I totally forgot Breckin Meyer was in Freddy's Dead. Hello, J Dub. I think you're new. I don't think I've seen you before, but hello, J Dub. I did watch the newest Child's Play. I did a review. I did all the trailer reactions. I even did a review on my thoughts. But just to sum it up, I did enjoy it. I thought the Chucky doll was very awkward and creepy, but you kind of can't see past it, but you deal with it. And I did it really much enjoy it. I thought the kills were pretty cool. I thought they did a decent job. I still think the original's better. But the only thing I was like on the fence about was the look of Chucky. I get it, but it was just really uncomfortable and awkward to look at. How did you like the ending of The Wire? Hello. I always have trouble. Shin Regal. I know I've talked to you many times. Shin Regal. I don't know. Rugal. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right or wrong. But I just said to Can You Believe? I wasn't super hyped about it, but for a finale, it was great. I just wanted more. And I honestly thought the episodes leading up were better because so many deaths were happening for major characters that I loved. So even though I hated it, I kind of liked that they pushed the bar kind of like, I was like, who's going to be safe? I honestly thought a lot of those characters would be safe and they just started banging them out. Pretty much every one of my favorite characters died except Bubbles. So I thought Chucky looked like he had Botox. Exactly. I know they were going for an animatronic like look and like he was a robot. So I get it. Because you can't have but you could have made a lifelike robot. I don't know. All I know is I rewatched the original Chucky Child's Play after that. And I'm not kidding. The original holds up very well. Like even for practical effects back in the 80s, Chucky looked like, granted, you knew it wasn't real, but it looked pretty damn good. Honestly, I bought that more than the original, than the new one. Side data. I'm probably butchering your names, and I know I've talked to you all before, except J-Dub. I think J-Dub's the only one new here. But Data, I'm sorry. They couldn't renew the season, so they had to abruptly end the season. I wasn't sure about that. I never really dove too much spoilers during, and I just finished it up like yesterday or something like that. So I honestly was wondering that myself because sort of like, Lost didn't, I don't know. I forget how Lost ended, but I know actors and stuff did weird things. But if that's the case, then I get it. When did they decide that they weren't going to renew it? Like mid-season? Because it depends when they did. I might forgive them a little more if it was something they couldn't prevent. You've set up tournaments for multiple fighting games and can't pronounce the character from KO. If you like King of Fighters, I'm sorry. KOF is King of Fighters. Just for other people, can you believe? My least favorite fighting game of all time. I probably couldn't name you one character from it. I look the other way with King of Fighters. Not that it's a bad fighting game. I just never played it. Therefore, I suck. Therefore, I never paid attention. There's so many. So you'll have to fault me on King of Fighters. But I did know that KOF meant King of Fighters. So you must know I'm legit. They always filmed each other in every season as its last, but I believe David Simon got the ultimatum after the first few episodes got filmed. Okay, so that would make sense. I was going to say, if it was before the start of season 5, that's kind of inexcusable, but if it was based on the short season already, unless that was also why they got a short season, which would even more so say why that was probably unfair. But I dug it. I definitely dug it. I just feel like if they gave me like a really crazy finale, like they hit every feel and everything, this might have like catapulted the show into like top 5. But like, I feel like it wasn't bad, but I feel like it just ended on such like a somber note, like McNulty just chilling by the car. And they do the little flashback show. I definitely dug the montage they did of Baltimore. Like they showed montages of like every element of every season. They had like starting with 1 and then the dock workers in 2 and so on and so forth. I dug all that. It was very well done. The cinematography and everything was spot on. But I feel like I want to know more. Like, where did McNulty go with that guy? Was he going to? I in my mind, I'm imagining that McNulty felt so guilty that he's gonna like take that guy in and sort of like bring him back, or maybe bring him to his family, because he did find his family at one point. Turbo Man, hello, welcome, Turbo Man. You were at the last chat. Yes, I would love to know your top 5 horror movies of all time. Go ahead, sir. The Wire on first showing is like top 15 show. Each viewing keeps bumping it up in the rankings. The show has so many Easter eggs that it's grown on you. I'm definitely, put it this way, I love the show. I'm definitely going to watch it again. It's one of those shows you need to or want to watch again. There's a lot of shows that aren't like that. Sopranos, Game of Thrones, Lost. Those 3 I have rewatched countless times. But there's reasons to rewatch them. You catch different things. There's subtle Easter eggs and stuff like you just mentioned. Certain shows you don't have to watch again. Certain movies you don't have to watch again. This is definitely one I will watch again. And I heard that especially season 2, I believe it was season 2. They said, I'm sure the other seasons are too. But people told me season 2, you really, really learn to appreciate because of all the subtleties that you didn't know you were watching during the episodes as they unraveled. And I already loved season 2. Season 2, it's not my favorite, but might be my second favorite season 2. I've said it many times just because I relate to the dock worker aspect because I used to do stuff like that. But based on that, if season 2 gets better, maybe season 2 might jump into my tops. Were you surprised with Omar's death? I was so fucking pissed. And you were too. I was literally saying that as I'm reading your thing. I could not believe Omar died like that. I can't wait to you guys. Sorry, I have my door open and I feel like an animal is moaning outside. Sorry about that. But I live in the woods, so it sounds like a deer is moaning or something. Sorry. But yes, I literally, when you watch my reaction, I am beside myself because I didn't want to believe it. I thought maybe it grazed his head and I was waiting for them to show him again because they kind of like showed him get shot. He fell to the ground and then there was like a couple moments. So I was like, maybe he got grazed and he's playing possum and he's going to flip over and be like, boom, boom, boom. But no, horrible. I was so pissed. And like you said, of all people, it's Kennard, who kind of didn't even have a reason for it. At one point, I thought he was doing it for the reward money, but I keep forgetting which way I got to turn. At one point, I thought he was doing it for the reward money, but then they basically were like, no one came forward about it. Like, I don't know if that changed, but I don't remember them ever saying that someone came forward about it. So, like, it was one thing if he went for the reward money, but oh my God. Definitely agree with that, Sigh. Yeah. Oh. J-Dub, that was rough. And then right after Snoop, like my favorites, Omar, Prop Joe, Snoop, of the criminal element, Weebay. I love Weebay. Weebay lived. He's the only one. Avon I loved. I actually started loving Avon because he was old school. I kind of started loving all the old school guys, the guys that went by codes. And Weebay and Avon are the only 2 alive and they're in prison. So no one of my favorite characters in the criminal element get a happy ending. We got Turbo Man's list of top 5 horror movies. Now, Turbo Man, I'm assuming you mean It Chapter 1, the new one, or you're talking It from the 80s. It was a miniseries. Some people don't say it's a movie because it's a miniseries, but I'm just curious. Oh, wait, maybe you said something else. Movie, top 5. Because you're saying horror movies. Which Friday the 13th? Oh, you're just saying, like, maybe you're saying franchises, I guess. I was going to say, because there's so many. Well, if you're saying franchises, I'm curious, which specifically do you like of those franchises? Because I'm sorry, but if I had to rewatch any of the It's, I'd rewatch the miniseries. Not that the new ones were bad. It's just I'm a nostalgia guy, and if I was to pick one of the 3 and I can only choose one, I would rewatch the miniseries. Any It movie, if the Shield kind of finale ending in The Wire, there will be no way people can criticize the show in any category. I don't understand. Am I reading that wrong? There will be no way people can criticize the show in any category. I feel like I'm misunderstanding. It's got a typo or something, but something about the Shield, the show The Shield, which I will probably watch soon because I know a lot of the Wire people dig that. I'm going to do, once the edited videos start coming out, I'm doing episode 7 right now. It actually just finished upload, but I didn't drop it yet. But once I release them all, I'm going to do a live stream with all the Wire people, and I'm going to do a poll on which show you guys want me to do, because I only feel it's fair that I do a show the Wire people want. And then now it is turning into winter and I will have more time and I'll start finishing Misfits and Deadwood. Adventure Time is still on a hold until I can figure out that dilemma. You liked you liked Lake Placid 3? I don't think I think you're talking to Turbo Man, but I'm not sure if I saw Lake Placid 3. When they start getting into like wacky sequels, like going way into it, I start like forgetting which is which. I don't know if I've seen Lake Placid 3. I'd have to like hear specifics to know if I did. There's a video of some of the cast doing a retrospective of the season on YouTube. Shin Regal. I will probably react to those videos once all the other edited videos come out. Like I did, if any of you watched Umbrella Academy videos that I've done, the reactions, after I finished the show, I watched tons of like cast, like interviews and stuff like that and reacted to them too. So I'll probably do the same thing for The Wire because I want to know. And I feel like you guys would probably like to see that. So Ray Gamma, are you new? Because my brother is named Gamma Ray Ray. My brother's name is Ray, and his name is Gamma Ray Ray. So now I'm wondering if he's using an alternate alias or that's just a weird coincidence. Hope It Too isn't that bad. I know someone who fell asleep 10 minutes before the end. That's probably not my brother then, because he would have told me that. So welcome, Ray Gamma. Interesting coincidence. But I guess Gamma Ray, I guess that makes sense. People do that. It Chapter 2, Lake Placid, number 1, Sinister, Friday the 13th. My favorite one is the final chapter. Freddy Krueger 1 and 3. Final chapter. Was that 4? I think Friday the 13th 4 was the final chapter, right? Which is hilarious because there's like 10 others after that. Not quite, but almost 10. There eventually will be 10 others. I believe the final chapter is 4, though. Huge Friday the 13th fan. Good. Okay. I'm quizzing. I didn't want to look it up because I'm giving myself trivia questions. I love Friday the 13th, Turbo Man. So I want to not look. I want to pride myself on knowing those things. I'll show you something, Turbo Man, real quick. I just picked this up at a Comic-Con recently. I'm not kidding you. I didn't even know this was it. I'm not kidding you. This was accident. I was going to show you this. I have Friday the 13th, Jason Takes Manhattan stand up. You stand these up. I have them all over my house. Some guy makes these at horror cons. Amazing. I love it. But this was what I was going to show you. I accidentally picked up this. And it's the final chapter. So that was literally, I had no idea that was there on top. I didn't look at it. I actually legitimately got that. But here's number 4 for you. But this guy, look, he cuts them out. Like you could stand them up with little kickstands and you just hang them around your house. And it's, instead of collecting DVDs and Blu-rays like I used to, everything's digital now. So I was like, how could I like display what I love? And I started getting these things and they're great. I put them all over my house and it's like, instead of having the cover art, I got giant stand-up things. Jason Takes Manhattan is my second favorite. So many people hate on that. And I agree. It is a cheesy movie, but something about it. I love the song in the beginning, Turbo Man. How about you? The song in the beginning of Jason Takes Manhattan, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Sometimes I just play that. I have it on a CD I play in my car. Whoever still has things known as CDs in their cars. And then I have this one, another stand-up. Welcome to Camp Crystal Lake. It's in reverse, obviously, but they all have like these little kickstands. Hang them up all over my house. I get them at every time I go to a horror convention. There's a guy there selling these, and I pick up like 3 or 4. At this point, I have like 20 or 30 of them. I have the Nightmare on, if you guys didn't see my other ones, I got this guy there. I got like Nightmare on Elm Street 4, another kickstand guy. But I got Nightmare on Elm Street 3. I got They Live. I got all sorts of crazy stuff. But that's all stuff I got at the last Monster Mania. I never ended up doing a video. Usually I do videos for you guys and show you like what I picked up at them, but I actually did not do one this time. So that's some of the ones I had. But Jason, let me read where I'm at. As far as Freddy Krueger, go back to Turbo Man because I don't want to miss the last part of that comment. Freddy Krueger 1 and 3, definitely agree. Mine, for if we're going for quality, 1, but if we're going for likability, 3 is my favorite. So we're on the same page here, Turbo Man. I just love 3 because the Dream Warriors, you have Dokken singing the soundtrack of Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Who doesn't love a good Dokken? Well, how does that song go? Dream Warriors don't want to dream no more. My God, I want to put it on right now, but it's Friday the 13th. So what do we got here? Thoughts on the official cast of Suicide Squad reboot? Can you believe? Oh wait, I missed somebody. The Shield is a TV show. Its finale is the top finale for me. Sai, I'm probably going to watch it at some point. Well, not probably. I 100% am going to watch it. Not only because you guys tell me all the time, but my parents have watched that show in full. And every time they ask about my channel, they're like, you watch The Shield yet? You watch The Shield yet? They've never seen The Wire. They don't care about The Wire. They do love Deadwood and The Sopranos, but I already did The Sopranos. So they're actually waiting on my Deadwood reactions too. So don't think that I forgot about Deadwood. My own parents rag on me for it. So definitely going to finish Deadwood. Definitely going to finish Misfits. Going to start The Shield probably soon. Don't want to quote anything yet, but The Shield is definitely going to happen soon. But I got to get on the Misfits in Deadwood. I really do dig those shows and people are waiting for them and I want to see the end of it. So thoughts on the official cast of Suicide Squad? All I know is Jai Courtney and Margot Robbie. Oh wait, and Idris Elba. Okay, I guess I know half the cast. But I don't know much about the story. I do like all 3 of them. So far, so good, I guess. And James Gunn doing the directing. Love me some James Gunn. So far, I got nothing to complain about. I wasn't one of those people that freaked out about the first one. I thought it was okay. I dug it. But I'm going to put all these over here for a second. But I have to put my foot here because I'm freaking tired. But yeah, I really don't have much to say about it. I wasn't a fan of the first one, so I think he means The Shield had a great finale. If The Wire had an ending as good as that, it would have been hard to. That's what I kind of thought, but I didn't want to like speak for him. But I think you're right. So maybe my parents rave about The Shield. They don't watch, and they watch. Well, no, they do watch. I was going to say they don't watch a whole lot of TV. They watch a lot of TV. I'm going to move up because I'm like way back. Ugh. But yeah, my parents watch a lot of TV. They just finished Lucifer. I've never seen Lucifer, which is also Idris Elba, but I've never seen Lucifer. They blew through that on Netflix in like every season in like 2 weeks. So they want me to watch that too, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Let's go back up. Oh, now we got a lot of people coming in the room and we got comments coming. There's a video. Oh, no, I did read that. Oh, never mind. We didn't catch up. Jason Takes Manhattan is my second favorite. Jason Voorhees boxing match. Exactly. Jason Takes Manhattan. We're knocking that guy's head off. Forgot. Will you do a poll for the next TV show to watch? Sai, I think I'm going to do a live video about The Wire, like a live stream, like probably next week. Cause I'm going to try to get these all out by then. So by next week, I'm going to probably do a live stream on The Wire again, and I'll prepare people and then get not necessarily a poll, but get an idea of what everyone wants. And in the last video, I'm going to like say that too. So we'll see in the comments. I'm willing to bet though, most of the Wire people I talk to that are vocal and they want the Shield or Misfits or the Corner, I feel like I'm missing one other, but like those are the big ones. A lot of them want me to watch The Corner, which was David Simon. He did for the last 2 streams in a row. Yeah, can you believe? Got it. Thoughts on Matrix 4? Thoughts on Matrix 4? I am not against it. I'm just very curious how they're going to do it. It's one of those things where like I'm going to go see it regardless, but I don't think we needed it. But if done right, I get it because Keanu Reeves is like on top of the world this year. Makes sense, I guess. It wouldn't have made sense for like Back to the Future 4 because no one in that movie is doing anything. But I guess it makes sense because Keanu is doing Bill and Ted 3, just had John Wick 3, just had an appearance in Always Be My Maybe. I'm pretty sure he was in something else I just saw too, where he just like randomly appeared. Keanu Reeves is everywhere. So I mean, they're obviously cashing in on that, but I don't blame them. And I will still see it. And I have faith in them. It's still the Wachowski girl. I don't think it's both of them. And then she is a woman now. I'm pretty sure. I always get confused with that whole thing. Jai Courtney, Margot Robbie, Taika Waititi. What? What is Taika Waititi in Suicide Squad? And John Cena? I didn't know John Cena or Taika Waititi, and I love Taika. I like both of them. John Cena, bam. Well, whole bunch of others I can't remember at the moment. How did I not? Actually, now that I think of it, I think I did hear about John Cena, but I don't remember Taika Waititi. Sorry that this is a Friday the 13th live stream. I'm still addicted to it. No problem. As you can see, we go on rants about everything, so do not apologize. We all just talk about whatever here. I put up a caption. I try to stick to it, but ain't no big thing. Stop clowning around. It's Friday the 13th. You mean Luther with Idris? Wait, no. I think it was Lucifer. It wasn't Luther with Idris Elba. I'm pretty sure it was Maybe it was Luther, was it? I'm pretty sure it was Lucifer. No, it was definitely Lucifer. It was like some white guy being the devil. It wasn't Idris Elba. I know the show you're talking about. It was definitely Lucifer. Stop clowning around. You should also track down Homicide Life on the Street. That I've never heard of. What's Homicide Life on the Street? That kind of rings a bell, but I don't recall that one. Clowning was trying to make a funny. Homicide was great. Don't fucking know. Just revealed in a tweet showing off the big names today. That's very interesting. I know I just saw Taika Waititi is doing the voice of something and something. Like, what the frig did I say? Jojo Rabbit, but there was something else. I can't remember. I saw Taika Waititi's name attached to something besides Jojo Rabbit because we were all talking about Jojo Rabbit last week, and I could have sworn I saw his name pop up. Richie was my favorite It Chapter 2 character, followed by Eddie and Bill. Turbo Man, mine was Richie in both movies, all movies. Wait, Richie. I think Richie might be my favorite in every It thing, even the miniseries, but he was definitely my favorite in Chapter 1 and 2, old and young Richie, and Eddie. Eddie was also my second favorite. Bill was not my third. I probably would say Beverly was my third, but I mean, Bill's a close like second to Beverly. Basically, Richie and Eddie took over the whole screen. The rest was kind of like up for grabs, but I think I like Beverly a little better than Bill. Hello, Doma. Hello, hopping in for a sec while I can. Hello to you. Where did you go, Doma? Did you? I noticed you were gone. Sorry about that. Homicide Live on the Street was a TV show in the 90s based on a book by the same name from David Simon. Maybe someone has. That's probably why I recognize it. Someone has had to have mentioned that before. But is it long? Is it like a mini series? Is it seasons of television? What's your It chapter character list like that? Chapter 2? What's your It chapter 2 character? So Beverly, it would probably be Richie, Eddie, Beverly, then Bill, maybe. I'm trying to think of, I'm missing somebody, but if I'm missing somebody, they're probably not that interesting. Um, Mike Hanlon was only my second to least favorite because Stanley did nothing. But Mike Hanlon, they totally dropped the ball on Mike Hanlon. I felt like Mike was almost like basically Mike Hanlon, who was the black guy, he pretty much did nothing. And the things he did do was all lies to manipulate his friends to do what he thought was right. Granted, he wasn't trying to hurt them, but he lied to his friends and almost got them all killed. So based on that, I already was like, Mike Hanlon was so far and few between to begin with. And then what he did do was lies. So I liked him much better in the miniseries. I loved Mike's character in the miniseries. He was very everything about him, even the actor. I loved Mike Hanlon. But in this remake, I mean, I dug young Mike Hanlon. I just didn't like old Mike Hanlon. They literally made him into like a liar. Like it was like weird. And Stanley, the actor was great. Old Stanley. I didn't dig young Stanley. He was I mean, I get it. He was a whiner and he did a good job, but I just didn't like dig the kid. They didn't really focus a whole lot on him. I guess he did have like his whole little storyline with the art painting woman, but I don't know. Stanley was probably my least favorite, just solely based on not being around a whole lot. What's up, Steph? Good to see you. I just saw your name pop up. I tried Shin. You said it's a long movie. Yes, it was very long, but I didn't mind it because I dig horror so much. I don't mind if they dive into lore. I just wish if they're going to make it that long that they focused on different things. I feel like even though I didn't mind it, there was cooler things they could have focused on than what they did. But whatever, it is what it is. It happened and I enjoyed it. I tried to see the harvest moon, but it's covered by clouds. I did not know that was a thing. Hey gang, what's up, Steph? I already said that. Stanley Uris, I loved. I liked Stanley, old Stanley, in the miniseries, even though he was short-lived. I love that actor. I can't remember what else he's in, but it's something I enjoy. And now I'm blanking. But I love that actor from the miniseries. When I saw the It miniseries when I was younger, my favorite character was Eddie. I did like Eddie in the original too. Eddie was probably my second favorite, next to Richie in the miniseries. Seth Green played young Richie in the original. So like, I love me some Seth Green, love Robot Chicken. I just recently saw Seth Green's directorial debut, Changeland. I think it was Changeland, because he goes to Thailand and he's changing his life. Changeland. But I thought it was very well done. I thought the shots were great. I thought the cinematography, everything was good. It was very quiet movie and kind of slow at times, yet fast, if that makes sense. Like it's an hour and a half movie, but some parts feel like it drags, but it's intentional because they want you to like be in the moment with them. So I dug it. If you guys are in for, it's a weird recommendation though. It's like, you got to be in the mood to just like kind of sit and watch. So I wouldn't recommend it to everyone, but Changeland was good. Directorial debut of Seth Green. Love his stuff. It's super early here, but I've been awake for a long time now. I'm going to go to sleep. Good night. Can you believe? Take care, bro. I half said boy and bro. So yes, I know I said bruh. They changed Mike too much from the book. I don't know. I forget if you guys were in the It live stream we did, but we talked a lot about the movie and I didn't read the book. So I know a lot about it probably from talking to people, but I don't know specifics because I didn't read the book. But from what I hear, you're correct. He was my favorite because I thought he looked adorable. Eddie. Yeah, Eddie was like, I mean, he was a perfect cast in the miniseries because he was like the young, weak pushover and he looked that part. That was also, I believe the kid, maybe I'm wrong. Quote me, like maybe someone could correct me on this, but I believe the kid that played Eddie, young Eddie in the miniseries, was he not in Sandlot? I feel like he was one of the kids in Sandlot, the actor that played young Eddie. I could be wrong because that feels like it was, no, that was around the same time. Was he like, from Sandlot? I feel like little Eddie Casbrook was from Sandlot. I could be wrong. They kind of look similar, but I feel like that is right. No, he was not. Oh, damn it. Was he from something? Because I feel like young Eddie from the miniseries was in like some movie I used to watch a lot as a kid. Ah, was that it? The Little Rascals? What was he in Little? Was he Alfalfa? No, he couldn't have been Alfalfa. That was way later. I'm like totally confused now, but I could have sworn young Eddie was something else. No, I was going to say Little Rascals came out much later. The ages would not match up. I mean, at least the movie, The Little Rascals. No way. RoboCop 2? I almost don't believe you, but that's such an obscure reference to make that I'd have to. What the hell was he in RoboCop 2? Was he the kid? Was he the shit-talking kid that got blown away? If that was him, holy crap, I did not know that, but that is what I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm so caught up on little Eddie that I'm thrown off now. Was he that kid from RoboCop 2? RoboCop 2 had the plot where they had the drug. What was it called? Nukem? I think it was called Nuke, where they had Nuke and they would inject it in themselves. And there's a little kid who is like a little millionaire entrepreneur. Was that little Eddie, or am I just going off on tangents? Let me go back a little, guys. God, it's been so long since I saw that miniseries. I could barely remember anything about it. I know I liked it, but that's about it. I watch it often. I don't know why. I do know why. I told you guys, it was like the first movie I can remember seeing with my first ever girlfriend when I was like 12 or 13 years old. So it's nostalgic to me. Also, I still think it's cheesy, but good. Love me some Eddie. I need to read the book. The book is very good. For the most part, it falls apart a bit at the end, but a lot of King's books do. It says Little League Kid on his IMDb. A movie? The movie's called Little League Kid? Or was he in Sandlot as a Little League Kid? I'm so confused. I agree with that, Steph. Never gets executed right. Love Lost, my favorite series of all time. But what are your thoughts on the last season? Deborah, are you still here? Because I love talking to lost people. And Deborah, how did you find me? Because I've not seen you in a live stream before or commenting. Young Eddie was the Little League Kid. I don't know what that is. Was Young Eddie? Like, what do you mean he was the Little League Kid, guys? That's the name of the movie, or he was a Little League Kid in something? Because you're not capitalizing it. So now in RoboCop 2. Is that what you're saying? I'm all over the place. That was the part of RoboCop 2. Oh, that was his part on RoboCop. The Little League Kid? Now I got to rewatch RoboCop 2 just for that scene. No, in RoboCop 2 is sorry, guys. I should read more. I'm like literally stopping to think, and I'm forgetting that you guys are answering my questions. Oh yeah, it's Debs. Debs, what's up? I should have put that together. I guess seeing your name as like Deborah von Bogelen. Let's just talk about Lost. Agreed. Anyway, Lost is Debs. If you didn't realize, Lost is my favorite of all time. I talk about it all the time on here. As far as the finale, I've said it many times. I've learned to like it, but I hated it with a passion first. Then through a second watch through, I kind of was okay with it. Then on a third watch through, I'm not like accepting it because I feel I have to. On a third watch through, I actually was like starting to fully understand why they did what they did. So some people think I just accept it because I'm lying to myself, but I actually do. I'm okay with it at this point. And I'm more than okay with it. I'm good with it. But in the beginning, I hated the ending. The blonde-haired kid with the gun in RoboCop 2. Oh my God. Now I remember when the Little League coach had the whole Little League team and they held up the guy in the gun shop. Now I remember. So I know the exact scene to go to. I'm just going to have to go to that scene and pick out little Eddie. But I do. That is the scene, right, Turbo Man? Where it's like they're in the streets and that's when RoboCop is like his whatchamacallit, his systems are booted down where he don't immediately kill everybody, so to speak. And he goes to the Little League and they all think he's a pushover because he's like, stop that. And he robs the gun store. That is what you're talking about. Now I remember. It's been a long time since I saw RoboCop 2. I can't even remember. I remember Nuke. I'm still not even sure if that's right, but I think it was called Nuke. I only saw the remake, I think. Oh, I did watch the first 8 episodes or so of Lost. Steph, we always talk about this. You got to get into that. What stopped you? Steph, I feel like you have a very good taste in shows and movie. What stopped you from continuing? Did you just not like it, or you kind of got like caught up in other things and never finished? Because Lost is so amazing. I am jealous of people that have never seen it. I wish I could revisit that show. I wish I could react to it. I say it all the time, but I've seen it so many times. I could probably recite the script by heart. Do. While I'm catching up, young Ben from the original It wasn't It Chapter 2. Young Ben. Oh, yes. Turbo Man. I didn't realize that in the first watch through, but those of you who missed it, because I missed it, I saw another, I think it might have been Jeremy Johns. Somebody I watched a review of said it. And the young Ben from the miniseries plays who we think is adult Ben in the board meeting in the very beginning of chapter 2. If you haven't seen it, when you go see it, the guy who they make you think is old Ben is actually young Ben from the miniseries, like 30 years later, grown up. And I was so mad at myself that I didn't pick it up because you could see it in his face. But that is a very good one, Turbo Man. Yes, young Ben Hanscom from the miniseries is in the board meeting of old Ben in the new one. Steph, I watched them just this week for the first time. I'd never seen. Oh my God. Okay, then I accept you. Well, I already love you, Steph. You know that. But I thought you were saying you had seen 8 episodes in the past. So you're actually starting to watch it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. You could, I mean, some people, are you actually watching it, Steph? Because some people I know, it's such a long show to watch. Some people watch reactors to catch up. Like they'll just watch certain reactors to get like the gist of it to catch up quickly. But I highly recommend watching it fully through. Amazing show. And most reactors only throw up like one part. So it's like you get barely 10 minutes and it's an hour-long show. So I fully recommend, if especially with Lost, I still catch things that I missed on 20 watch throughs. So definitely take your time to enjoy it. Batman and Robin as a little kid used to be my favorite comic book movie. The one with, what's his name? Well, the one with, I know what you're talking about. What the heck's that actor's name? Who played Robin? I know it was George Clooney. What the heck was that guy's name? I always forget this actor's name, but George Clooney played Batman and he played Robin. I would lose that trivia question right now. I watched Hogwarts do the first episode quite a while ago, but that was it. That's okay. It's always okay to check out the pilot like that. Chris O'Donnell. Thank you, everybody. Chris O'Donnell. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I always forget his name. I don't know what it is. Chris O'Donnell must never have had a movie that I cared enough about to remember him. But he's not a bad actor, I guess. Chris O'Donnell, that has a space. Turbo Man, why did you say that? I'm curious because I watched Schmodown Trivia and someone literally got the question wrong because they didn't have the space. They put O'Donnell without the space, or not. It wasn't O'Donnell, but it was like similar. It was O something. And they didn't put the space and lost the game because they didn't put the space. And I get it. It's a totally different name. He's kind of a bland, forgettable guy. I guess so. What was he known for? Totally going off on a rant. But what was he, besides Batman and Robin? There was something really famous Chris O'Donnell was known for, which got him the role in Batman. And I cannot remember it because it probably wasn't that great. But I feel like NCIS Los Angeles was after. Yeah, no, right? NCIS Los Angeles had to be after Batman and Robin. I feel like something got him the Batman and Robin role, that he was like famous for something. I don't care enough to put I don't care enough to put this space. I mean, is it a space though, or is it a colon? It's a colon, right? Or am I wrong about that? Is that what you're saying? I feel like it was Colin O'Donnell. Now I'm confused. But like you said, it probably doesn't matter. When am I ever going to see a trivia question like that? But in this trivia show, they do make you write it, and your spelling has to be accurate. So I guess in that case, it does matter. Okay, so it is the little thing. Okay. But yeah. So guys, while I'm caught up to chat, feel free to write more stuff. I'm going to just quickly go in because I never wrote tags in the chat, and in the live stream, and I hate when I don't have tags. I feel like people don't find stuff. I could be wrong. I don't know. I feel like whenever I don't write tags, I get less people in the live streams. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. School Ties. That actually might be it with Brendan Fraser. That might be what I'm thinking of. I haven't thought of that movie in forever. The movie I think that was how Brendan Fraser got his start too. Brendan Fraser was a Jewish kid. I think it was based on a true story, maybe. Brendan Fraser was Jewish and he went to an all Catholic school, or was it just that they didn't like Jewish people were at that school? I don't remember exactly. All I know is Brendan Fraser was Jewish and he was basically outcasted from the school because of that. But I don't remember the specifics. It was a long time ago. I don't know what else he would be known for. He was in Fried Green Tomatoes and Circle of Friends and School Ties before that. I've seen all of those, but I think School Ties is the one I'm thinking of. Fuzzy Dunlop, hello. We've finished The Wire. I thought that was going to take a little longer. Happy Friday the 13th. Hello, Fuzzy Dunlop. Happy Friday the 13th to you. Yes, we were talking about it. We are still talking about it. I finished it, but it might take a week or two till I'm going to get at least 2 up this week. Tomorrow, they'll definitely be going up. Tonight, part 1 will be out. I don't know if I'll be able to finish part 1, but part 1 will be out of episode 7. The rest will definitely be out by tomorrow, and I might get 8 out by Sunday. But I'm going to try to get all of them out by next weekend so we could chat live stream next week about it. Jay, have you ever lost a friend? I'm sure I've lost many friends, but I'm not clear on what that means. I don't know what else we would. I'm not clear if you're being serious or that's related to something, but I'm sure I've lost many friends. Well, I'm not sure. I know I've lost many friends. I lost a friend once. If you're speaking seriously, I have lost many friends. I'm 38 years old, and like 10 people I graduated high school with died from overdoses, like in the first 10 years of me being graduated. So I have lost many friends. No one like extremely close, but many people I knew on a more than an acquaintance basis, but not like a best friend. Not that I think of, but I don't know if you're speaking seriously or not. I can't believe you're finally done with The Wire. I know, Steph. I literally was just blowing through it because many people told me once you get to like episode 7, you're going to want to know. And I had off like one of these days this week. I can't remember when I finished. It wasn't yesterday. Every day gets mixed together. I've gotten very little sleep this week. Must have been Wednesday. Must have been Wednesday night. I finished them all up. But I did watch 2 over the weekend. So all I had to do was watch 9 and 10. But 10 is like counting my talk before and my afterthoughts. It was like a 2-hour video, just the finale. So it's going to be a 5-parter. The finale is going to be a 5-parter. So enjoy that. Then after that, I'm going to probably stop doing 3-parters, guys. I've said this in other live streams. I love doing 3-parters and it takes me forever and I don't even mind it. But I feel like that is what's giving me so much problem with the copyright strikes and stuff. Even though I'm not doing anything wrong, so to speak, I feel like the fact that I'm putting so many parts out is raising flags. So I wanted to finish up The Wire with the 3 parts like I'm doing, and the finale is going to be 5 parts. But that will probably be the first and only show that will fully go like that, because I'm going to do Umbrella Academy season 2. I'm going to do Deadwood season 2, stuff like that. But those, depending on how things look at that point, might just be 1-parters, maybe 2-parters. And then I'm going to do like the Patreon thing with those shows. I didn't put up the Patreon yet because I'm doing so many parts in The Wire that it's like, maybe you want to see the full reactions, and you can eventually. When I do a Patreon, I'll put them all up there. But for now, I feel like I'm doing enough of the content that you don't really need those right away. So I'm working on the Patreon. And like I said, there'll be those and stuff like that. Would you guys, if I did a Patreon, would you guys subscribe to it? I don't even know how it works fully yet. I just see people do them. Like, I don't even know how it works. Like, I guess, like, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just wondering, like, I see on Collider and all those shows, they all do Patreons, and it seems like they get a decent response, but they're also like tens of thousands of subscribers on their channels. I'm wondering if I do all this Patreon stuff, it'll even, like, if it's even worth my time and effort, or it's going to be like 5 people are like, yeah, watching my full reactions and spending all that time doing that. But anyway, hold up a second. Let me get this taken care of. I'm talking. He didn't want to be with me. Turbo Man. I lost a friend once. I'm talking. He didn't want to be with me. Are you speaking romantically? I'm kind of lost. Did I miss it? Something? I don't know if you're speaking truthfully or if I'm missing something you said earlier. I'm sorry if I'm laughing, but I'm not fully understanding. I've read so many comments. I'm not sure if I'm missing something in there. I think with shows that are more recent, or Deadwood that just had a film series finale after 13 years, companies get more bothered by YouTubers showing too much of their shows. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it is, Fuzzy Dunlop. And that is why I'm going to probably stop doing 3 parts. I feel like they're like, this guy has found a way to beat the system with fair use. So, and most reactors want to get money and want to get Patreon subscribers and want to get people to like subscribe to their money-making things. So I feel like they are, sorry, I read something real quick and I got distracted. I feel like they, 1, don't want to waste all the time, and 2, want to make money off it. Whereas I just do it for fun. And I thought I'd get away with it. But if I'm not going to get away with it, then I'm going to stop focusing so much time to it. Sorry, the reason I'm getting distracted is they literally just slapped a monetization. They limited my monetization of this we're doing right now, saying that I copyrighted. What the hell did I copy? That's what blows my mind, guys. I literally just got a monetization copyright. Like, they literally stopped me from monetizing this video saying I copyrighted. I'm in my room talking to you guys. That's how fucked up YouTube is. They literally just slapped this video. We are live right now, and they slapped this video with, while we're doing it, I'm requesting a review. I'm literally requesting a review of the video we are doing because they're saying I just copyrighted. That's how annoying this shit is. Like, I love talking to you guys and doing the videos, but it gets very frustrating when all they do is slap. Like, and now that I'm looking, both of my spoiler talks, they slapped copyrights on. We talked for like 3 or 4 hours in my room with 0 content besides me talking to you. Shit's fucked up. I probably would. I signed up for Seth Furian's Patreon, but I may cancel it. Steph, just out of curiosity, I've never subscribed to anyone's Patreon. I've never fully launched a Patreon. What exactly is it? You pay like money? I'm assuming, based on what I've seen and heard, you pay like money and you get full content, like, do you give them like $1 and then you see like shows? It's a monthly. Like, how exactly does it work? Like in Sithfirian, I watch Sithfirian, but I only watch his free content. I don't pay for Patreon. So, like, what does he specifically do for you? I'm just curious, like, how it works. Oh, I accidentally offended him and we became non-friends. Oh, have you ever lost a friend like that? Oh my God, yes. If I thought you meant died. Turbo Man, yes. I have lost many of friends, usually because of money. I have lent many friends money. I work a lot. I make good money. A lot of my friends have, well, I don't even call them friends anymore, but people, I was friends with many a people, very good friends with some of these people who borrowed money from me and never paid me back. And literally it cost us a friendship over money. So yes, I've lost many close friends because of money situations and other things, girlfriends. I had one friend who I lost because of a girlfriend situation where I broke up with a girlfriend and he started talking to her and stuff like that. So yes, I have lost many good friends because of screwed up situations. So I am very familiar with that. Pop, 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 pop. Drake Long. I'm Drake Lang. Drake Lang, are you new? I don't think I've ever seen you before. Jägermeister copyright. Do you think? I mean, I could barely even read it and it's backwards, but that's the only thing I could see, Fuzzy Dunlop. The informant Fuzzy Dunlop has solved it again. But yeah, like what the heck? Like, what is it? Is it Disney? Because I have Disney villains poster in the back that you can't even see because it's so blurred. Like, seriously, Jason Voorhees. Did I get flagged for NES Jason Voorhees from 1986? Trivia question. When did NES Friday the 13th come out? I think it was either, I'm going to guess 87. I'm going to switch my guess. 1987, Jason Voorhees. Is that what I'm getting flagged for? You pay money every month, usually in different tiers. The content you get depends on what tier you pay for. 1, 5, 10, it varies. 1988. Damn it. I upped my guess, but I was wrong by a year. We had been fighting for a while and it finally came down. Turbo Man, totally get it. It's happened many a time. I'm 38 years old. I've probably lost dozens of friends because of stupid crap, like either girls or money or what have you, family. Oh, just a guess. Let's see. You might be right. I'm sticking with 87, but you might be right. It's around that time. So Steph, going back to you, Steph, with the Patreon, like, just out of curiosity, what does $1 get you? Like an episode? What is like, I'm just wondering what these people give you that would justify $10 a month. That's like Netflix status. Like, I would, if I did Patreon, I'd probably just be like $1 and you get whatever the hell I do. It's not even, because like I said, it's not even for the money. It's more so just to have you guys get full reactions and not be ball busted with this shit. But I'm just curious what these people do. Because I mean, I'm not faulting these people. Some of them do it for a living and I get it. I don't do it for a living. So I don't really, like I said, if anything, I would do it for $1 and just use that money to buy cameras and mics and stuff like other people do. But I have the money to do that anyway. It's like, I'm just curious how these people make so much money off this. Like, I mean, I guess if you got 100,000 subscribers, but like, what could they offer you for $10 a month? Netflix costs almost that. Netflix has tens of thousands of videos at your command and they're in HD and I don't get it. I mean, I guess most people are trying to just help them. It's more of like a donation, I guess. No, I'm not new. I've been subscribed since you. Oh, Drake, I did see your name before. You just haven't been in a live stream in a while. I definitely did see you before. I think you have even been in live streams before, but like probably a long time ago, way back when. I'm pretty sure you were in live chats before I got my Game of Thrones strike. The Wire, since you started The Wire, like and watch most of your videos. Just don't leave many comments. We've had a few interactions before. Okay, definitely remember you. I had to like look. Now that you've mentioned it, I definitely remember the name. It's been a while though. It happens. Yeah, it's like I've started talking to so many people that like if I haven't talked to you in a while, it gets mixed in the shuffle. I had asked about his weight because of my breaking my leg, and I was scared to get fat. Oh, I get it. So you got into like a little fight because he thought you were like insulting him, so to speak, because of his weight. I get it. Hey, shit happens. Some people are very sensitive. I'm not a very sensitive person. I am pretty nonchalant, but I get it. Some people aren't. It's not 88. It was right after Halloween because they copied it. Really? The game? The video game, you mean? Because Nintendo came out in what, 80? Now I'm dating myself. Nintendo came out in like 84. I feel like NES, the original NES, what was it, 83, 84? NES came out, and Friday the 13th didn't come out. It wasn't an immediate release. It was definitely years later. Early or full. Oh, that's right. A lot of them do early reactions. So some people will pay 10. I mean, I'm saying, I'm not going to do that. But I'm just shocked that some people would pay $10 a month to watch like a reaction early, unless it's just solely to support them as like sort of like a donation. Like I said, if that's the case, then that's respectable. I just think that's a lot. I mean, like we got Disney Plus, we got Netflix, you got Hulu, you got Amazon Prime, you got the DC Universe. Now HBO Max has their own streaming service. I don't even know. Is that even out yet? Is HBO Max released yet? I don't know because I have cable and I have HBO. I have HBO Go and all that. Someone told me HBO Max was running a deal where they're hooking in the DC streaming service and a couple others, maybe even Hulu. I don't know, but all I know is there's a ton of streaming services and they give you so much content. I am surprised people have the kind of money on like as a whole to throw at reactors and stuff. Like I said, I'm a reactor myself. I'm just trying to understand the business of it because, like I said, I don't rely on that to make money. Dollar usually gets you full reaction to 1 or 2 shows that they do. 5 will get you more shows and 10 still more. A lot of these YouTubers are doing a lot of shows at a. I guess that's what it is, Steph. See, in the beginning, Steph, and a couple of you, Drake. I'm pretty sure Steph, Drake, maybe Fuzzy Dunlop have been around since the beginning. Fuzzy Dunlop, I feel like you've been around for a while. So the 3 of you have probably been around for a while. Maybe J-Dub. I don't know. Some of your names look familiar. But if you remember when I first started this channel, I was doing like 5 or 6 shows. But I was also, it was during the winter when I have hardly any work. So I was like addicted to the format and I just started going with it. But now I got busy and everything, and eventually it like starts slowing up. But I was doing all those for free. I was like throwing out like 5 or 6 shows a week and like doing it for free. I just enjoy it. I don't know. I just like talking and watching stuff. So granted, I'm not doing that now because I like the reason they have the time to do it is because they're getting paid, I guess. I don't have the time to do it because I got jobs and that's how I survive. Oh, the game. I thought your original film. No. Say it. Sorry, Fuzzy Dunlop. Yeah, we're talking the game. The movie, Friday the 13th movie came out in 80. I believe it was 1980. Maybe 80. No, it was 1980. Original Friday the 13th. I'm pretty good with movie dates. That's a topic in the Trivia Schmodown. The years movies came out. So I've brushed up on my movie year knowledge. Steph, I said I might cancel Sitherians because it seems like none of his Patreon reactions are picture in picture. You have to provide the video yourself and sync up. Why would he do that? Does he explain why he does that, Steph? Because I feel like, if anything, that'd be the one time you should have picture in picture. Like, is there a problem with Patreon? Like, do you... Like, that's my other question. Can you do whatever you want on Patreon, or would he get flagged and stuff on Patreon? Like, could Patreon stop you from putting up full live streams if you do picture in picture? Because I felt that's why people did Patreon. I felt they did it to be able to get. And then his mom had texted me some stupid stuff about his fighting so much, and I had hurt his feelings too much. And for a long time, he had said it without even saying the word. And one time I had enough and said, fuck you. Turbo Man, did this just happen? Because it seems like it is on your mind. Not that I mind. You could talk about it. I just feel like this is like bothering you and it's on your mind. But I'm sorry. I apologize for what you're dealing with. It shit happens. Been here since you started the Wire. That's what I thought. I once I saw your name, J Dub, I'm like going through and I'm like, I feel like I've definitely had chats with you too. Russell Goodacre, how do you think the Saints do this year? Russell, I was a little afraid when I saw Monday night's game. I had actually had to work and I was streaming it live. So I didn't catch every play, but I saw the highlights and I went and was running over every time there was like a major thing. But I was a little scared in the beginning. They were a little sloppy in the beginning of the game, but then they came together and they won and they did it in epic fashion. So I'm quite fond of the way the Saints season looks. They were a little rough, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. They pulled it out in the end, and that's all I care about. So it was a great game. I loved it. It was honestly, I'm a Saints fan, so maybe I'm biased, but the weekend had a lot of shitty games for football. So I honestly, like I said, I'm biased, but I thought the Saints game was one of, if not the best games of opening week of football. I thought Thursday night game was boring. I thought most of the day games on Sunday were boring. There was maybe one or two tossed in the shuffle, but most of them were boring as shit and blowouts or no one cared. So, and there was a lot of injuries on major players. The Antonio Brown thing I felt overshadowed the whole opening week. And then afterwards, all the stuff with the allegations of rape and all that came out. So don't like to talk too much about sports, but based on what occurred, I'm thinking the Saints are doing pretty good. HBO Max has pretty much nothing to do with HBO. They just slapped HBO name on it, but they won't be allowed to have most of HBO's content or any at all due to HBO Go. Really? I was thinking that HBO Max was for people that didn't have cable, that they were going to basically tie in a couple other streaming services when like an HBO Go and just title it HBO Max because you're getting HBO Go. Now you're telling me that's not even the case? That's ridiculous. I'm not even kidding you. The only reason I still have cable is for like HBO and sports. And I know that I could stream sports and stuff like that now. So I almost was going to think about canceling cable because of HBO Max. But if you're telling me that you don't get HBO content, I watch all the shows I watch: Deadwood, The Wire, Game of Thrones. I want to catch that new John Goodman show on HBO, The Righteous Gemstones, I think it's called. A lot of people think it's pretty funny, but like 90% of what I watch is either Netflix or HBO. So I keep my cable provider simply based on live sporting events and HBO. I've been meaning to ask, but completely forgot. You going to continue with Barry in the future? You definitely seem to enjoy the first episode. Drake, 100% going to finish Barry. Honestly, of all the shows I'm watching, I think Barry's my favorite, but I feel like I committed to Deadwood. No, don't get me wrong. I love Deadwood too, but I feel like Barry looks more up my alley. I do love Westerns though, so maybe that's unfair for me to say, but I feel like I'm so deep into Deadwood and there's only 3 seasons and I'm almost done with season 1. So I'm definitely going to finish Deadwood and Misfits first. Misfits is also a quick one. It's only 6 episode seasons and they're 5, I think. So I think some of them get a little longer than 6 episodes, but I feel like I got to finish Misfits and Deadwood first because not only that, because Misfits did beat Barry. So that would be very unfair of me if I chose Barry over Misfits. But like I said, I am loving Misfits too. So I'm not upset about that. But I am 100% going to finish Barry, Misfits, and Deadwood. 100%. No, it did not just happen. It just got on my nerves. I get you, bro. Hello to my actual bro. I see my brother's in here now. Hello, Ray. Ray, before there was a guy in here, I don't know if he still is, named Ray Gamma, and I thought you were talking to me on an alternate account or something. But he was asking me questions that clearly were not you, unless you were tricking me, but obviously it wasn't. Yes, do Barry. Doma, definitely gonna do Barry. Great game. Yes, it was. I think it still uses YouTube for the reaction videos, and he doesn't want to include the video. Other reactions use other sites like Dropbox or BitChute. I never heard of BitChute, but I definitely heard of Dropbox. Bop, 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 bop. Hey yo, that's what a lack of participation in the preseason can do. And a lot of teams looked rusty early on. Go Ravens. I do like the Ravens. I also like the Steelers. My brother's from Pittsburgh. Not necessarily why I like the Steelers, but it does help. But I always liked Ben Roethlisberger. I, believe it or not, do I look it? I am older than Ben Roethlisberger. Someone was like, he started playing football when you were a senior in high school. And I was like, really? And then I looked it up and I'm like, holy shit, I am a month older, 1 month older than Ben Roethlisberger. He looks like he could be my father. The dude, I don't get it. I mean, granted, he's got a lot of injuries and he has beaten constantly, but I am older than Ben Roethlisberger. You know how that feels? I mean, maybe I should feel good that I look so. I mean, I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but I feel like I look younger than 38. Put it this way, I definitely look younger than Ben Roethlisberger. I'm not just saying that to make myself feel better. Every one of you could probably make that claim if you know who Ben Roethlisberger is. Some of you might not even know. And if you do, even if you're not a football fan, you had to have heard of the name. Sibling Triforce. That's my sister, Doma. For those of you who don't know, Doma is my sister. And she just jumped on again, too. Unless she's been here the whole... Oh, no, you've probably been here the whole time. But yes, Russell, lack of participation. Everyone looked... Maybe that's what it was. The games were garbage, most of them at least, because most of the teams are rusty. I feel like preseason has become a joke. I'm sorry to talk about football because I know this is Friday the 13th, but just briefly, Russell, I feel like preseason is a joke at this point. It used to be back in the day, preseason was entertaining at least a little bit. Now everything is just like them trying out rookies and new players and stuff. It's like, who watches it anymore? I even used to watch preseason. I feel like preseason has become a joke. Honestly, I didn't even watch a single preseason game. Maybe in passing or on ESPN, I saw highlights, but that's about it. I don't care for it. It's just a big waste of time. It's like a joke. It's like the Pro Bowl. I watch the Pro Bowl just because nothing else is on, but like, it doesn't mean anything. It's a joke. I wouldn't have cable if it wasn't for sports. Exactly, J-Dub. Honestly, even with HBO being a thing, I would get rid of cable and just get HBO Go. I literally probably keep cable for sports. I watch basketball. I watch baseball. I watch the Olympics. I watch football. My sister watches hockey and she lives with me. So it'd be ridiculous to not have cable. It's like, what am I going to do? Stream all those? I guess you could, but it's just much easier to have cable. Just got HBO Now. You don't need cable for that. Yeah, that's what I just said, Shin. But thank you in case I didn't know. I basically keep it for sports, like J-Dub said. And since I have it, I guess HBO is like a couple dollars more if you have cable. It comes in like a package, so it's like a freebie. And I have to get internet, and I get Fios, so it's cheaper for internet if you get cable. So it kind of all ties itself in. I've tried this once where I was like, I only need internet, and then the internet doubled in price because I got rid of my cable. It's like they get you every which way, guys. They make you almost have to keep your cable for internet because I have Fios, fiber optic. My ups and downs are quick as shit, and my internet connection. So if you want to get those fast connections, you got to have cable, at least where I live. HBO Max is Warner Media's. My eyesight is blurred. HBO Max is Warner Media's streaming platform. You have everything in WB. Oh, that's why you get DC, because DC is Warner Brothers. Harry Potter, Mad Max, and WB TV. DC shows, animation, Veronica Mars, Fresh Prince, Chuck, Friends, plus so much more. Okay. But why is HBO teaming up with Warner Media? Does Warner Media own HBO? I didn't know that, if that is the case. If not, I'm surprised their team. I mean, I guess it's a smart idea rather than go on your own, try to make a join all together to compete against giant people like Netflix and stuff. It makes sense. Disney, I mean, how else are you going to compete against Disney and Netflix? You can't just have one. You got to kind of pool yourselves together, I guess. I love dairy. I feel like someone I saw today was wearing that shirt. I love dairy. I know it's Dairy Maine from it, but I feel like I saw someone today wearing that shirt with the heart and everything. Have you seen The Boys yet? Everyone keeps talking about how much I'll love it. Ray, I have not because I'm waiting to react to it. And I marathoned The Wire, got that done, editing them up, gonna start on Misfits and Deadwood, holding off on Adventure Time still. Definitely gonna get to Barry at some point, but I personally want to see The Boys. I have heard nothing but good things. Do you mean Good Boys? The Boys? No, Turbo Man. My brother's talking about the new comic book show, The Boys, on Hulu. I believe it's Hulu. But I definitely want to catch it. That's me. The Boys was fantastic. I personally want to see that. But it's like one of those things where I have started so many shows. I don't want to begin another one. I also think, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like so many reactors are reacting to The Boys right now that it's probably better off that I wait anyway. Cause I feel like it's over congested on the reactors like sites. Like no one's doing Deadwood. No one's doing Misfits. No one's doing Barry that I know of. Everyone's doing Expanse. Everyone's doing The Boys. Everyone's doing Stranger Things. I love to catch up on new shows, but I almost feel like I'm better off doing older shows because so many people are doing it. You got to choose who you want to watch. Whereas my reactions are unique. No one does The Wire. No one does the other ones. So even if I do The Shield, I don't think anyone's reacted to The Shield. Can anyone in the chat tell me, has anyone reacted to The Shield? I struggle to find one. If there is one, I don't know about it, but I've never seen one. So just out of curiosity, is there a Shield reactor? Because I might be the first one for that too. See, like that's another thing. If no one's done it before, I'm more prone to want to do it because I like that I'm like the only guy, the only game in town, so to speak. And like I said, it's not for money or anything. I just like to do things people haven't done. Like, why do a reaction for The Boys right now when you could type in The Boys reaction? I bet you there's 15 different reactors doing it right now. Oh, it's on Amazon, The Boys. You're right, Steph. Apologize for that. Amazon Prime. I do have. I was going to say, for a second, I was like, is it on Hulu? Because I canceled my Hulu, and how am I going to watch it? But that's right. It is on Amazon Prime, which I do have. Give AEW what is AEW? I'm thinking at first I was thinking Agents of Shield, but that's not right. Then I was thinking America Horror Story, but that's not right. AEW. I know it's been mentioned before, but I'm brain farting. What is AEW? SpongeBob SquarePants. By the way, welcome SpongeBob SquarePants. If you're still here, I didn't see you jump in. Bathroom Time for Turbo Man. It's on Amazon Prime. Does Warner Media does own HBO, and for a while now, AT&T owns Warner Media. They just use HBO's name for reputation to get more people. I did not know that. I guess I don't really look too much into it, but I did not know that. Interesting. So Warner, I honestly was thinking the other day, we were doing like a thing on all the major movie studios, and I was saying how like Warner Brothers used to be like the top dog, and they're like kind of falling through the cracks. I mean, odds are they'll never go away because they're still enormous, but that is nice to know because if they own things like HBO and stuff, then they ain't going anywhere fast. Superheroes that work for a questionable company, they are more like celebrities or athletes. That work for a questionable company, they're more like true. I agree. Ray, it's Jesse Amdoma. Ahaha. I haven't seen a Shield reaction. I don't think anyone's done the Shield. Yeah, stick with that. Stick with what the others aren't doing. Yeah, that's what I figure. Like I said, it's like, because I feel like reactors jump on new shows. Like, I want to be the first one to do a new show, but then you're competing against 15 other people. Even if you're the first guy out, you're lucky. All right, maybe your video gets a couple thousand, maybe a couple tens of thousands of views, but then you're shuffled into the mix of everyone else. I'm not looking for 10,000 views on my first video. I'd like to steadily grow like I did with you guys. Like The Wire started at a dozen. I'm pretty sure my first Wire video got like a dozen views in the first week. Now I throw up a Wire video and I got 500 in a day. That's pretty cool. I like that. It's not thousands, but I like that I've got my niche community that's watching me and only me because I'm the only Wire guy. I like that we have interesting conversations. We all get to know each other on almost like a more personal level. Whereas the rest of them, I feel like they're just throwing shit out there to make money. I don't think anyone's this. Bop, 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 bop. Hello, Miss Doubtfire. Oh my God. That's how you know me and Doma are related, because I literally just went hello and then read in a Miss Doubtfire voice as I'm reading it in a Miss Doubtfire voice. And I swear to you all, I did not see Miss Doubtfire while I was saying that. Me and my siblings are very much similar in that realm of movie quotations. Everyone also does Breaking Bad, Vikings, Westworld. All good shows, but I am so done watching those. Peaky Blinders and Sons of Anarchy are also getting. Yeah, see, a lot of people on the last one said I should do Peaky Blinders. Once, I think that was last week. I'm not saying I won't, but I then typed in Peaky Blinders, and it looks like 5 to 10 reactors are currently doing Peaky Blinders. And I was just kind of like discouraged by that. I don't want to do a shows that everyone's doing. The Boys is kind of like an anti-superhero show, actually. It's not your usual superhero show, but it still plays in the same territory. That's what I heard, Fuzzy. Definitely interested. I will probably save that as a reaction. I'll probably finish up the Misfits and Deadwood. When everyone else is done with it, I'll probably start it, because there'll probably be people that want to watch it on a second watch through, stuff like that. And even if they don't, there's people like me that haven't seen certain things. So I'll get those people or whatever. I don't care. I just want to have clever chats and throw content out there that people want to see, or that at least you guys, my main focus group. If you want to be unique, binge watch something retro. Monk or House? SpongeBob SquarePants. I have seen House. I've watched it in its entirety. I used to watch it live. Monk, I have not seen. Another one my parents love. I would probably say Monk and The Shield, and maybe those two are my parents' favorite. My parents love Monk, obsessed with Monk. So I've never seen it. I do know it's Tony Shalhoub. I was going to say, I almost forgot his name. Tony Shalhoub. I know he's got like OCD or something. He washes his hands a lot, and he's a criminal investigator. That's about the extent of my knowledge. I might even be wrong about that. I loved House. That's my sister. Yes, House was great. Sarcoidosis. Everybody had sarcoidosis. That's the one thing I took away from House. Besides him looking like my ex-girlfriend's father and being brutally mean while still hilariously funny, every single person on every show had sarcoidosis, which is a sickness, if you didn't know. Geeked Out Nation is doing Battlestar Galactica. Oh my God. That's what I wanted to do. And I didn't see anyone else doing it. And they're, Steph, are they doing Battlestar Galactica from the start? Because I know you have been telling me to do that, and I've wanted to do that. But Gilmore Girls, I've never seen. I know it. Handmaid's Tale, never seen, but I know it. And Pushing Daisies, I've never seen, but I know it. I've been all over those reactions. Geeked Out Nation is doing, Geeked Out Nation is doing all those? Holy crap. I need to check out Geeked. I don't know who that is. Geeked Out Nation. I don't think I know them. Are they new, Steph? Because maybe I'm just brain farting on it. Maybe if I saw them. Geeked Out Nation. Is that I'm thinking it's a guy named Trevor Navarro. Is there a guy named Trevor Navarro on Geeked Out Nation? Because for some reason that name came to mind. I don't even know if that's a reactor. For some reason it just came to mind. But I also heard great things about Battlestar, Handmaid's Tale, and Pushing Daisies. I haven't heard too much about Gilmore Girls, but that was like an old one I never caught. I remember. I believe Gilmore Girls had the girl who Billy Bob Thornton banged in his Santa Claus suit in Bad Santa. I believe that was the girl from Gilmore Girls. That's the only thing I remember her from, and I don't remember anything else. Your elbow itches. You some have got malaria in Connecticut from a toothpick. Oh, House. Pushing Daisy, so good. I would honestly say out of the 4 Steph mentioned, Pushing Daisies I've heard the most about. And I've never seen it. I don't even know. I couldn't name you one actor in that. I just know of it. Hockey, so happy it's starting soon. I would actually love to see Jay react to Gilmore Girls too. Ray, you've seen Gilmore Girls? What was that on WB? When was that on? Why didn't I watch that? Like, what was on during the same time as Gilmore Girls that I would have missed that? Because I'm surprised you've seen it. I didn't think that'd be the type of show you'd watch. I feel like Gilmore Girls was like more like a soap opera type show. Don't get me wrong, I'm not mocking it. I was a fanatic with 90210. Maybe that's why I didn't watch Gilmore Girls. Maybe it was on at the same time as 90210. That could be a thing. You would be one of the first to review Hamtaro. It's story arced too. What is Hamtaro? Hamtaro? I don't know what that is. Not gonna lie, I like it. Gilmore Girls, I'm assuming you speaking of. I'm surprised. Ray, did you watch it when it aired, or did you watch it later in life? Because I don't think I've ever heard you mention Gilmore Girls in my life. I think his name is Steven, and yes, he's doing Battlestar from the beginning, and he's about halfway through season 1 now. Steph, yet again, you have great recommendations. I am going to check out Geeked Out Nation after this is over, because I am very curious why I haven't seen that reaction group. I very often go through reactions, but then again, I haven't seen a single one of those shows. And if that's what they're doing, then that's probably why I haven't heard of them, because I will not watch reactions of shows I've not seen. That ruins it. I'm not one of those people that rapid fire through reactions to get the gist of a show. I like to fully involve myself. I think his name was Steven. I've actually never watched Gilmore Girls consecutively. I've seen an episode here and there. Shannon loves it, watches it over again like every year. That would explain it, right? Okay, gotcha. I've only seen it because of her, got me hooked through. Gotcha. I was going to say, I'm like, I used to be really into 90210, not Dawson's Creek, One Tree Hill. I was going to say One Creek Hill. One Tree Hill and 90210 were like the only soap opera-ish type like shows I got really into early on when I was in high school. But I never really watched Dawson's Creek. I knew Pacey and Joshua Jackson, are those the same character? I think Pacey was the girl. I think that was Tom Cruise's ex-wife. What the hell was her name? Don't remember, but you guys get it. I don't think I ever watched Dawson's Creek beyond that, but a lot of my friends did. But yeah, a lot of those other shows got missed in the cracks of life. I've only seen it because of blah, blah, blah. He's doing Buffy the Vampire Slayer now too. Holy, that I've never seen. Shocker to you all. I've never seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Angel. I know those are giant cult classics. She was actually at Monster Mania. If it was the one I was just at or the one before, but Buffy did a photo op at Monster Mania, and I believe the guy from Angel, what the hell was his name? I know the actor's face, but I can't think of his name right now. But they were, I'm pretty sure, at Monster Mania. I could be wrong. And yes, Lauren Graham from Gilmore Girls was the woman in Bad Santa. I've only seen it because of he's doing Buffy. Definitely not a soap, more like half family drama and half teen drama. Gilmore Girls is definitely an author show with a unique language, but after 3 or 4 seasons goes down a little bit, I guess, like most shows. Hamtaro is an anime about hamsters going on adventures with the catchiest theme song. AEW is literally a brand new Oh, yes, AEW, pro wrestling. I definitely know what you're talking about. They talk about it on Collider Live all the time. That's why I was thinking of it. It has Bret Hart and Jim Ross on commentary. Jim Ross. I'm thinking of Jeff Ross from the Comedy Central roast. That is not who it is. Who's Jim Ross? Is he a comedian? I believe Jim Ross. I think Jim Ross is the bald-headed comedian. Joey Potter, Pacey is Josh. Oh, it is Josh Jackson. Okay. Joey. Okay. Joey was the girl. Yes. Like I said, I haven't seen it. Joey was, what the heck's her name? I know I'm going, the girl from Batman Begins and the girl who married Tom Cruise. I cannot remember her name. Katie Holmes? Is it Katie Holmes? I don't know. She got married, so now it's Katie Cruz, and then she got divorced, so it's Katie nothing. Katie Holmes. Okay. Thank you, Steph. Sometimes it takes me a minute, but I'm pretty knowledgeable, guys. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen through all the live reactions. I don't talk shit. I know a good deal of movie trivia, but sometimes I get tied up in all the thoughts. David Borean. Oh yeah. I don't know how to say it. Is it David Boreanaz? I think it's David Boreanaz. I think that's how you say it. But yes, that's the guy. I always had a hard time saying that dude's name. And he wasn't in anything I ever liked. And I never saw Angels. So Shaquille Burton, I definitely saw you in chats before. What's up, Keel? We got, so you got The Wire done. Yes, sir. I got The Wire done. Gonna get one out. Part 1 will be out tonight, 100%. Not sure about part 2 and 3. We'll see how long I survive. I do have a job in the morning early. So if you'll get part 1 today. Also, guys, important, I forgot to say this. If you watch The Wire, I adjusted all the audio of my mics and the volume and all the settings on the OBS and the videos. I think I got it perfect. I think it's a perfect balance of my voice with the show. So you guys let me know when you see part 1 how you feel, because I could adjust it further if it's not good. But I thought it was pretty damn good at this point. And I also wrote down all the decibel levels on everything, because I feel like when I update programs, it altered that. So now from now on, I'm just going to keep in mind the decibel levels of everything. I have it all written down. And sometimes different shows on different things are wrong. I mean, not wrong, like Netflix, HBO, I've noticed that their volume settings are different. So I have to like kind of adjust for them a little. So I'm going to be more mindful of that. But you guys let me know tonight when you see part 1. It will be out tonight. When you see part 1 after this live stream, you let me know how the audio is. But I think I got it. Speaking of Joshua Jackson, my guilty pleasure would be to see you react to Fringe. I've probably said that before. Ray, another big one I want to do. I could not tell you how much I want to react to Fringe. I feel like that might be in order: Misfits, Deadwood, Barry, The Shield, and Fringe. Those are probably my top 5. I'm probably forgetting one and someone's going to yell at me. But I feel like those are my top 5 go-tos right now that I want to actually see and finish. But well, not even finish. I haven't even started Fringe. But I have heard, like, I love Supernatural, the show, and in general, I love supernatural shit. And I'm a big fan of time travel, Back to the Future, science fiction. I feel like Fringe is right up my alley. Is it? I don't want to ruin it. Maybe that ruins it, so I'm not going to ask. I was going to say, does Fringe involve time travel? But I don't want to ask if it ruins it. So don't answer that if it ruins it. What's up, Aiden Hidalgo? I definitely will always remember your name because I love that name. Hidalgo, great movie. Viggo Mortensen. I know that's your real name, though. What is up, my friend? Fringe, the Roastmaster General. The Roastmaster General is Jeff Ross. Did you mean Jeff Ross? Because you said Jim Ross. So you must have meant Jeff Ross. Because Jim Ross, I think, is another comedian with a shaved head. Jeff Ross is the Roastmaster General. That's why I was getting confused. I think Jim Ross. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Jim Norton. Jim Norton is the shaved-headed comedian. So I think you're thinking of Jeff Ross. Fringe is good. I've only seen it. One guy doing that show, Jimmy Macram, I think. Oh, Jimmy Macram does Fringe. Oh, that's right. I love Jimmy Macram. Jimmy Macram is one of the first reactors I've ever watched. Him and American Mom. American Mom, Jimmy Macram, mainly because I was in a depressed state of mind. I had, at the time, I think I had just broken up with a girlfriend and I was quite sad and hermiting in my house. And I think American Mom and Jimmy Macram were both reacting to Lost. And I was like, now is as good a time as any to revisit Lost. And I became very familiar with American Mom, Jimmy Macram, and that's what got me into reactions. I started realizing that certain people didn't do certain reactions or no one did reactions like The Wire. That's kind of what got me into it. So that girlfriend breakup got me to watch those reactors, therefore leading me to where I am now. So I would not be talking to you guys right now if it wasn't for that breakup. And since then, I am a better person for it, and I have no regrets. Haven might be a good show for you to react to someday if you've never seen it before. Never seen it before. Haven. I've heard of it, but I know nothing about it. I don't even know a single actor in it, but I've definitely heard that name. I don't even know what genre it is. I would guess, based on the name Haven, I'm guessing it is some sort of like Jericho type show where it's like kind of grounded in reality, but with like a supernatural effect. Maybe kind of like Fringe, but Fringe looks a lot more sci-fi. Couldn't help but notice the Jason Voorhees Funko figure to celebrate the holiday. I would like that fad, but their giant square mouthless heads with two big black eyes is kind of unappealing. Honestly, that was purchased by either my brother or sister for Christmas. I apologize. I can't remember which one of you. I believe it was, I'm sorry, because they're both in the chat right now, but I think it was my sister. I think now I feel bad. I think the NES was by my sister, but one of you is going to probably tell me right now I'm wrong. But I'm not a big Funko Pop guy. All I have is that one. And over here on my shelf, I have Ash and the Evil Dead and Pablo from the Ash and the Evil Dead. But that is all I got it for you. Damn it. I knew I had a 50-50 chance and I was Ray. My brother Ray. I remember it like it was yesterday. My brother Ray got me this Funko Pop. I was so pleased with his choice. But yes, I am not a big fan of Funko Pops. I don't think they're bad or anything. I'm not like, I don't know. I just like specific ones, so to speak. So love it. It's not, and Shaquille, just so you know, that isn't there just for today. Are you the one that said that? I think you're the one that said that. Now I got to go look. I don't even remember it. It apparently went away. I don't know. I lost track of where I am. Haven, could you help? How did I see that? I feel like I skipped. I don't know. All I know is, yeah, my brother got me that. And it's been there throughout pretty much the last 2 months or 3 months of reaction. So it isn't just because of today. I leave it there all the time. Since you're done, wait, Fringe involves everything at some point. I'll just leave it at that. That's what I figured. That's why I said I don't want you to ruin it, but I figured like it did. And I did skip stuff. Have you couldn't help but notice the, oh no, SpongeBob said that. Couldn't help but notice the SquarePants. Okay. I mean, couldn't, you get what I'm saying. SpongeBob, my brother got that for me. I would like that fab. Tim Curry or Bill Skarsgård. Turbo Man, you gotta, I dig Tim Curry I think Tim Curry is a great comedic villain, but Bill Skarsgård, while also funny at times, is horrifying. I was never scared by Tim Curry. Even when he like opened his mouth and had the teeth, he was a little creepy. I'll give him that. He's very creepy, but he was more funny when it was Tim Curry. I mean, granted, when he turns into other creatures and stuff, it is horrifying, but I feel Bill Skarsgård was terrifying, whereas Tim Curry was more like a comedic, creepy clown. I don't know, but I enjoy them both for different reasons. But I also am biased because I love Tim Curry. I love Tim Curry. Clue, Home Alone 2, Rocky Horror Picture Show. He's good in everything he does. Tim Curry is an 80s/90s/ whatever the heck else he was in gem. We have to discuss The Wire, LOL. So, oh wait, I missed it. I'm getting to get to you in a second. Since you're done with The Wire, you should just go straight to the Generation Kill. It'll feel exactly like The Wire in Iraq in 2003, and it's only 7 hours. Generation Kill, I definitely heard of in passing, but I have no clue what it's about. I have no clue what channel it's on or was on or who the actors were in it. Not saying I won't do it. I just know very little about Generation Kill. 2003. Now it says in Iraq in 2003. I'm assuming it wasn't made in 2000. Was it made in 2003 or it just takes place in 2003 Iraq? We have to discuss The Wire. So what do you think about Omar's situation? Shaquille, I hated it. I feel like they intentionally rushed it because someone told me that the show got canceled after season 5 or they were told, so they had to rush it. I feel the whole Omar situation was rushed because of that incident. Unless there was a reason, like why. I thought they were going to make it where Kennard was like a genius and collected the bounty on him and whatever you have it. But they didn't. They never said anything about Kennard after that. I feel like, I mean, they might have showed Kennard here and there after, but like once that happened, that was it. And they even mentioned, they said, like, I think Marlo and Chris were having like a talk, and he even said, like, who did it? And he's like, I don't know, someone in the street. They said some little guy did it. And it was just like almost as if they were saying it was just someone that just like didn't like want Omar around or so. I don't know. I feel like the Omar situation was handled very poorly. Maybe it's that I just hate the way it happened because I loved Omar. I don't know. But I was very upset with Omar. I said in the beginning, Shaquille, that I thought when he got shot, it grazed his head. Oops, sorry about that. I thought it grazed his head and that he was playing possum. And that when Kennard left, he was going to like crawl away again and literally be like I thought Omar was just going to keep like defying death and like barely escaping. But no, they showed him with a giant hole in his head and he is dead. I got it for you. Oh, that's what you said. Have you ever watched Prison Break? Yes, Hidalgo. Big fan of Prison Break. I used to watch it when it aired on television. However, I did not see the new season. I know they did come back with one more season, I think, maybe more, but I know they came back with at least one more season, and that I did not watch. I was so unfamiliar with the show because I watched it live when it aired, so it had to be like 15, 20 years ago, and I was like, I definitely need a refresher, so I never did. I also don't see, does anyone react to that? Because maybe if someone reacts to that, I'll, in my free time, rewatch it or revisit it, and then watch the new season and react to it if it's worth it. Maybe one of you guys could tell me if it's worth it. Oh, my legs falling asleep here. Oh, just adjust myself. I feel like I need a new chair, guys. I feel like doing all the reactions and stuff I do, that like my chair is not what it used to be. It literally, like, I used to sit up straight like this. It now leans like this and I rock all over the place. So sorry that I'm moving all over like a nutcase. Haven is a supernatural show. It's loosely based on a Stephen King short story called The Colorado Kid. I've never heard of that either. Interesting. But it is supernatural. I figured. I mean, a show like Haven, I mean, it's either that or like some soap opera where like people live in the country or something. I always prefer TV shows over movies. TV shows get in, do its job, and get out in no more than 15 minutes. Movies are a big commitment. Must be my short attention span. See, that's funny, SpongeBob, because I was watching, somebody was talking on like some podcast or something the other day, and they were saying the opposite. They were saying how everything's going the way of TV because whereas a movie could sum it all up in an hour and a half, now television shows are dropping 10 episode seasons and you get like a 10-hour movie. So if you look at it that way, you're actually getting a lot more. It's not like you're in and out. A movie, you are in and out, unless it's a self-contained show, like a Forensic Files or something, where like each episode is its own thing. Television basically ties you in for dozens of hours of content. Whereas in my mind, a movie, you're in and out. So I think the opposite, especially with the way television's been going. Netflix drops a whole season. It used to be like you watch an episode once a week and you're like good with that because you got 1 hour, you're in and out, kind of like you said. Now Netflix drops 10 episode seasons and you sit and binge watch for 30 hours. You're not really in and out anymore. So there was literally a show I just watched on this, how I never thought of it like that until they said it. And you kind of said a similar thing. And I kind of agreed with you until I saw that. So I'm not like disagreeing with, well, I kind of am disagreeing with you, but I agreed with you before. Loved the Slim Charles and cheese resolution. I loved the cheese resolution. Amazing. I cannot wait till you guys see some of these reactions. I would say that the best reactions I had of the episodes you guys have not seen, because there were very good reactions, but I would say the best reactions were Omar, Snoop, Cheese, and I don't know, probably all the major deaths, but Cheese got a pretty good reaction. Must be my short attention. That's what's amazing about The Wire. It doesn't have typical ending. Anyone could die anytime, and what you think about what Michael did to Snoop. Yeah, I very much enjoyed that. I was happy to see he made it. And Bug. Oh my God. Those of you who have watched my reactions know that I have been on the Michael and Bug dying train wagon since like season 4 started. Like since episode 3 of season 4, I would have literally bet money that Bug was dying, and he never did. I will tell you this, the reaction when Bug and Michael, you guys will know this that have watched The Wire, when Bug and Michael separate, that might be the closest I ever got in a reaction to breaking down in tears. I literally was so, like, the fact that, but like, I feel like I dealt with it different than most people though, because I was so sure that Bug was going to die that I think I was so overwhelmed with joy that Bug survived that the whole interaction between him and Michael like hit me so hard. I literally was just like speechless. And I'm like, I might hysterically cry in a second. And I don't cry often. I think I only cry in real life scenarios where people die and it's family shit, stuff like that. It is far and few between you see tears out of me, or if ever you will. And that was probably the closest. I felt like Jimmy Macram. Jimmy Macram did a reaction once. It was something in Lost. And he was like, literally, he's like me, where I say, like, I don't cry. I don't think I've ever seen him cry, but I've seen him almost well up with tears, but he never did. But he welled up with tears, never a drop though. But he was like, and then after the episode, he literally looked at the camera and went like as if to say, like, I was like about to lose it, and then cut to black, and then went like, oh, I needed a minute to like calm myself. So for all I know, he burst into tears and then cut it short and then went on. Nothing against that. I'm not saying a man can't cry. All I know is I didn't cut my feed and I didn't cry, but I was about seconds away. Bug and Michael got me. Sorry I went on a rant there, but you asked for what I thought of the Wire finale stuff. So nice chair. You must be rich. I'm watching it in my trailer at Clearwater, Florida. This, believe it or not, it's not the legit chairs people think they are. It's like an aftermarket company, and you get what you pay for. Apparently it was comfortable. Don't get me wrong. It's like a third of the price of the real deal chairs that look like this, but I've had it for about a year and it like feels like I need to replace it already. So typical stuff, like you get what you pay for. Like, it was great for a year, but now I got to buy another one. Maybe the other ones are just as crappy. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying it's crappy. I sit in this thing all day, every day. So I guess it gets a lot of wear and tear, but I don't know. Maybe the other ones are the same. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll spend $300, $400 on a nice chair and it'll do the same thing and I'll regret it. But there's a good chance I might sink some heavy cash into a nice comfy chair, because honestly, guys, when I bought this chair, I did not think I'd be doing stuff like this. I bought this chair to like just play on the computer. It was before I even started reacting. So this was not a purchase based on the fact that I was reacting. I might splurge and get some crazy chair for the follow-up reactions. But thank you, SpongeBob. I mean, it looks just like every other chair. It just might not have the same durability as them. Season 5 wasn't rushed. David Simon and Omar's legend in B More had become too big and they couldn't see anyone killing him, and kids were his only weakness. Omar wasn't able to stay away from B More. I could see that. I mean, it makes sense because he had a code and he wouldn't be paying attention to kids. But honestly, I think more so than anything, it pisses me off that it was Kennard. I hate Kennard. The way he treated Dookie, I honestly thought Kennard. Here's my other thing: the way Michael like pummeled Kennard in that one episode. How hard Michael hit him, and he's a tiny dude in that episode. I thought he was gonna like suffer brain damage and never. I thought we were never gonna see him again, and if we were, he was gonna be like hospitalized. So thinking that Kennard shouldn't even be around, and then having him treat Dookie like shit and get in his face, but then have the bigger kids like jump in and pummel Dookie, and then have him kill. I disliked Kennard. In the beginning, I thought he was like a loudmouth little cool kid, but then he was just an asshole. I didn't like him at all. And the fact that he is the one to put down Omar, ugh, God, horrible. Up. What do we got here? It wasn't. If you've finished The Wire, then where are the videos? Agent Theater 5. I was editing them up today. I finished it last night. I think I finished it Wednesday night, but I figured I'd just let people know because I wanted people to know that I finished it up. So there's no more worries about spoilers or anything like that. I'm not diving too deep into things. You'll see all the reactions. Part 1 will be out tonight. Part 2 and 3 tomorrow. Might get episode 8 out on Sunday. But within the next week to a week and a half, all 4 episodes, the final 4 episodes will be out. I think I only got 7, 8. Yeah, I got 7, 8, 9, 10. So the final 4 will be out. So I'm just telling people, letting them know I have completed the series. Also, do you think you'd consider reacting to I, Claudius? It's 70s and British. I know, but it's still great TV show. Early Game of Thrones. I have never heard of it, I think. Actually, I, Claudius. Actually, someone has mentioned that. Maybe it was you, because I know you've been in chats before, or at least commented with me. I feel like you've mentioned it before, because I definitely heard that. But I will consider it. I'll take a gander. But there is just so many shows. I have at least 5 or 6 that I have started and not finished, or 5 or 6 that I really want to personally start. I still want to finish. I still am very interested in Star Trek. I've never seen any Star Trek show. I've only seen 3 or 4 of the movies, and I've only seen the first episode of Generations. And that's because I did it as a reaction, but I had problems with it because of copyright. I think it was CBS flagged it, or Warner. I don't know. I think it was CBS owns the rights or something like that. I was having a lot of difficulty with Star Trek Generation, like just as bad as Better Call Saul, which is another one. Better Call Saul, I think I figured it out, but now I see so many people reacting to it. And it's one of those things where I'm like, I got other things I could watch. So maybe I'll put it on the back burner. Just so much good stuff, guys. If you finish The Wire, blah, blah, blah. It was sad how Dookie ended up. Oh my God. And you were highly stressed over Bug, huh? Yeah. I mean, like I said, horrible about Bug and the way Dookie ended up. Oh my God. I don't know. I feel like that was weird how they ended Dookie. Like Dookie's smarter than that. I feel like they should have did that, like had the follow-up where Michael drives him up and then Dookie was like about to get out or even gets out and then runs back and's like, Mike, I'd rather take my chances with you. Why not? I don't understand why he wouldn't take his chances with Michael. Granted, Michael is in danger, but he's in just as much danger, if not more, in like a druggy alley. And clearly it didn't work. It was so sad how Presbo knew, like Presbluski immediately knew. I was so happy to see Presbluski and Dookie talking. I missed all the telltale signs. They blindsided me because I'm like, oh, this is great. They're talking, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, wait, why does Dookie look like shit? Oh my God, they made him look just like strung out Bubbles. He had all the same facial like looks that Bubble had when he was junkied out to the extreme. I missed it for I caught it midway, but I should have caught on very quickly that he went the way of Bubbles, but I don't believe he would have done that. I believe Dookie was smart enough, and I believe Michael was smart enough to know that Dookie would have fell into that trap. I don't know. I just did not think that was the way they should have went with that whole thing. It seemed like Michael was basically going for the new. It seemed like Michael was basically going to be the new. Yeah. It looked like exactly. It looked like Michael would be the new Omar and Dookie is the new Bubbles. I guess they were trying to slide new characters in. Maybe Kennard is like the new, I don't know, who's somebody that bumped off a major player. Like maybe he's the new Cheese. Maybe Kennard is like the new Cheese. Like he plays dirty and fucks over the higher guys. Like he didn't kill Prop Joe, but he put everything in motion to have it happen. But Kennard basically, it's not like he fought him man to man or he basically got the jump on him, but for all the wrong reasons. I don't know. Maybe each kid is trying to fit the role of like one of our senior officers that split. Like Randy, I don't know, maybe Randy's the new Cuddy or the new Weebay or something. I don't know. Is that a thing? Did he try to mimic the children after certain people? Like, I mean, Naaman got out. Naaman, I thought that was one shining light. Naaman got out with Colvin. Or Colvin was out, but Colvin was proud of him. I, Claudius, was actually the main inspiration for Rome. I saw Rome, loved Rome. I saw Rome. I saw Spartacus. Spartacus, I love Spartacus. The movie and the show, but mainly the show. I loved Spartacus, the show. Loved Rome, the show. When John Millis pitched it for HBO. Oh, okay. I liked that Michael gave Bug a chance at a better situation. Yeah, that was good. I mean, yeah, but Bug survived. That was smart. But see, that's what I'm saying. How was Michael smart enough to know that Bug needed to be with his aunt to be safe? But he thought throwing Dookie out of the car into Drug Alley was like not a bad idea. Like that was such a bad idea for both of them. If you want to know what you want to watch, subscribe to Watch Mojo. They already discovered what you would want to watch or not, so you don't have to. I watch Mojo all the time. Watch Mojo is probably one of the most watched things on YouTube for me. I use Watch Mojo to get a lot of references to stuff. But however, there's been many a times, like before I finished The Wire, I was watching Greatest Television Deaths. And they literally were like, number 7, The Wire, and I immediately turned it off. I didn't see anything. It didn't spoil anything. But there's certain episodes of Watch Mojo I can't see because they would be huge spoilers for shows like The Wire that I didn't see. I have recently since went back and watched it, and I think they talked about Wallace. I think the death was Wallace. I don't know. It was probably Wallace, which wouldn't have ruined anything because at that point I had already seen the Wallace death when I was going to watch that, but I didn't want to take any chances and have something spoiled. So it would have never ruined anything. But yes, I am a huge fan of Watch Mojo. Oh, shit. Where the heck was I left off? Hey, everyone, I kind of agree with the binge. Where the heck did I leave off? Oh, if you haven't seen Rome, I suggest it. I definitely saw Rome. Now that The Wire is over, do you still think McNulty was out of control or have a little understanding behind his madness? I always understood what he was doing. I just still think he's completely insane. It could have ended horribly. He's just lucky that Carcetti didn't want this all to blow up in his face and was running for governor. If Carcetti wasn't running for governor, I feel like Lester, McNulty, and a lot of other people would have went to jail. Basically, he got saved. So yeah, I still think what he did was batshit crazy, and he just got lucky. But I did fully understand what he was doing the whole time. It all did work out. He got his money. Everyone got overtime. They solved every other case. It was getting cop work done, but it was still highly illegal and unethical and immoral and every other thing you could think of. And Bunk, who is his best friend, was yelling at him the whole time. And Bunk, for the most part, throughout other seasons, was the one who was always like trying to get McNulty to do bad shit. And this time, Bunk was like the most sane of everybody. Greg's went a step further and even turned him in, which I didn't agree with either. I understand Greg's did the same thing as Carver. We've talked about this in, I think, the last episode or the episode before. But Greg's, like, I don't know. There's different ways to snitch. I was okay with Carver snitching on Herc. I was okay with Carver never did snitch on Herc. I was okay with Carver snitching on the other cop with the name. I can never pronounce his name. But I was okay with that because that dude was going to hurt somebody. That dude would probably end up killing somebody, and he was a racist asshole. So I have no problem with that. If you're a racist piece of shit, by all means, everything else goes out the window because you're going to hurt somebody and maybe kill somebody. But like, granted, what McNulty was doing might hurt somebody or kill somebody, but that was not his intentions. He meant well, I guess. I just think it was batshit crazy. So I think what Greg's did was wrong. I do like that at the end, they all kind of she admitted that she turned him in, and they all kind of made good at Kavanaugh's bar. And like she was gonna walk away, and they're like, "What are you doing? Come inside, have a drink." I like that because like I want to see the team together. But I totally disagree with Greg's. I don't know how you guys felt about that, but I was totally not on board with Greg's turning him in. And then what ends up happening? See that like that's why I'm not okay with Greg's, because she turns him in, and Daniels and all of them are like, "Holy shit, this is going on." But they still knew we got to cover this up. Like we can't have this get out. Greg should have known that. But even though Greg's telling them all kind of ballooned it into what it was, which therefore saved them all, and in the end made it all work out, I guess. So by Greg's turning him in, it did sort of spiral it into working out. But it probably would have worked out anyway. And it's still, she didn't know it was going to work out like that. She basically was like, "I don't like this shit," and just turned on her partner. I don't know. I didn't like that. Hey everyone, behind his bed. Hey everyone, I kind of agree with the binge watch effect, but it's easier to quit a TV show whenever you want. If I'm watching a movie, I feel like that's me for the next 2 hours, no matter what. I will agree with that, Jay Skills, that when I watch a movie, I'm pretty much invested and I will finish that movie. I don't think I've ever not finished a movie, as bad as it is. Like, I've seen some bad ones. Like, of recent memory, Mortal Engines is one of the worst movies I've seen in recent memory. I was also a little drunk when I saw it, so maybe I missed some things, but I don't care. That movie was horrible. Mortal Engines, like, dragged on, was extremely long. The special effects were incredible. Don't get me wrong. It looked beautiful, but the story was horrible. The acting was horrible. I don't know. So much of that movie was horrible. I would have walked out of that film, and it would have been probably the first one I could ever remember walking out of. But I had a double feature, and it was meeting people for the next movie and had to be at that theater. So I'm like, what am I going to do? Walk out and sit in the lobby? So I finished it. But I remember spending like the last like 20 minutes on my phone texting friends because I just gave up. Like, Mortal Engines was not a good movie. I'm sorry if people like it. I don't know. Maybe if anybody says otherwise, I'll take a gander again. But I thought that movie was bad. But it was a cool concept and had cool special effects. Another bad one, Head of State with Chris Rock. I saw that in theaters, and half the theater walked out and got refunds. I kid you not. People were actually walking around the theater going, "Yeah, if you guys don't want to see this anymore, we're giving refunds." I'm not even kidding you. That is the only time in my life. And I have thousands of movie stubs. You guys don't believe me? I save every movie stub since I was a kid, and I have thousands of them. I've seen thousands of movies in theaters, and now I have A-list, so I see like 2 or 3 a week. But that is the only movie I could ever remember in my lifetime where the ushers were going around and saying, "If you want, we're giving refunds." When have you ever heard or seen that in a movie? Head of State with Chris Rock is my example. Hey everyone, I kind of agree. Jay, what is that Jason Funko Pop called? I talked about it before. Oh no, no, you were before, Turbo Man, but it is technically called the Jason Voorhees vinyl figure. I guess that's it. I don't know why it doesn't say NES or anything, but it literally just says Jason Voorhees vinyl figure. Why wouldn't it say the NES? Oh, 8-bit. It is the Pop 8-bit. There you go. You can't see anything. 8-bit Jason Voorhees vinyl figure. Sorry, it's blurry. There you go, buddy. Go back up there. Oh, now he's got glare on him. Get out of the glare. Get out of the glare. Oh, shit, he almost fell off. What happened? Why is he there he is. Now I'm going to spend 8 hours. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, Simon spoke about Kennard and told some really sad stories about seeing and meeting kids like him all the time when he was a reporter or writing his nonfiction book, The Corner. Interesting. Fuzzy Dunlop, you are the go-to man on deep information on the show. One would think with a name like that, you may have seen The Wire before. I know you have. You're a very informative gentleman. I enjoy you in our conversations. You actually write a lot of comments too, and inform me on a lot of insider information. Hence my informant. My top 3 hated TV shows. Top 3 hated TV shows. That 70s Show, How I Met Your Mother, and Bob's Burgers. You want to hear something funny? That 70s Show, I've caught in passing. I've seen dozens of episodes, but never understood fully what was going on. And they were all right, but I never watched it by choice. It was always because someone else in the room wanted to watch it. I didn't hate on it, though. How I Met Your Mother, I loved. I don't know why you would not like that, SpongeBob. I would say How I Met Your Mother. I mean, it's not the greatest thing ever. Okay, love is a strong word, but I definitely watched How I Met Your Mother all the way through and did enjoy it as a comedy. But comedy is not my favorite genre, not even my second or third. Comedy is basically like if I just want to kick back, have a beer, and be like pointless, stupid nonsense and just like forget about the world. That's when I watch comedy. I don't dig comedy that often because I like to think about TV. I like to think about my TV shows. I like to theorize. And for the most part, you don't theorize about comedy. I would say my favorite comedy was Community. Community was amazing. Rick and Morty, amazing. Rick and Morty is a perfect example of comedy that is theorized out the ass. I love Rick and Morty. So that is a good example of how comedy can be like story building and theoretical. But things like How I Met Your Mother, I mean, you could theorize about silly things, but for the most part, I only watch comedy just to like relax. But like I said, Community, I love. And Community, I had never seen before. My cousin Chris mainly told me you need to watch the show, and I binge watched all the seasons right before I started reacting, like a year and a half ago. So I'm sad I cannot react to those, but I noticed a couple people, like the normies, are reacting to it right now. And Fail Whale, what's his name? I think his name is Fail Whale with a number after it. I don't know. I watch him. I used to watch his Walking Dead reactions, but he's still subscribed. I'm still subscribed to him, but I don't watch his other stuff. But I think his name is Fail Whale 69, maybe. I don't know. You basically seen all the shows. I would have suggested Oz, Sons of Anarchy, The Sopranos, just finished The Wire, and some of Power. Will you react to regular show? Will you react to regular show? Is that a show? Is there a show called Regular Show? Or is that a typo? I'm not being sassy. I'm actually asking because I feel like that is a show and I've not seen it if it is. But I've seen Sons of Anarchy all the way through. I've seen Oz all the way through. I've seen The Wire now. I've seen Sopranos. Power, I think I'm at season 3. I'm a couple seasons behind, so I have not finished Power. Dookie just wasn't cut out for the life. Dookie equals Bubs. Michael equals Omar. That's what I kind of figured. Was it Fuzzy Dunlop? Was there other characters that were mimicked after kids? Because those are the obvious ones. Like, I can almost think Kennard is like a cheese type character where like he gets the job done, but in a shady ass, shitty way where like you don't like him for it, but it happens. I don't know. I feel like Kennard's got to be mimicked after somebody. Give me one memento, guys. I actually just realized. Give me 1 second. I just want to click on this video. Keep writing stuff. I'm going to keep talking for like at least another 45 minutes to an hour. So I just want to get this. I literally didn't put tags up. I know it's like 2 hours in, but it bothers me in the back of my head. So just give me 1 second. There we go. Boom. It's that easy to do. And I never did it. And like, I don't know if that affects the amount of people in a live stream, but I feel like whenever I write tags, I get so many more people. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to write a little quick thing. Boop, 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 boop. Sorry, guys. All right, done, guys. Sorry about that. I just wanted to write like something so people don't see like nothing there and like, why is this guy talking for 3 hours and he doesn't even tell us what he's doing? So anyway, hold up. I just want to click it on the thing and random videos. So it's got a category. I put, just in case you guys ever wonder, all my live streams, I put in the playlist of random videos and sometimes movie reviews, depending on what it is. So in case you're ever looking for this, that is where they're filed in case you don't want to go through 100 of my videos to find an old live stream. So anyway, back to the original, the chat. Anyway, sorry about that. Hey, Alex Waldman. Alex Waldman, you've been in my videos before, correct? I definitely feel like I've seen your name. Oh my God, that got loud. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing and I went on my own video. Boom. Okay, we're done. Okay. Is there any update? Okay, let me go back now. Sorry about that, everybody. It just bothers me. See, like already like 3. Now this is the most people I've had in the chat. And now for the rest of the chat, I'm going to think for 2 hours, I could have had more people if I just wrote those tags, or it's a clever coincidence. Let's go back. My top 3, I saw that. Dookie. Oh no, I saw that. When Dookie asked Mike if he remembered that summer they got ice cream and Mike said no, that was harsh. Yeah, it was. I almost feel like, I mean, the acting was great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not mocking Michael or Dookie in that acting role, but I feel like that was like a forced conversation. Like, I love the fact that he was like, yeah, remember that? But when Michael was like, I don't even remember it, I almost feel like that scene was forced. Like, they just wanted you to experience what they were experiencing, like that Michael has gone so far in a year that he doesn't even remember his childhood anymore. And I get it. It was deep and it is definitely a good way to reflect on it. But I feel like that wouldn't have happened. I feel like Michael would have definitely remembered that. I mean, I'm talking realistically here, and I know it's a show and they're trying to sum everything up, but I feel like the character of Michael was intelligent enough and smart enough to remember that. Not that you'd have to be smart or intelligent to remember, have a memory, but it was like a year. It was like only a couple, like not even like what, like a year or 2 ago it happened. I just don't believe he didn't remember that. And I doubt Michael was being that deep with Dookie on their final conversation to be like, Duke, I don't even remember that. And then Dookie walks to Drug Man's alley and Michael drives away. I just didn't buy it, kind of. Even though it was a great scene, and I'm not hating on it. And the acting was great. I'm not saying Michael did a bad acting job. I just didn't buy that. I didn't buy any of that. I didn't buy Michael would let Dookie do that. I didn't buy that Dookie would not stay with Michael. They're just smart kids. I keep repeating myself, but they're both smart kids. I would have been like, Mike, are you serious? I'm going to die out in that alley. Like, you think I'm safer there? Like, I'm going to die. They already established that Dookie is like weaker than the rest of them. He's not very strong. He's getting beat up and picked on all the time. Michael is like the only one that defends him and is only like help. He's got no one else. Why would you separate the two? I understand they're probably showing different dynamics of the youth. Like, this guy went to drugs. This guy became Omar. This guy became a killer. But I just didn't buy it with those characters. Even Kennard, I buy that he is a shady little bastard and would kill Omar. I 100% buy that. That is the most buyable child in the show. Kennard was such a dirty bastard about everything he did. He like stole Damon's drugs. He like shit on Dookie and had the bigger kids beat him up. He was known for that. It made sense in the story. It made sense for me for Kennard to be that person at the end. It didn't make sense for me for Michael, or even if Michael was so distraught over the incidents that he was torn by that. Dookie was still the same person. Dookie never strayed from that person until the end. I don't get it. It just didn't, I don't buy it. Maybe there's an explanation that I'm missing. My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic just ended this year since 2009. Really? If that's not a show that needs to be binge watched, I don't know what is. I'm not making fun of you, SpongeBob. I just recently watched a Patton Oswalt stand-up comedy show, and he does like a 10-minute like joke about how he gets really into stuff, but his daughter watches My Little Pony and he can't understand that, but subtly is showing how much he does care about it because he knows every name and storyline and it's part of the joke. But I would have to assume that it is great stuff because Patton Oswalt did an entire 10-minute segment on his stand-up. I don't know if it was an old stand-up or a new stand-up, but I saw it like a week ago and it's fresh in my mind. So I'm not making fun of you because Patton Oswalt I love, and he digs My Little Pony. I don't have any kids. I wish I had a kid because I would binge watch it with my kid. Plus, Michael knew Dookie was weak and would slow him down. Remember, he can't fight. See, Shaquille, that's a good point. But would Michael sacrifice his friend? Like him and Dookie were close. That makes sense that Michael would think Dookie would slow him down. But I don't care. Like, I wouldn't ditch or desert my best friend who was helping raise my little brother. I wouldn't just desert him because I thought he would hold me back. Honestly, I'm the type of guy where if you were that good of a friend of mine, I would take my chances and take you with me. I would take the chance of dying if you were that close of a friend because I wouldn't want to feel responsible. Like if they ever did like The Wire 20 years later, I wouldn't want to feel responsible that I ruined Dookie's life. Not that I'm responsible for Dookie, but who is? Like, no one is there for him. Like, someone's got to be there for him. I would take the initiative. I've done that for friends. I've told people earlier in this conversation, I have lent friends thousands of dollars and never seen it again just because I care about my friends and I want them, like, mind you, some of them aren't my friends anymore, but certain people need help and I'm willing to help people. So I don't know if I would have done that, but that does make sense, Shaquille. One cool thing you could do, probably with a single video, is to react to the Wire prequel shorts. I don't know what that. Oh, you did. Someone did. It was either you or someone else did mention there were those. They were special extras for the DVD. They're on YouTube. They're very short origin stories. Fuzzy Dunlop, I 100% will react to those. Someone else, and probably you, did mention that to me. Is there any update on Adventure Time? Alex Waldman, there is no update yet. I still, believe it or not, am fighting it and writing emails and have still yet to get a response. It is over a month now. There is no response to be had. So what am I going to do? I'm going to do what I said in the beginning, which I didn't think it would still be at this point, but I'm going to have to wait till the strike is lifted. I'm willing to bet it is just a fluke, but I'm not going to take a chance until the strike's lifted. Once the strike's lifted, I'll take another chance on Adventure Time, but I can't risk getting a second strike on the same show because then it might disable live streaming and stuff like that. And that I will not have. So sorry about it. I'm enjoying the show. What I'm going to do though, is I'm going to continue filming them. So when I can drop them, I might just drop a shitload at once. So plan on that in a couple months. When the strike's lifted, plan on having a bunch of Adventure Times dropping. Maybe I'll just make Adventure Time a Patreon show. Steph was saying earlier that some reactors just make certain shows Patreon. Maybe I'll make Adventure Time a Patreon show so I don't risk it. And then once the strike's lifted, I'll throw a couple on. I don't know. You guys let me know. Would you subscribe to Patreon if I had limited shows like Adventure Time that you could only see on there? I'd only put it at like $1 just because, hey, why not? But I mean, it's $1. But like I said, I'm not trying to get rich off of YouTube. I just figured if I'm going to go through all that trouble and throw up full reactions and stuff, might as well do what everyone else is doing and make something of it. The Corner would be a good thing to react to sometime since it's kind of a precursor to The Wire. Steph, I've asked you this 100 times and probably everyone else. I think The Corner had 6 episodes, right? 6 episodes. So it'd be an easy watch. And it's one miniseries, I believe. Greg's snitching didn't sit well with me. I hated it, J-Dub. I already went through that, but yeah, I hated that. That I would say Greg snitching, Kennard killing Omar, but I would buy that, but I didn't like it. But Greg snitching, Kennard killing Omar, and Dookie going to Drugman's Alley. What do they call that place? I know they have a name for it, but I call it Drugman's Alley. Those three scenarios were to me the most annoying parts that didn't sit well with me in the sum it up of the whole series. Laura Prepon from the 70s show went to school with us. Yes, those of you who don't know, that is my brother, Ray. I've said that many times. But Laura Prepon from that 70s show, the redhead, I went to middle school with her. I have yearbooks. Literally, I could show you. I'm not going to waste time getting it now. But next time, if you're interested, I will show you. I have yearbooks from middle school with Laura Prepon. She was a grade above me, but we were all in the same yearbooks, and I knew her very well. I lived in a very small town. We had 40 people from our graduating middle school, 40 people. So even though she was a grade above me, we knew everybody. Like everyone knew each other. So after middle school, though, I think she went to freshman year of high school and then went to acting school and never saw her again, and then popped up in that 70s show. So I wasn't good friends with her, but I knew of her. She grew up in my town. Family, I feel like her family still might live in town. I don't know. I still live in the same town. So if they do, I still live in the same town. You think the new Bad Boys movie will be good? And did you know they were making a Rush Hour 4? I did know they were making a Rush Hour 4. I feel like there's nothing out about it yet except like a little video of Chris Tucker with Jackie Chan saying Rush Hour 4. There might be more than that, but I did know that. I did see Bad Boys trailer, the first one. It looks good. I enjoyed the first two. I'll definitely see 3 opening night, 100%. Huge fan of Will Smith. Watched Martin Lawrence all the time back in the 90s, stand-up comedy, The Martin Show, stuff like that. So, sorry, I had a burp. Big Mama's House. I enjoyed Big Mama's House. I enjoyed all like Blue Streak. What was the one with Tim Robbins? Was that something with money? Nothing to Lose or For the Love of Money? Something with Tim Robbins. That was good. All the Martin Lawrence, they're very similar, but I dig them all. And how do I think it'll be? I think it'll be good, but I also thought Martin Lawrence did not look good. And they acknowledged it in the movie, so I'm okay with it. Will Smith, jacked as always, still looks like he did 20 years ago. Martin Lawrence, someone pointed this out to me. It was my father, I think. And I was like, holy shit, I didn't think of that. Watch the beginning of the trailer of Bad Boys. The way Martin Lawrence looks like he's in the middle of makeup for Big Mama's House. Like he literally has the look where his neck he's got like a fat neck. I'm not going to be subtle. He's got a fat neck and definitely put on weight. And he looks like the beginning stages of makeup work for Big Mama's House. But like I said, I don't hate on it because they acknowledged it several times in the trailer alone. So I'm willing to bet the movie immediately references it. And if you reference it, hey, it's 20 years later. People gain weight. People get old. People get out of shape. I'm not hating on it. I would not like it if they didn't acknowledge it. If they just like went with it and I'm like, wait a second, then it'd be a little weird. But if you acknowledge it and you own up to what you are, I got to give you credit and I got to like it. Regular show is an actual show. Yeah, that's what I thought, Fuzzy. Someone else has mentioned it before, maybe you again, but I don't know what it is. What is regular show? Isn't it an animated show on Cartoon Network? Or am I totally wrong? And yeah, it's called The Regular Show, and it's a wild show like Adventure Time. Okay, then I'm willing to bet it's animated. I'm assuming it's on Cartoon Network. It has been mentioned before. How many seasons? How long has it been around? How many episodes? Because I might consider it if it's short. Not a kid, but Carver equals Daniels. Totally agree with that. Yeah, I was trying to match up the kids. Didn't really think about that, but that totally makes sense. Carver, I say this in my reaction, so I'm spoiling a reaction of mine, but Carver, I think, had the most positive story arc of every cop. Maybe Daniels. Daniels had a sweet story too, went full circle, ended up with Rita, I'm assuming Perlman. They never really explained. I mean, actually they did. McNulty, it basically looks like he's going to be with Beatty. I just saw Late Night. If you guys haven't seen the movie Late Night with Emma Thompson, it was recommended on Collider on Tuesday's episode of this week. And they're like, if you haven't seen Late Night with Emma Thompson, it is one of the best movies of the year. Hilariously funny. It's got the Indian girl from Parks and Rec in it, who is like the main character besides Emma Thompson, but hilariously funny movie. I loved it. So based on that, I watched it, and Beatty from The Wire is Emma Thompson's boss in it. So, guys, I just realized I had a camera in my face the whole time. I hope it wasn't too bright. I'm looking at the screen now, and I was like, holy crap, I just had a bright white light flashing on me the entire time. Apologies. But yeah, Beatty was in Late Night with Emma Thompson, and she was fabulous in it. And honestly, considering how much time went by, looked pretty damn good. She actually looked almost identical to what she did in The Wire. So good for her. I think her name is Amy something. What the hell was her name? Amy, no, not Amy Adams. Amy, her name was Amy something. I'm upset that I don't remember that, but the actress's name was Amy something. Regular show is random throughout the show, but I don't know if the plot developed good. What? I don't know if the plot developed good like Adventure Time. I don't know. Hey Jay, do you have any NECA figures? No, I don't. I know what you're talking about. Didn't NECA usually do a lot of Star Trek? I feel like NECA did Star Trek. I could be wrong. Let me know, Turbo Man. But I feel like NECA was known for their early on Star Trek figures. Maybe Star Wars, older Star Wars. I don't own any, though. I own thousands of vintage Star Wars toys. Probably 3,000 to 4,000 original figurines and upwards of 100 play sets and battleships, some in the boxes. Some of the figures are in the original packaging. I have ridiculous amounts of Star Wars figures and stuff like that, all nostalgic. I also have every single episode 1 and 2 and 3 figure in the box. I was one of those people who jumped on the bandwagon of thinking everything would be collectible, and I still have it packed away. But I only did that because I was a Star Wars fan. I didn't do it to make money. I also have the originals from the 70s and the 80s. Sidner. I also say that in my reaction. I always call him Cinder. I know his name isn't Cinder. I just think it was funny. In the beginning, I thought it was Cinder. Then I caught on very quickly that it was Sidner. But it's hard to, it's like good, like, you know, you do something long enough, you got to stick with it. So I still call him Cinder. I mean, yeah, I still call him Cinder, but I know his name is Sidner. Anyway, Sidner was the new McNulty, basically. Randy was hinted at having become a little Avon, and Spider was kind of the new Bodhi. I could see Spider being the new Bodhi. I guess I could see Randy being the Avon, but very loosely because Randy was hardly seen. But he did have mannerisms and had the guinea tee on, like Avon was always in that white guinea tee. All right, I could see it. I can't argue with that. I mean, it's probably the closest I could see, but I was thinking Weebay, so I was close. When I said Randy, I said I could see him being like a Weebay. Weebay and Avon, always like very smooth rollers, always wearing guinea tees. The last we saw Randy, he was wearing the guinea tee. And when he walked out, he was like, yo, who's going to get these coppers out of my face or something like that? So he definitely had mannerisms like them. I could see the Avon, though. I can't argue with that. Randy couldn't be Avon. Randy was trash and Avon was the man. I can't argue with it, but I see more of Weebay because Avon was too high up. Where Randy, I don't ever see Randy being like a kingpin like Avon, but Weebay was like under a kingpin. I don't know. Like I said, it's hard to argue because who knows? Speaking of Bodhi, R.I.P. Bodhi, I'm still not over that worst death of the show. I ranted about that myself. I hated that Bodhi didn't take cover. I hate when they make, I mean, don't get me wrong. It was a badass scene and he died like a champ, but I hate when they take monumental characters that have been around forever, not just in this show. I'm speaking in general. I hate when they take major players and just for the sake of being like, hey, King Kong ain't got nothing on me kind of things, like Denzel Washington. Granted, in that case, Denzel Washington was dead, so he went out on a high note. But Bodhi could have took cover or ran away. Poot and all of them got away. Speaking of Poot, love that Poot got out alive. And I thought it was funny that he was working in Foot Locker and all that. But I hate when shows or movies have them go out in epic fashion, but it's almost like a Dookie thing where like, I don't believe it. I don't believe Bodhi was a smart dude. Granted, he was a baller and stuff, but Bodhi was a smart dude. I don't believe he would have went out like that. I believe he would have let his better judgment like take the reins, and he would have been smarter about it. I felt like he would have like escaped that situation, or at least duck and covered and fought his way out. Still might have died, but at least would have fought his way out. I feel, I don't know. That's how I felt about it. But still a badass scene, and he died like a champ. He went out with authority. Also, I think Mike did that because he probably thought if him and Dookie wasn't friends or around each other, Marlo wouldn't go after Dookie. Yeah, that's kind of what I said. I get it. But I still feel like, all right, here's Dookie. You have Marlo and Michael and possible death, or drug addict Allie, where you are 99% going to get addicted to drugs or die. Like, that's what I'm like. I don't get. Like, in my mind, it was 100% certainty Dookie would end up a drug addict or getting mugged and beat up and robbed and like taken advantage of every day of his life. And that's if he doesn't get hooked on drugs, but that'll probably happen along with the drugs. It's like, in my mind, it's a no-brainer. Even if Marlo was like, if I see anybody with you, I'm killing them, I would still take my chances with Michael if I was Dookie. I just don't buy it. There is no scenario you could tell me that was better than going to than staying with Michael. Then I don't get it. I go on rants, guys. Sorry, but I mean, that's what the talk's about. What do you like better, It Chapter 1 or It Chapter 2? I believe we talked about this before, Turbo Man, but It Chapter 1 I thought was slightly better than 2, and the miniseries I like better than both, but all of them I enjoy. Jay Skills, sorry if you've already talked about it, but are you planning on going back to Misfits now that you finished The Wire? Jay Skills, I did talk about it, but if you weren't in the room, I 100% am. I hate making promises, but I'm pretty sure one will be out Sunday. So Misfits, Sunday. That is the game plan. Unless something crazy happens, Misfits, Sunday. Episode 3 I'm on? I'm either on episode 3 or 4. But I will get that out. So Misfits will start again. Misfits, and then eventually Deadwood, probably maybe Sunday too, if not next week, Deadwood. Because I got to get rolling with those. So I'm definitely 100% going to get Misfits out Sunday, possibly Deadwood. Where was I? Yeah. Yes, The Corner was a 6-episode miniseries. Thank you. Laura Prepon is one of the stars of Orange. Oh my God, that's right. I did see Orange is the New Black. Maybe the first 3 seasons. How many seasons of Orange is the New Black is there? I've definitely seen at least 3 seasons. And I know this was the last. Steph told me this last time that this is the last season, or was the last season that just dropped. I think that was season 7 or 6. So I'm like halfway through, if that's the case. I totally forgot Laura Prepon was in that, though. She looks so different. And from what I remember, was very good in it. She's also married to Ben Foster now. Really? I love Ben Foster. Are you kidding me? That blows my mind, because Ben Foster is one of my like most unappreciated actors. Granted, he's in a lot of stuff, and he was in what was that most recent amazing movie with the bank robbery? He was phenomenal in that. Why am I brain farting on that? Anyway, he was great in that. He was great in The Mechanic. Not a lot of people have seen The Mechanic, with Jason Statham. Ben Foster was his protege. I love Ben Foster. I think he's a phenomenal actor. And the fact that he is married to someone I went to middle school with is blowing my mind for some reason right now. I wish I was friends with her because I would love to meet Ben Foster. I'm trying to, but I can't see them together at all, although Ben Foster is pretty cool. I love Ben Foster. The way the Bad Boys trailer opened, the car's door thing is something that actually happened on the set of Bad Boys 2 with Michael Bay's Ferrari, and he got super furious. It's in the behind. Really, that's funny. Now that you mention it, I was a big fan of Bad Boys 2. Now that you mention it, I feel like I do remember hearing about that, or I could just be thinking it in my mind, but I'm pretty sure I heard about that. Amy Ryan is Beatty. Thank you, Steph. Pop quiz. What do you do when you walk through the garden? LOL. But out of all 5 seasons, which theme do you like the best? I liked 4. When do you walk through the garden? Pop quiz. What do you do when you walk through the garden? I'm missing the reference. I know as soon as you tell me, I'll get it. But I'm admittedly saying I'm missing the reference, and I would probably pretend I didn't, but I want to know what it is. But out of the 5 seasons, which theme did I like the best? Honestly, I think it was season 3. It was the one with the girls. The girls sang. It was like the girls sang it. It was more like pop. It was like more like a pop beat. I think that was my favorite. I totally just realized I haven't had my phone on me for 3 hours. I just hope my job didn't need me. Let me look real quick. Never mind. No one needs me. No one loves me. But anyway, so yeah, I would say I think it was the girls, but all of them were good. I honestly was surprised that I dug all of them. Sorry, I keep moving. I'm like not centered. But yeah, I honestly liked all of them. I would say 3 was probably the best. Maybe season 2, but I also liked season 2 the best. So maybe I'm being biased because I liked season 2. Randy could be the new Cheese. It's possible, but I see more of a Weebay or Avon since Cheese was his dad. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that. Cheese was loosely said to be his dad, which is confirmed, but it wasn't like confirmed in the show, but people have confirmed that. That is true. So I feel like he does have more mannerisms and acts more like Avon and Weebay, but could be Cheese. I feel like Kennard is more of a Cheese because Cheese, I hated Cheese. I like Method Man and the character of Cheese. I've said this before, like with D'Angelo and stuff. When I say I hate a character, I love the character. Like Cheese was acted perfectly and portrayed perfectly. I just hate him. I hate people like that, but it worked for the show. But yeah, I hate Cheese. You ever thought about reacting to movies too, or just shows? I definitely thought about reacting to movies. I did a watch along for the Motley Crue movie, the Dirt movie. I did a full watch along. It's in my thing somewhere. But if you go to live reactions, if you want, you could do a full watch along with the Dirt, the Motley Crue story on Netflix. I think that's the only movie I ever did a full watch along. But I also said right before Mulan comes out, because I've never seen the Disney animated show movie Mulan. I've also never, believe it or not, I've never seen Avatar. The movie Avatar, I've never seen. So before the live action Mulan comes out and before Avatar 2 comes out, I'm going to do a watch along and review of those movies. So you'll see them when they pop up. I'll post like a thing. Hold up. Now, what a coincidence. Work just apparently they need water at the arcade, but I'm willing to bet they have enough to last the night. So I'll do that tomorrow. I'm trying to find where I am now. So yeah, there will be movies. I also was thinking of doing like retro throwbacks. Like I've never seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Believe it or not, there are few and far between. There are movies, classics I've never seen. I just watched Network last night. I had never seen Network. Someone recommended it to me, and I got done with work early and I literally just popped it on and I watched Network. I thought it was very good. Some people were saying it was the greatest movie they ever saw. Definitely not that in my case, but it was a damn good movie. Definitely liked it. I now get the reference. What was I can't even think of it now. What is it like? I'm not going to take it anymore. Something I'm not going to get in your window and look outside and say, damn it, I'm not going to take it anymore. Something like that. I've seen that referenced in a million things and I never understood what that was from. So at least I got the reference. I don't remember the exact line, but it was something like that. I just saw it last night. So it's like not like I've seen it a million times. That was season 2. The girl. Oh, so maybe that's why I like season 2. The girl singing was season 2. That might be my favorite one. Also, Ben Foster was in 6 Feet Under. That's also what I remember him for. Was he? I've never seen 6 Feet Under. Most of you probably know that because someone's mentioned it many times. I've never seen 6 Feet Under. Another one I should react to. I've heard amazing things. I've heard from countless people that is one of the greatest finales of all time is 6 Feet Under. And I don't know what it is, so I can't really comment on it. Canard is mean and stupid, much like Cheese. That's why I think more of a Canard, because if I had to compare Canard to anybody, it'd have to be whoever pissed me off the most. And Cheese, well, maybe Marlowe, but Canard is no Marlowe. Canard is definitely no Marlowe. So if I got to go based on hatred levels, Cheese is the right balance of child to grown man hatred. When you walk through the garden, you better watch your, oh my God, I should just go to sleep right now. How dare I? I am just horrified with myself that I didn't catch that reference. I apologize. I am, oh my God. And now I'm reading the whole theme song. I am disgusted with myself. I'm just going to leave it at that. Have you seen Den of Thieves yet? Yes. I saw Den of Thieves in theaters. I saw it again when it came out on Blu-ray, and I revisited it about 2 weeks ago because it's on HBO or Showtime. One of those movie channels has had it on like every day a couple weeks ago. So I revisited it again. Love it. And yes, Nick Sabatka is the gang leader of the criminal element. Love it. I'm mad as hell and I'm not. That's what it is. I knew I was missing a key phrase. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. I've seen that pop up in so much media and references and stuff, and I never understood what it was for. So now it's one of those things. I very, very rarely does that happen with me because I've seen so much. Very rarely does it happen with me where I see something where I'm like, oh my God, I get it now. And I've seen so many people say that where they're like, watch something that I've seen a million times and they're like, oh my God, I totally get that now. So it's very rare I feel like that. And last night, it was a nice feeling. It was like, holy shit, after 20 years of watching stuff, I get it. It was some great movies that came out in 2018. Yep. Den of Thieves was great. I love Den of Thieves. That was the one with Ice Cube's kid. Yeah, it was Ice Cube's kid. I thought it was genius. I won't reveal it. I recommend watching it to people who haven't, but there is a twist at the end I never saw coming until like maybe towards the third act. I kind of saw it, but most people would not catch the twist. I think Nick Sabatka is in American Gods now. Did you notice him in Orange is the New Black? Yes, in Orange is the New Black. I do remember from the first couple seasons, Nick Sabatka is the corrections officer, I believe, right? I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he was the corrections officer in the prison. Have you seen older movies like Menace to Society or Shooters or Paid in Full? I definitely see Menace to Society a billion times. Menace to Society. Wait, let me make sure I'm thinking of the right one. Yeah, Menace to Society. I like Menace to Society, New Jack City, Boys in the Hood. All these are amazing, like ghetto type crime dramas that I have grown up with from the early 90s, late 2000s, late 80s, early 90s. Menace to Society. I'm trying to remember. I haven't seen them all in so long. Menace to Society Isn't that the one where Sam Jackson is the guy that runs the arcade slash pool hall? Oh no, that's Juice. I'm thinking of Juice. Juice is one of my all-time favorites. I did see Menace to Society, but I think Juice might be one of my favorite of that genre. I love Juice. Like the end is a little cheesy when the whole, I mean, I won't ruin it, but the kid at the end, you know what happens if you've seen it, and he goes, "You got the juice now." I thought that was kind of cheesy, but hey, it was the last line of the movie. But Shooters, what is Shooters? Is that a movie? And Paid in Full. Give me a little synopsis. I think I've seen Paid in Full. Shooters, I don't know what that is. I don't think I even heard of that. But if it is in that realm, I definitely would be interested. Porn stash, what? Porn stash? They call him? Who's porn stash? Oh, Nick Sabat. Oh, that's right. In Orange is the New Black. If you want to watch a fun and weird 2019 movie, one of the best of this year, watch One Cut of the Dead. I saw that and I started watching it, but it was like I think the copy I got was not subtitled and I couldn't understand what was going on. Is it really worth a watch, Fuzzy Dunlop? It's come up on lots of top tens in recent movie years. It's been on lots of top tens in horror movies. It's been lots in top tens as far as like how films are made, kind of stuff like that. But like I said, the copy I got a hold of had no subtitles, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. 2019 for us, it came out like 2 years ago in Japan. Is it on Netflix or anything now? Because if it's on Netflix, I'll watch it tonight or something. Q Pass, oh, K Pasa 3000. What's up, El Locho? Throwback 80s Killer Clowns from Outer Space review. Just saying, amigo. I'm going to show you something crazy. I'm going to call you K Pasa so people know who I'm talking to. But hello, welcome. It's good to finally meet you. K Paso is a friend of mine from a mobile game. I won't get into it, but very nice to see you. Debs was in here before. I don't know if you just jumped in, but Debs was in here before. If you haven't seen Shooters, you should watch it. One of Bob Marley's sons are in it. If you watch Shooters, can you react to it? And Paid in Full has the person who played Avon in it as the main character. Paid in Full. It sounds so familiar. When did it come out? I'm pretty sure I seen it, but I wouldn't remember Avon because when I saw it, I didn't know The Wire. But as far as Shooters, I mean, if it's worth reacting to, maybe I will. I definitely haven't seen it because I feel like I would have remembered that. So I'll look it up. You saw Train to Busan, didn't you? Zombie movie? Yes, I love Train to Busan. Train to Busan was awesome. But K Paso, I'm going to show you something funny because you mentioned Killer Clowns. We were talking before about how I went to Monster Mania, and these were my favorites. I don't want to break it, so I got to hold up a second. I got a Killer Clowns from Outer Space cutout stand-up. One of my favorite all-time cult classics. I love how the guy cuts them out, too. Like, they're great to put on display. You can, like, put your fingers through them. He, like, literally... I mean, I think it's great. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I was telling people that I buy dozens of those whenever I go to horror conventions, which I go to often. I probably go to 3 or 4 a year at least. So Killer Clowns from Outer Space, one of my favorites. I've probably seen it several dozen times in my life. But yeah, I'm bored with you with that one. Definitely 80. And most, I would say all of, if not 90% of all my movie cutouts that are around my house are 80s, maybe 90s nostalgia. I don't get newer movie stuff because if I get newer movies, I get posters. So I just like getting the cutouts of the cult classic stuff or the 80s horror, like K Pasa, you missed before that. I have like many Friday the 13th ones, many Nightmare on Elm Street ones. I have They Live. Back to the Future, stuff like that. Mostly horror because I get them at horror conventions. Anywho, it's good to see you there, bud. If you haven't seen, shoot, oh, I already saw that. You saw, I assume 2000 to 2002. I think Paid in Full came out. Why don't I remember that? I almost want to look it up. Paid in Full. While we talk, I'm going to look up the IMDb thing because I need to see what it looks like. I definitely feel like I've seen Paid in Full. Paid in Full. Oh, oh no. I remember seeing the box art in the movies, but I didn't see it. It's got Omar. Is that Omar Epps? Who is that? Is that Omar Epps or is that? Oh, that's Mekhi Phifer. Oh, yeah. I just saw 8 Mile the other day again. I've seen 8 Mile a million times. I saw 8 Mile the other day and I'm used to him with the long hair with the dreadlocks. In that, he's got a shaved head. But I definitely remember the cover art, but I did never see that movie. So I didn't see Paid in Full. And Shooters is a great movie. Nice soundtrack too. If you like reggae music, I dig it. Whenever I think reggae and movies, I think of Out for Justice with Steven Seagal. I am so mad, guys. My dad's favorite thing of all time. I might have said this in another live stream, but my dad's favorite thing of all time is Steven Seagal movies. He loves just throwing on like a Steven Seagal movie or 3 in a row and just on his day off. Well, he's kind of retired. Well, no, he's not really. I like to call him retired, but he does more than most. So he literally will just throw on, but all the classics, not like the cheesy Steven Seagal or like the modern Steven Seagal where he's overweight and they basically like speed up the footage and you barely even know it's him. And I'm pretty sure stunt doubles are in half the stuff nowadays, but I'm talking old school Steven Seagal. He'll throw on like 3 movies and just have a full day of Steven Seagal on his day off. And by default, I've learned to love Steven Seagal. But the reason I'm mad is because on Father's Day, which was a couple months ago, I put together a 20-minute segment of every Steven Seagal fight scene and edited them together so well, I thought, that they almost looked like it was one continuous fight. I mean, obviously you could tell because the clothing he's wearing changes and stuff, but it was pretty smooth. 20 minutes of Steven Seagal fighting nonstop. And I kind of figured it would, but it got flagged immediately. And I've tried editing it down so you guys could see it, but it isn't so. And it's probably never going to happen. So when I do finish the Patreon, that might be something it's definitely going to be something I throw up there that you guys could check out. I thought it was hilarious. You wouldn't really be into it if you weren't a Steven Seagal fan, I guess. But if you're an action fan or an 80s action fan or 90s action fan, it is gold. I even threw in, if you catch the reference, in Steven Seagal. Which movie was that? In On Deadly Ground. I'm very into Steven Seagal, as I said. So I'm deep. But On Deadly Ground, Steven Seagal, it's the Native American movie. He fights in the bar the guy who is the bodyguard in The Bodyguard. Before Kevin Costner is Whitney Houston's bodyguard, that actor who plays the bodyguard, he's also in The Last Dragon, Bruce Leroy, as a bodyguard as well, and in many other things. I had On Deadly Ground go into a montage of all the scenes where that guy gets his ass kicked, because he gets his ass kicked in every movie. He's always the bodyguard or the bouncer, but he's never the good guy. He's always like a jackass that has a sarcastic attitude and always gets his ass kicked. So in the midst of the Steven Seagal thing, just because I felt like doing it, I have a montage of that guy getting his ass beat in like 5 different movies. So it was pretty funny, but no one has seen it except my father and me. My father saw it because I gave him the private link. Like I could post videos up privately and he could see it on my account. But beyond that, no one else has seen that. Digging the show. Thank you, sir. Whatchamacall? What's going on with the Dead Don't Die? Is that really happening or was that a joke for April Fools? The Dead Don't Die. It's a movie, right? I saw it. Or is that what you're talking about? The Dead Don't Die. The movie that just came out with Adam Driver in them? I just saw it. It was a decent movie. Is that what you're talking about? Because it's out. You could get it right now. It's Bill Murray and Adam Driver are cops in like an homage to George Romero. It's basically like tons of George Romero references in a zombie flick. Yeah, it just came out like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, maybe a little more. But I saw it when it came out. I didn't think it was the greatest thing ever, but I thought it was a nice like zombie flick, and it was definitely a lot of references to older stuff. Tons of famous people. Carol Kingray from Scrooge, the Ghost of Christmas Future. Was she? No, she was the Ghost of Christmas. She was the Ghost of Christmas Present. Because they went in the sewer. Carol King, who is the Ghost of Christmas Present, plays a zombie in the movie with Bill Murray, which I thought was clever because she was in Scrooge with him. She's great. Loved it. This is not meant to be mean, but I honestly thought she died, and she's dead in the movie. So when I saw her, I was watching it with someone. I'm like, I thought she was dead. And they're like, Jay, she is dead. It's a zombie. I'm like, no, I meant it in real life, but she's in it. Tons, like there's a musician. There's a lot of famous people in it. I'm trying to think of who else like shocked me that was in it. Danny Glover's in it. I don't know, a lot of famous people, but it's worth a watch. Definitely worth a watch. I watched The Dead Don't Die. I can't figure out how much Jim Jarmusch ended up making that. I can't figure out how Jim Jarmusch ended up making that. It wasn't, what did you not like it, Fuzzy Dunlop? I didn't think it was the worst. I'm not saying it was the greatest thing by any means. I own The Dead Don't Die. I haven't watched it yet. I thought it was worth a watch. And I mean, maybe my love for Bill Murray got me through it. I don't know. I honestly thought Bill Murray was going to be in it very short. I thought he was going to have like a cameo. And Bill Murray is by far, him and Adam Driver are the main characters. So that was the other one. You see, this doesn't ruin anything because it's right in the beginning, but you see Steve Buscemi is in a good part of it. Steve Buscemi, I would say, is one of the more major characters. And he, in the very beginning, wears a manga hat, like a Trump hat, only instead of saying make America great again, it says make America white again. And he plays a huge racist that is best friends with Danny Glover. Don't ask me why. Maybe there's like a inside joke there that I didn't get, but he literally has a hat on the entire time that says make America white again, but Danny Glover's his best friend, and they have conversations and everything. It's weird. But I was literally thinking the whole time that I was missing a reference from like something that I wasn't getting. But what's going on? April Fool's. No, that was a real thing. I saw that already. We have 100. Wait, did I miss one? I Own the Dead. We have a haunted trail of terror in Ocean View, New Jersey. This year's theme, freak show. So watching killer clowns for inspiration. I am Ocean View. Where is Ocean View? I am not familiar. I mean, I live in New Jersey, but I'm not familiar with Ocean View. What's that near? Because I might check that out. Have you seen The Mule yet? Oh, yes, with Clint Eastwood. Very good movie. I dug it. I feel like there was a part of it I didn't like, though, but it was based on a true story, right? I think it was based on a true story. So I think there was a part I didn't like, but if it was based on a true story, I guess I have no choice to not like the ending. Well, I can not like it, but Friday the 13th is in the Hall of Fame of Terror. We said this earlier that Friday the 13th is my favorite horror franchise of all time. I'll show people that didn't see it earlier. Besides the Killer Clown one, which you guys saw, these are the most recent additions. I have A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master. Those of you who haven't seen, I just ripped my head off. Those of you who haven't seen, I ripped my head off. Oh, I have The Dream Warriors, which has been in my room for a year or so now. I got Camp Crystal Lake. They're all like the stand-ups. They're all the same stuff, but they all have like little backs so you can hang them up on the wall. But the Camp Crystal Lake sign. Jason Takes Manhattan, my all-time favorite, even though it's the cheesiest of the bunch, probably. Well, I don't know. It's one of the cheesiest, but probably my favorite, just because of the beginning song and the themes involved. And I live in Jersey, so I related to New York as a kid. And this one was probably the hardest one for this dude to like cut out. But the final chapter, Friday the 13th, part 4. The reason I brought those up before was because someone was saying Jason Lives, and I go, isn't that Friday the 13th, part 4? And then I realized I had it sitting right in front of me. So just in case you didn't see those before, Friday the 13th, my all-time favorite horror franchise, followed by Nightmare on Elm Street. And then from there, I don't know. I'm trying to think. What would be my next? Let's go out of the Wire talk and talk more about horror, because we've talked about the Wire for a really long time. And honestly, I didn't even release all the reactions yet. So we're definitely going to have more chats about the Wire. So for now, we'll halt on the Wire. Let's talk about horror. I want to see what horror, and it's nighttime. It's just hit midnight. So let's get some horror talk to scare the shit out of each other so we could all not sleep, and I'll stay up later. Friday the 13th. Oh, here we go. I got a topic for you guys. Talking about Friday the 13th and horror, even though technically it's not Friday the 13th anymore. Who has seen Shudder? There are many Shudder movies. I'm talking Shudder, Shutter, with a Asian woman that is dead that looks very similar to the woman from The Grudge. I've never seen it before, but someone just talked to me about it, and I saw images, and they told me it terrified the shit out of them. And they're someone I know well who does not get spooked like easily. And they're like, dude, if you want to freak out, watch this movie. And I don't want to ruin it because don't even look it up, honestly. Like, you have to I don't know. All I know is I looked it up and the thumbnail ruined the movie for me. It might not ruin it for you, because when I saw it, my friend was right there and he goes, oh my God, I can't believe that they ruined the movie. And I'm like, how does that ruin the movie? Honestly, it probably wouldn't ruin the movie, but because he said something, it clicked in my head and I'm like, I get it. But I heard that is a horrifying film. I'm going to get it. I don't know how to get it. It's like, I think it came out like a while ago, and it's I've never heard of it. So that means it is obscure or rare in itself. Didn't realize it was out yet. She's great. Talking about Carole King. And have you seen the Halloween movie that came out last year? And have you heard anything about part 2? Shaquille, I have seen it. My sister is a massive Halloween fan. I don't want to go out on a limb here, but she might consider that her favorite horror franchise. Me, it's not even in my top 10. I don't hate him, but I watch so much horror that I love so much more. To me, Michael Myers was always more realistic than I cared for. I dig the supernatural. Granted, as they moved on, he got superhuman strength and defied death all the time and stuff. But I go for more like a supernatural, like Freddy, like Invade Your Dreams, Jason, where he could like snap you over his leg and break you in half kind of thing. Mind you, Michael Myers could probably do that in some of his movies, but not all of them. And they kind of like really drifted from the mythology from what I remember. Although they kind of did explain it in The Curse of Michael Myers that it was like a cult thing. I don't know. I didn't really follow them too much, but I've seen them all, and I saw the most recent. My sister, being the massive fan she is, hated the new one. I was like, whatever. I'm not a big fan to begin with. So I was okay with it. And I know they're making a sequel. Don't know much about it, but my sister didn't like it at all. We went opening night. I believe we went with my parents because I don't even think I was born when the first one came out, but my parents were very familiar with it. Jamie Lee Curtis came back. They were very interested in seeing it. So it was me, my sister, and my 2 parents went and saw the new Halloween. Everyone was kind of like, okay, whatever. But my sister did not like it at all. Tilda Swinton is in it. I know. What are we talking about here? I got to go back. Oh, The Dead Don't Die. Oh my God. Yes. Tilda Swinton. This doesn't spoil anything either because it's in the trailer. Tilda Swinton plays like a ninja assassin, so to speak. Amazing. The only nightmare film. I mean, Tilda Swinton. If I didn't love Bill Murray so much, Tilda Swinton probably would have been the best character in The Dead Don't Die. The only nightmare film. Sorry, work text me again. I have to get barbecue sauce in the morning. Where was I now? The only Nightmare film I could watch without laughing is New Nightmare, the best one. Even the original, Fuzzy, I would agree with you, but I think the original falls into that realm too. The original was very creepy and scary. He had a couple one-liners, but it was dark. Whereas every other one was more like a Chucky, like a Child's Play. Like, same thing with Child's Play. The first Child's Play had laughs, but was dark. All the rest were like comedic relief and just got more funny as they went on. Actually, kind of like Friday the 13th. Actually, no. Friday the 13th was like teenage drunken sex and humor. But like Nightmare on Elm Street and Child's Play, kind of like the main characters, Freddy and Chucky, were basically for comedic relief. Jason never was like a comedian. I mean, there are times where he'll like do gestures, like he'll look at something and like you'll laugh. You'll be like, haha, like he made a face or something. But Jason never cracks one-liners. He never speaks a word, and he's not in it for the laughs. But Freddy and Chucky are. But I would still say Nightmare on Elm Street Part 1 was definitely scary. Like when he's going down the alley and his arms stretch out and he's clawing the sides and stuff, that was pretty scary, especially for a little kid. I was like young when I saw that. But yeah, A New Nightmare, I would definitely say is the scariest. I might give you that. I might say The New Nightmare is the scariest. Like, it was dark and they used a whole new concept for Freddy. If you guys weren't in the room before, right now on my TV, I have Freddy's Dead. I know everyone thinks that's the worst, but I like Freddy's Dead. The Goo Goo Dolls, right? The opening theme, or it's the Goo Goo Dolls song in the beginning. And I dug the whole thing. I dug the whole theme. I don't know. Breckin Myers in it. Isn't someone else famous in it? I just started. It's literally I just started watching it, but I think someone else. Wasn't it like? Isn't it River Phoenix? Wasn't River Phoenix? I don't know. I think I'm wrong. I don't know. But Breckin Meyer is in front of me right now, so I just thought that was funny. Robot Chicken Guy is in Freddy's Dead, and he was also in Where's Ronnie? My brother knows this. If you guys like comedians and Rodney Dangerfield especially, treat yourself right now and go on YouTube, because I would show you, but I don't want to get flagged and have my live stream banned. Go type in Where's Ronnie? It was a 1990 sitcom. One episode aired, a pilot, and that was it. And it is Rodney Dangerfield. That a kid is so obsessed with Rodney Dangerfield, he says, "Where's Rodney?" And Rodney Dangerfield himself teleports to his location. No one else could see him except this kid. And he gives the kid advice. And it's called Where's Ronnie? It is the most amazing theme song ever. And I mean that sarcastically. Go watch it. It is amazing. I just found out about this like a couple days ago and it blew my mind. Certain things, I told you, certain things escaped me. And I love Rodney Dangerfield, love television, love nostalgia. And I never heard of this. Do you prefer slasher films or paranormal horror film? Oh, wait, I missed one more comment. Oh, no, a couple. Hold up. Oh, no, there we go. You saw Train to Busan, didn't you? Oh, I did see. Okay. Do you prefer slasher films or paranormal horror films? Oh, I don't know. I like them both enough where it's kind of a toss-up, but it depends. Let me go like this. If it's nostalgia, I like slasher. If it's new, I like supernatural paranormal. Because I feel like back in the day, they didn't do such a hot job with paranormal and supernatural because of technology, whereas slasher was easy because of practical effects. Whereas nowadays, I don't like that they're using technology to do the effects in slasher films. I want to see more practical effects. So I'd have to say, based on the year, I dig slasher films old and paranormal new, but I dig them both. I've seen both Shutters, the original and the remake. I didn't know there was. Oh, Steph. So maybe the one I'm talking about is the remake. When is the original from? Because the one I'm talking about that my friend showed me was like 2004, which I think is what Fuzzy Dunlop's talking about. Is that what you're talking about, Fuzzy Dunlop? Fuzzy Dunlop. 2004. Is that what you were saying, or is that another film? Because I feel like the Shutter movie I'm talking about was 2004. One of my favorites is Cube. Kind of sci-fi horror. Love Cube. I have all of them. I think there's 4. There's Cube. There's Cube 2. Then there was like Cube Zero or Zero Cube or something. I think there's 4. I could be wrong, but there's definitely 3, and all of them were great. Like, you have to think, and they're puzzle solving, but none of them beat the original. I don't think. I think the original was fabulous. They should make a remake of that. I guess they kind of. I mean, if you guys have seen, what was the new movie that came? What are those places called where you go in and you got the escape room? The new movie that came out, was it called Escape Room? But it was kind of like a cube type thing where they kept going from room to room and they had to solve or they die. I feel like it was called Escape Room. I just saw it recently, but I don't remember. I think they're making a sequel to it too. Huge Carpenter fan. I love John Carpenter. I do too. Saw him in concert too. Yes, I know he wrote all the music for, not all the music, but he wrote a lot of the music, including the theme to Big Trouble in Little China. He does a lot of music for his movies. John Carpenter is a very interesting fellow, a little eccentric, seems like he's out of his mind in the things I've seen him in. But hey, the guy makes creepy horror movies, so you got to assume that's how the dude is. But I love John Carpenter. Love Halloween. Hated the new one Carpenter made, the soundtrack. Oh, that's right. And I think his daughter was involved in the new one. John Carpenter's daughter was involved in the remix version of the Halloween theme, I believe. I'm almost positive. So it was top notch. Just pretend like they only made the soundtrack for that. But like I said, I'm not a fan of. Like I said, I don't hate Halloween. It's just I watch so much horror. It's not in my top 10 franchise. Michael Myers was a brute in the new one. He killed that kid in the car. I was like, dang, he doesn't discriminate with his victims. This film, the whole theater was shocked. When he stomped on the head, Shaquille, you know what I'm talking about. When he stomped on the head, they clearly showed this dude had superhuman strength. But that's what I'm saying. They kind of like, especially considering they discounted every other Halloween, and this is a direct sequel to the first one, they upped his strength level fold and don't explain it really. So I don't know. I just didn't. Granted, we got Freddy who travels through dreams and Jason who's like a little kid that drowned in a lake and grew up to be a 6'8" monster, but they at least explained themselves. I feel like they didn't explain it. Maybe they did. I don't know. I wasn't a fan of the new one. Like I said, it was okay in my mind. The more I rewatch the original Nightmare, the more I find things that bother me. I tried to watch the new Child's Play because of Mark Hamill, but it's so awful and unlike Fuzzy Dunlop. My sister and me just watched it again, and I saw it in the theaters. I can't almost get past the look of Chucky. It is disturbing and awkward, and it wasn't like you get used to it. I never got used to it, but I still thought it was a decent remake in the sense of how they went with it. I was okay with it. I didn't think it was the worst thing, but the original is definitely the best. But I actually was okay with the new Child's Play. I thought Mark Hamill did all right. The song he sings is very catchy, like the Buddy theme song. Very catchy. I don't think it should be any more. I don't think there should be any more Chucky movies. He scares me. He scared me as a child, but Bride of Chucky was the last good one. Haven't taken him seriously ever since. I thought Bride of Chucky was okay. Seed of Chucky, I thought was so disturbing. Like, it wasn't the worst thing I ever saw. I've seen a lot of shit. I've seen a lot of bad things. But the Seed of Chucky was really disturbing. The voice they gave to the child of Chucky, he had like some weird accent. It was very disturbing. The whole element of Chucky impregnating and her getting pregnant. Sorry, guys. I should probably take a break and get a drink. But yeah, the whole element of her being pregnant and the whole conception, everything was bizarre. The Seed of Chucky was insane. But then they came out with The Curse of Chucky and The Cult of Chucky. I thought both of them were well done. Have you seen them? I forget which one came first, but The Curse of Chucky, I think, was the one with, The Curse of Chucky. I cannot remember. No, The Curse of Chucky, I believe, was with the guy who did the voice of Chucky's daughter, and The Cult of Chucky was where Andy came back, the original Andy from the first one, and they all tie together. I thought that was incredibly clever. So I don't know if any of you guys have seen that. But if you want to see a movie where they tie every Child's Play movie together, except the new one, of course. Oh, wait, no. I believe, is that one canon? I don't know. That one even might be canon. But the Cult of Chucky, which was the last one, I believe, before that, ties them all together, brings back Andy from the original, the babysitter from the second one, and I believe there's like little Easter eggs throughout. But I thought that was one of the better ones. Probably the second one next to, I always love the original the best, but I think that might be the second best Child's Play movie. One of the scariest, I think, as a kid was Poltergeist. Very scary. Yeah, the pool scene with the skeleton. Yeah, the whole ending where the cemetery was coming up out of the ground. Horrifying. 2004 is the original from Thailand. An American remake came out in 2008. Okay. Now I'm trying to think of which one my friend showed me. Because I think the one my friend showed me was 2004. Well, I didn't see it, but like the images he was showing me, I think was from 2004. Gonna have to look into that. I didn't realize there were two of them. I like The Escape Room. If it's a sequel, if there's a sequel, I'll watch it. I'm almost 100% sure they announced there's a sequel to Escape Room. It did very well from what I remember. It was a very low budget, was very successful. I'm going to keep asking if you've seen Train to Busan as a zombie movie from Korea. Oh, Steph, I thought I said yeah. I definitely said yeah. You must have missed it. I 100% said yeah before, Steph. I said I seen Train to Busan. I said it real quick, though. I went through real quick before I said Train to Busan. I saw it. I love it. Great movie. So you might have missed it, but I definitely did answer, Steph. I apologize if I said it quick. But yeah, way back before we even talked about Dead Don't Die, I believe. I definitely said it. I think it was before Dead Don't Die. But Train to Busan, amazing. One of the best zombie movies I've seen. Everything about it. Even like the ending and everything about it was great. Great. His head turned into a busted pumpkin. Yes, he did. After Michael stomped on it. That was a brutal scene in the new one, the new Halloween, brutal scene. No problem, Steph. By all means, if you need to repeat yourself, because I probably do miss stuff here and there. So, especially you, Steph, you could ask me all you want. You could ask me again if you want. Did I see the Train to Busan? Yes, I did. It is amazing. Everyone in it was good. The acting was good. The special effects were great. The action, the ending. I thought the ending was good. I liked everything. Good stuff. I don't understand why they CGI'd Chucky. He's just supposed to be a doll. I know. Well, Fuzzy Dunlop, I don't know how far. Did you watch the whole movie? Because they do explain the reason he's like that is because he's AI robot and they needed to make his head so big so that he could have the camera in him to see, like, because he's supposed to be a toy. So they explained it, but I still don't like it. And it's awkward and weird as shit to look at. But they do explain why it's like that if you buy that explanation. Put it this way. We're talking a horror movie where a doll comes to life and murders people. They could have made it a doll that had AI and no one would have. You might have had some smart asses commenting like, how do you got AI in a doll like that? But I feel like the fandom would have been much happier with a more Chucky looking doll and just accepted the AI fact. But hey, apparently we don't have a choice anymore. Oh my God, I've just seen that Jimmy Macram has started Banshee. Steph, how far is he in it? See, Banshee was one of the ones I was considering because I was like, no one's doing it. I think Sith Furion did Banshee too, didn't he, Steph? Who's done Banshee and how far in is Jimmy Macram? Because I'm kind of upset I didn't watch it now because I wanted to jump on it before other people did. He just put up the first episode. Damn. And I love Jimmy Macram. But I can't watch it because I can't. I want to watch Banshee first. I just turned 26. I didn't get into the paranormal horror films till I was 17 when Insidious came out. The Insidious films are the best paranormal films to me. They actually help. They actually had jump scares. Insidious was great. What am I thinking of? Is it Insidious? What is the one with the guy that sees himself in the image? Is that Insidious? I get so confused with some of them sometimes. There's like the one where the videotapes and they watch the videotapes and it's like videotapes of families dying. Is that Insidious? Because if that's Insidious, I 100% agree. Whatever one I'm talking about is one of the scariest horror movies in recent times. We're like, it looks like almost like The Undertaker, and he's got like clown makeup or something. What the hell is that? That's got to be Insidious. That's Sinister. I think Sinister is at least is there more than one? I think I've only seen one maybe, but Sinister I thought was incredibly horrifying. Like, not even like I mean, the entity himself is scary, but just the thought that there is a person or a thing going around making videotapes where families are killing themselves and death and stuff. It was almost like a spin on The Ring where you watch a tape and you die, but it was like a different spin on it. I thought Sinister was very scary. Insidious is also scary though. Insidious is the one with the red-faced demon guy, and they go into like the other world, right? I think it's got, but it's the same guy from The Conjuring, isn't it? So many of those movies are similar in my mind that it all gets mixed together. But I'm pretty sure the husband from The Conjuring is in Insidious, maybe. And it's the one where they have like the dreamlike world where like everyone is standing still and they kind of walk through it, and like it's like dead, like a dead, like purgatory type world. I don't know, guys. I get so confused with some of these. Like the newer ones I get confused with, because most of those I've only seen once or twice. So it's like I need a couple more watch throughs till they fully flesh out in my mind. Have you seen the new Annabelle movie? If so, would you recommend? I liked the first Annabelle. I think the second one sucked. Shaquille. I started watching the new Annabelle. I think the first Annabelle and the second Annabelle were pretty good. I started watching the new one and I fell asleep. I don't know if that's because I was extremely tired or the movie sucked, but I definitely won't say it sucked because I'm not sure. And I don't remember much about it. I think I fell asleep really early in and I was exhausted. So I can't honestly give my full opinion. If anyone else has seen it and could give their opinion, I would be interested myself, because I've never been inclined to go back and finish it because it just didn't really, I mean, the 5 or 10 minutes I remember, it was like kind of slow moving and stuff. And I also heard it was the least successful of the Annabelle films and also the least liked. So Annabelle, I did think Annabelle had good jump scares though. Annabelle, especially the first one, I thought was pretty good. Second one was good too though. Sith Furion is in the 3rd season of Banshee. The only other reactor who's done it, some French channel with those 2 dudes. I know exactly what you're talking about. Is it the 2 French dudes that are doing the Lost too right now, where they took like a huge break in between? I was watching them for a while, but then they like stopped doing Lost for like months and recently came back. I'm pretty sure that's who you're talking about, Steph. I cannot remember their names. I only watched them because of Lost. The one guy is really annoying. The one guy who's watching, the one guy's seen Lost. If you've watched what I'm talking about, Steph, the guy who's seen Lost already, I dig him. But the guy who hasn't seen it, he comes off extremely annoying. And I might too. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to make fun of people, but like that dude, like something about him, he's extremely annoying. I noticed that Mike Flanagan is the guy who made Dr. Sleep. He also did The Haunt. Oh, that's right, Steph. Someone was telling me this the other day not someone was telling me. I was watching this in a podcast, and they said the same thing. They're like, I have very high expectations for Dr. Sleep because it involves a giant hotel and stuff like that. And the guy that's doing it is The Haunting of Hill House, which had the giant house, which is kind of like a giant hotel. Very creepy feels, similar like atmosphere, I'd say. So when I heard that, I have such high hopes for Dr. Sleep, because The Haunting of Hill House, I think I said this in the last live stream, but The Haunting of Hill House is one of the best television shows I've seen in years. It is so consistently good and only gets better and better and better. And some of one, if not 2 of the episodes are one of like the best episodes of television I've ever seen in like years. Highly recommend The Haunting of Hill House if you haven't seen it, especially October coming up, Halloween. I recommend you guys watch that if you haven't. I wish I could react to that. That's another show I finished right before I started doing this stuff. I finished that. I highly regret it. But shit happens. I like Sinister. It's at least 2 of them. I've seen them both. Okay, I don't know if I've seen, I definitely saw Sinister 2 now that I think of it. It went along with the same theme. I think they had a twist at the end. Wasn't as good as the first, but still scary. Do you think they could pull off another Scream movie, or you think they should leave it at 4? See, that's a rough one because Scream 4 was actually good. Like they actually did. A lot of people consider Scream the ultimate franchise because a lot of people, even though I thought 3 was okay, a lot of people say that Scream is the perfect franchise. Like that 1 through 4, not a single bad one. Like every franchise has 1 or 2, maybe more bad ones. Everyone, like most people I talk to in the circle of horror friends I have, consider Scream the perfect franchise. Like they're like 3 might be borderline, but they still consider it a good movie. Like I said, most horror franchises have a bad one. I'm trying to think of some that don't. Like in my mind, there's no bad Friday the 13th. There's very cheesy ones. Okay. See, even Jason X. I think Jason X was not good, but they took a chance and it had awesome kills. Like there was at least 2 or 3 awesome deaths in Jason X. I see people rank some of the kills in Jason X in the top 10 of all time. So even if it was a bad movie, I still can't say it was a waste of a film because you took something out of it. But I don't know. What do you guys think? I heard Scream. I hear many, many people say Scream is the perfect horror, not the best horror franchise, the perfect horror franchise. They're not saying it's the best. They're saying that there's not a bad one. But to answer your question, I'd be afraid. I don't feel that. I don't feel it's a perfect franchise. I feel that 3 might have slipped a little. I still like it. I don't hate it. So I guess I would be agreeing because I don't hate it. I do like it. But I also, like I said, I like all the Friday the 13th. I like all the Nightmare on Elm Streets. But I'd be afraid for those people that think it's the perfect franchise that a 5th one might ruin that. But would I mind it? No. I love Scream. I love the franchise. I wouldn't mind a 5th one. Take a chance. Let's see what happens. And although Wes Craven is dead, so Wes Craven could not be part of it. Wes Craven did do Scream 4, right? That was before he died. Yeah, that was before he died, right? Now I'm confusing myself. Yeah, Wes Craven did Scream 4. Do you think The Haunting of Hill House was so good? I agree. Oh my God. As soon as I saw like the first like 3 or 4 episodes, I got on the phone and I was like, my brother, my sister, everybody, I'm like, you need to go home and watch this right now because if you don't, I'm going to start telling you spoilers because I need to talk to people about this. And this is before I did this. See, now that I have this, I don't have to bother people that don't want to be bothered. My brother and sister could take their time with things. They could jump on if they want. But I was obsessed with Haunting of Hill House. I would like to see another Wrong Turn movie. Shaquille, how many of those are there? I feel like there's at least 6, and I think I've seen all of them. But yeah, there are a lot of wrong turns. And honestly, they're like kind of like the Hills Have Eyes type theme going on. They're all guilty pleasures. I dig them all. I'm trying to think of an obscure horror franchise that I really... Puppet Master. Puppet Master are so cheesy and corny, and even the first ones, the CGI and the effects are horrendous in some of them. But like the Puppet Master, then they had Demonic Toys, and then they had the crossover, and then made sequels of the crossover. And they're still making Puppet Masters, but they're going very much into Nazis recently. I don't know why. The last like 2 or 3 Puppet Masters have dealt with Nazis. I mean, I think the Puppet Master himself is a ex-Nazi or a German. I can't remember. I haven't seen it in so long, but I feel like it had something to do with that, but they never went full on Nazi. It was like always like, oh, it was like the guy made them, but now the puppets just go around killing people. I feel like the last couple Puppet Masters have focused very deeply on the Nazi aspect, which I don't get, but I still watch them all. And Demonic Toys, I feel like Demonic Toys was done even a little better, but didn't last as long. But then they crossed over and had the Puppet Masters too. Weird franchise. What else is there that's weird? You got what's that Victor Crowley? Is it Victor Crowley? I think it's Victor Crowley. What is that one? Kane Hodder played the guy. I can't think of it, with the mutated slasher guy in the woods. They've been a bunch of those. What else is major? I'm trying to think. I have so many things. I'm like mad that I can't think. I'm trying to look around my room. Oh, we got Evil Dead. Love Evil Dead. I have my sister too. Me and my sister are massive fans of Evil Dead. I got Army of Darkness right next to me here. It's a massive poster signed. I can't take it down and show you guys. I've showed it in a live stream before. I've tilted the camera, but I don't want to mess up the thing. But love me Army of Darkness. Love me Evil Dead. Ash and the Evil Dead was phenomenal. Bruce Campbell is going to be at the next Monster. I think it's, I don't remember if it's Monster Mania or HorrorCon, but in Massachusetts or Connecticut. Is it Connecticut? I think it's Connecticut. I'm going to Connecticut in a month. Bruce Campbell is there signing autographs in costume as Ash, I believe. I know he's there signing autographs, but I believe he's in full Ash costume. Could be wrong about that, but I'm literally going solely for Bruce Campbell. All the horror cons I've ever been to, I've never met Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell is probably second to Robert Englund, who I'd want to meet horror-wise. Robert Englund, I met less than a month ago at HorrorCon. I mean, Monster Mania. Bruce Campbell's next on my list. I didn't get my Freddy glove yet. Those of you who watched the last live stream, I went to Monster Mania a couple weeks ago and I ordered a exact replica Freddy glove from the guy who makes the gloves for Nightmare on Elm Street back in the day. It was hundreds of dollars. And the guy, Robert Englund, was at the event. So the guy said it takes 4 to 6 weeks. I think it's approaching 4 weeks. So I'm going to have to hit this guy up and see. He said that he was really backed up. So it's probably going to take closer to 6 weeks, but I got to hit him up and see, because I paid him cash in full and I got a receipt and everything. And the guy is very well known in the industry, but I don't want to like drop the ball on that and have him forget. Like, I got to touch base with this guy. But as soon as I get that glove, I'll let you guys all see it. The Hatchet movie. Yes, that's Victor Crowley. But yes, I'm a big fan of movie props. Got me I got $1,000 lightsabers. I got the cowboy hat from Justified. I got all sorts of crazy movie props, not just horror, movie props in general. Big fan, guys. But anyway, where are we? I would like to see another Wrong Turn movie. Talking of Halloween shows, did you get around to watching the first episode of Dead Set? I completely forgot about it, Jay Skills. Wait, no. Dead Set. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about now. That was the one that you said that was like Black Mirror. I totally forgot. Gonna have to check it out. I'm going to write it down on my thing. Here, I'm going to put it in my phone so I don't forget. Notes. Dead Set. Dead Set. All right. Sorry about that. I actually do want to see that. That's why I got set a little note for myself. Haunting of Hill House was surprisingly good. Best new show last year. Definitely. Honestly, the two that come to mind, some of you might not agree, but Cobra Kai and Haunting of Hill House are the first two shows that immediately come to mind in recent years that I think are fabulous. Cobra Kai, all about the nostalgia and everything, but it is just a damn good show. And Haunting of Hill House was just a masterpiece. I just really liked Cobra Kai personally. I could see why people wouldn't like it, but I think it's done amazingly, and it's 80s nostalgia written all over it. Everyone's come back at this point almost. Elizabeth Shue is 99.999% confirmed for season 3. I believe she already said it, but I'm not positive. But I eventually think they're going to bring back Chosen from part 2. They're probably going to bring Hilary Swank at some point because they're saying that's even canon. I can't wait to see how far they go with that, but it is always doing good. And those of you who have not seen it, it is free now on YouTube. Season 1 and 2 are both free on YouTube, or at least it was a couple days ago when I saw it. They were shooting up things every day saying, if you haven't seen Cobra Kai, every episode of season 1 and 2 are free. But it said like temporarily. So maybe it's not anymore. But jump on that if you haven't seen it and it is still free, jump on that. The Haunting of Hill House was surprisingly good. As a big Scream fan, 3 is absolute trash. Good, Fuzzy Dunlop. I'd have to rewatch it again, but I know I didn't love it, but I definitely think it's the worst. And that's the one that I keep going to where I'm like, how do you say it's a perfect franchise? There's 3. Even if it's not the worst thing or the greatest thing, it's borderline. You can't call it a perfect franchise. I thought 3 was not great. And you being a major fan, I would have to agree with you. Kevin Williamson didn't write it because New Line wanted to tell him what to do. Scream 4 is okay, but he didn't write the full script for the same reason. Oh, wait. What was it? Wanted to tell him what to do. Scream 4 is okay, but he didn't write the full script for the same. Okay, I got you. Has anyone, but like I said, I would agree with you. I don't probably dislike it as much as you, but you're also a bigger fan than me. That'd be like, I'm a Star Wars fan. That's like, I totally hate on how they did The Last Jedi with Luke Skywalker, but that's because I've been watching it since the 80s as a child. And to me, they ruined my movie. But I know some fans that are casual fans that are like, what? It was cool. I don't care. Yeah, you don't care because you didn't grow up with Luke Skywalker for 30 years of your life. I don't know. Some people from back in the day might like it. I just did not like that one. I didn't hate it with a passion like some people, but I dislike how they handled Luke Skywalker. Has anyone seen Kingdom? It's that Korean zombie series on Netflix. I haven't even heard of it, Steph. Interesting. It's on Netflix. I might check it out. I just want to make sure I wasn't stepping on the mic. Yeah, it's like 6 of them that we're talking about. Wrong turn. There's about 6 of them. There's definitely 6. I know that for sure because I'm pretty sure I have them all. I'll buy cheap B-list horror just for support of the genre, but I know I have 6 of them. So there might be a 7th, but there's definitely 6. Ooh, my favorite one might be the 4th one where they were stuck in the asylum during the blizzard. Yes, I remember that one. In my mind, they're all cheesy goodness. The Hatchet films, is that your yeah, that's what I was thinking of with Victor Crowley. Those are all right too. They're decent modern day slashers. I think Kane Hodder plays Victor Crowley in all of them or most of them. Definitely in the first 1 or 2. Where can I get me one of those Kruger gloves? Jay Skills. What the heck was the guy's name? I'm going to have to find the info. Jay Skills, hit me up on a comment in one of the videos I do tomorrow or something and ask me again and I'll find it and I'll write it in the thing because I don't know where his business, I have his business card somewhere and I got to call him tomorrow anyway. So if you're interested tomorrow, I'm going to definitely throw up a Wire video and I'm going to finish the episode 7 and 8, probably do Misfits in one of my videos coming up right in the comments and I'll slip you the info for anyone who wants it. Cause I got his business card and that's what he does for a living. He literally manufactures any Freddy glove, any movie, any specific scene. He even had on display at the convention, the Nintendo Power Glove, the Freddy Nintendo Power Glove. He also had the syringe gloves. He had them at the event. They get pricey though. Like the Nintendo Power Glove was an actual Nintendo Power Glove that he put realistic sharp, like they're actual sharp blades. Like you can cut with these blades. They're like the real deal. And he literally had the exact replica of the Power Glove from the, what was that? I think it was Dream Master, right? I'm shocked that I have to ask that. I think it was the Dream. Oh, wait, no. Now You're Playing with Power. No, that was Freddy's Dead, the one I have on right here. Now You're Playing with Power. Yeah, Freddy's Dead. So he had that, the syringe one from the Dream Warriors. Every glove you can imagine from any Freddy, he will make for you. The Nintendo Power one was the most expensive. I think it was $850. So almost $1,000. The one I bought, I think was $400. The syringe glove was $650, but they're professionally made by the guy who does them. So it's like, it's good stuff. I cannot believe I've been on for almost 4 hours again. I love people are texting me because I got a shopping list for the arcade tomorrow. And apparently, no one texted me in the first 3 hours. Then I look at my phone. They're out of water. They broke the barbecue sauce bottle. I would show you the picture. Well, I was almost going to say I'd show you the picture, but I don't want to get copyrighted. Check this out. They snapped the top of the barbecue bottle. I don't know how well you could see that, but they're literally sending me images. And they said someone broke the vacuum. So no one texted me for 3 hours. And then the last 40 minutes, everything went to hell. But the arcade closes in 20 minutes. So I'll deal with all that tomorrow. But anyway, where was I at? I don't even remember. But yeah, Freddy Krueger gloves. I'll send the info on a comment tomorrow, whoever wants to know. Black Mirror one, it's all good. You're a busy man with all these shows and you're not doing this full time. Just happy you'd consider it. Jay Skills, you are a gentleman and a scholar. If you are a man, I don't know. Jay Skills, I'm assuming you're a guy, but that could be a girl too. Very, very hard to interpret. I think I'm assuming you're a guy because my name is Jay and it's like Jay Skill. I don't know. What you think? Is my brother still in this room? Ray, are you still in the room? Or my sister, Doma, you in here? Because I feel like they left, but we've still managed to stay in double digits this whole time, even though it's like, oh yeah. Oh, Steph, you're going to sleep? I guess Ray still is here. I think I'm going to head to bed. Got to go to work early. Steph, it was awesome. Have a good night. I know I missed some comments in there. I'll go back. I just want to see if Ray and Steph's leaving. Good night. Ray, you're still there, obviously. Where was I? What do you think about another Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie? The 2004 film horrified me. That's my favorite one. Was that the remake with Jessica Biel? The 2000. I'm off with that year. I feel like that's the one with Jessica Biel, right? I thought that one was good. If that's the one you're talking about. But what do you think about another Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Didn't they make? See, I'm trying to remember. Didn't they just recently come out with another Texas Chainsaw movie? If they did, I didn't see it, but I feel like that's a thing. Someone let me know about that. I feel like they just recently, or maybe they just recently announced it, and that's what I'm thinking of. But I could have sworn they either just announced it or just came out with another Texas. And was there a sequel to the Jessica Biel one? Because I felt like that was well done, but I can't remember. Bruce Campbell was on Michael Rosenbaum's podcast a while back. He talked about making shorts in Evil Dead with Sam Raimi when they were young. He said they were completely stoned during Evil Dead. I could completely see that. I mean, if you look at the way those movies were shot and stuff, genius by today's standards, but that was some crazy shit they did back then. Like, who would have ever thought to do that? Like with the camera flying at you and like the tree raping the girl in the original and stuff. They had some off-the-wall crazy, like horrific gore, like the characters and the practical effects. Reminded me a lot of Dead Alive. What was it? Peter Jackson's Dead Alive with the gore and violence and the practical effects with the mother in the basement and stuff. Crazy stuff. Dead Alive was a good one. I think that was Peter Jackson's second movie because he did. What was the one that Peter Jackson did with the rat? Was it Hannibal? No, not Cannibal Holocaust. Was it Cannibal Holocaust? Did Peter Jackson do Cannibal Holocaust? What am I thinking of? I think I'm thinking of Cannibal Holocaust. Not sure about that. You got it, Jay Skills. I'll send that. Yeah, just comment like I said, and I'll get you. The Texas Chainsaw 2013 film was all right, but got cheesy towards the end. And I did like the Leatherface movie. I have hiccups. I did like the Leatherface movie that came. Oh, so that's what it was. There was a Leatherface movie in 2017. It showed why he started wearing the mask. Did I see that? I vaguely remember seeing that, but maybe it was in a trailer because I don't remember seeing the full movie. I think I saw the trailer for that. How was Leather? Well, you just said it towards the end. I did like the Leatherface. All right. I think I'm going to head to bed. Saw that. I'm a guy. I changed my avatar, so you probably didn't recognize me from last week. Ah, okay. I definitely remember your name, Jay Skills. 100%. I remember chatting with you. I just probably that's the icon that threw me off, but I 100% remember you. I changed my avatar, so you probably didn't recognize me from last week, but we figured out we were about the same age. Sucks to me. Oh, so I probably had this exact conversation. I definitely remember talking to you, but I don't remember that. I probably had the exact same conversation with you. Peter Jackson did Brain Dead. Isn't Brain Dead the other name of Dead Alive? I think Brain Dead is Dead Alive. Fuzzy Dunlop. I could be wrong, but I think Brain Dead is another name for Dead Alive. I'm not positive. Almost forgot about Cabin in the Woods. I love that movie. Perfect horror movie from beginning to end. Cabin in the Woods was a great surprise to me. I love it as well. I love when they shock you, and the ending shocked me because they actually did it. What was that? Someone just told me this. What am I thinking? Hold up. I gotta pause for a minute and think. Somebody just told, oh, the It Chapter 2. Somebody said this was to them like they were saying like It Chapter 2. I loved it so much because they actually did it. And I watched it, and at the end, and I'm like, what did they do? They didn't, in my mind, they didn't do anything mind-blowing. They did what they were supposed to do. But in Cabin in the Woods, even up to the last like 20 seconds, I'm like, so that was it. It is what it is. And then I won't ruin it for people that haven't seen it, but I mean, most of you probably have, and it's 1 a.m. So I'm going to say it. Spoiler alert, earmuffs if you don't want to hear it. But in Cabin in the Woods, they actually make it where there are truly gods, and they rain hell down on earth and destroy the world. I would love to see a sequel where they have giant deities running the world, and maybe there's like a handful of survivors, or maybe there's like another place where they still can stop it. I don't know. But Cabin in the Woods, and you had Thor. Chris Hemsworth was in it. You had Thor before, and they were genius about that because they filmed it before he was Thor, but held it back for years and then released it after Thor came out. So they basically banked on Chris Hemsworth fame. I wonder if Thor was as successful as it was, and he was Thor, if that movie ever would have seen the light of day. It might have went right to DVD or Blu-ray at that point. But because Chris Hemsworth became a household name, it got released. About it was him as a kid, and he got shot in the face. You're talking about the Leatherface movie. I don't think I did see that. How did this pass? I definitely remember the trailer, but I'm trying to think of how I never got around to seeing it, and I'm pulling my head off. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm trying to think of how that got past me. Yes, Brain Dead and Dead Alive is the same movie. Okay, that's what I thought. Then what was the first movie Peter Jackson did? Unless someone already said it. Dead Alive is the North American film. No, I meant Bad Taste. Oh, Bad Taste. Yes. Cover art is creepy as hell, but I feel like there's even one before that. Or maybe there's one between. There's definitely a movie I'm thinking of besides Bad Taste. Oh, wait, maybe I am thinking of Dead Alive. No, I am thinking. Okay, it is Bad Taste. You're right. Okay. Unless I don't know. I think you're right. But your brain shocked me twice with that movie. I loved Cabin in the Woods. Cabin in the Woods. Jay Skills. Is there a movie that you were really into, but then it suddenly switched and turned into something unexpectedly bad? Now, Jay Skills, interesting question. I dig it, but let me clarify the question. Do you mean I watched it in full and liked it, and then later on rewatched it and hated it? Or do you mean I started liking it and then like halfway or towards the end spun and hated it? Because those are kind of different things. Because there's movies I've loved that I eventually disliked, or vice versa. And there is also movies I thought I'd love and went into loving and then disapproved of. I'm just curious. Started liking and then hated. I know there's a lot of movies I started hating and then ended up liking, but I'm trying to think of like something I started off liking and then it dropped the ball. I've seen so much stuff. It's a very good question. I'm just trying to think of something off the top of my head. Something I started off liking and then hated. It's a rough one. I'm going to think on that, J Skills. I'm going to think on it. I'll come back to that. But that's a very interesting question. I might even hold that till next time because I actually really do like that question. But it's like I feel like I'm going to sit and think on it too long, and it's getting late, and I don't want to focus too much. But I definitely like the question. Some of you, if any of you in the comments have something that would answer J Skills' questions for yourselves, you let me know because I'm curious. I want to see like examples of things other people thought because I'm trying to think of some, like maybe honestly, like one that pops into mind is a cure for wellness. A cure for wellness, I thought started off good and then was way too long and went off onto some weird tangent. And it was supposed to be like a cinematic. I mean, it was cinematically beautiful, but it was supposed to be like a masterpiece. And it totally, I got it. It's when I say it lost me, it's not that I didn't understand it. It lost me in the sense that like I didn't give a shit. So the cure to wellness is a weird one that many of you might not have seen, but that lost me. Here's another one. Not the lady. What the friggin' Lady in the Water with what the heck's his name? Paul Giamatti. Lady in the Water. I went into that M. Night Shyamalan thinking this was going to be amazing. I loved everything from the beginning where they establish all the characters, like the guy that lifts weights with one arm and he's jacked on one side. They established all the characters so well. And then the Lady in the Water comes and I thought the whole movie went to shit. Like, but M. Night Shyamalan had a tendency to do that in the middle of his movie career. So I don't know. That was a weird one. Another one, The Shape of Water. I have a problem with water, apparently. Lady in the Water and The Shape of Water. I went into The Shape of Water thinking I love... Oh, what the hell is his name? What's the special effects guy? I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Pan's Labyrinth. I was going to say Benicio del Toro, but it's Guillermo del Toro. Guillermo del Toro... I love all his stuff. I don't think he's done a bad thing until The Shape of Water. I know some people have said, give it a second chance. I went into The Shape of Water thinking it was going to be a masterpiece. And I even love all the actors and I loved the look and the cinematography, but the whole story with a woman basically being into a amphibian man. I don't know. That's another one. But like, those are a good example of three. Lady in the Water, Cure for Wellness, and Shape of Water. Those were all within, I mean, well, Lady in the Water was a while ago, but Cure for Wellness was about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe less. Shape of Water won the Oscar, right? Am I wrong? I think it won the Oscar. It still blows my mind. Maybe like, I mean, to each his own, but I can't believe a movie that I couldn't even barely finish won an Academy Award in modern day. That's mind blowing. All the good movies, like I said, to each his own. Some people like it. I'm not knocking you if you do, but for me, it was so controversial that I can't believe it won. That's like crazy to me. And watch, it didn't even win. Watch, I'm crazy, but I'm almost positive it won. Hold up. Guys, in about 8 minutes, I'm going to be at 4 hours. And believe it or not, I'm not tired in the least, and I'll keep going. Do you guys want me to keep going, or are you guys kind of getting tired and we should wrap it up in about 10 minutes? Because if you're going to be on and you want me to keep going, I just need to take a break and get a drink. I'll be gone for like 2 minutes. But if you guys are all going to call it a night soon, I'll just do another 10 minutes and then wrap it up and then go get a drink then. But if you're going to be around, either way, I'm going to finish all the comments that are up. But I'm just curious because I'll keep talking. I'm actually not tired at all. And I have a light day tomorrow and no jobs Sunday. So I just got to go shopping for the arcade, fix the barbecue or get a new bottle, stuff like that. I'll give you mine. Okay, I'll go back to that. You guys let me know. Have you gotten blah, blah, blah? I'll start reading all those. It seems like you guys want to keep chatting. I'm cool to stay for a little longer. It seems like you guys do want to keep chatting. So let me try to catch up, keep going. It's 6 a.m. here. I've just woken up. All right, cool. Andrew Bush. I have not seen you write once. Did you just jump on? Because of course you'd want to stay. I mean, I'm happy for it. I don't think I've ever seen you before. And I don't think I've seen you talk yet. But welcome and feel free to ask questions. Love your accent. See, some people say I have an accent, but I grew up in Jersey my whole life, so I don't recognize it. But the fact that I just said I grew up in Jersey, I probably sound like a New York or Jersey guy. Literally just jumped on now. Andrew, what drew you here? The Wire or the Friday the 13th horror movie stuff? Just out of curiosity, I like to know what people are attracted to. Started liking them, then I hated it. Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, I missed stuff. Here, let me go back. I'm like skipping comments. Pop, 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 pop. The Wire. Okay. I'll go back to the top now. We talked a lot about The Wire, Andrew, like for like 2 hours, and now we jump to horror. So you could ask questions if you want, but a lot of it I probably answered, but I'll answer it again. I have no problem with that. But we're focused mainly on horror now. But like I said, you could ask me whatever the hell you want. I don't care. There's few of us in the room where I could go back and forth. But yeah, love your I don't notice I have an accent, but if you love it, then I guess that's a good thing. Is there a movie that you were really you read that? It was nice to get the backstory to his family, got him a chainsaw for his birthday and had him kill someone. Really? In the Leatherface movie? Interesting. I'm kind of curious to see it. Leatherface is another guy that was never on the top of my horror franchises, but I liked him better than Michael Myers. Like, if you're new to the room, I don't hate Michael Myers, but Leatherface at least had like a unique thing to him where I bought. Even though Michael Myers came before Jason, I feel like they were very similar, and Friday the 13th just intrigued me more. It was more like entertaining, I guess. Whereas Halloween was more on a grounded, serious level. Like, it could almost really happen. Friday the 13th, you knew wouldn't really happen. It is a drowned child that is metamorphosized into a 6'8" beast. So I could get past that. Maybe as a child, Halloween scared the crap out of me, so I stayed away. I don't know. I'm just spitballing things here. You like the Jeepers Creepers movies? I do. Oops. Jeepers Creepers. What was the last one that came out? Was that 3? The most recent one. That one was did not do good. That one looked horrible. It was probably a lower budget than the first 2. I remember watching it, and the special effects, like the CGI and everything, was horrendous. So the last Jeepers Creepers, I thought was not good. I don't remember it enough to say it's horrible, but I remember not liking it. And I remember, several times declaring that it was like so noticeably horrible in the effects. Like, you could see everything that was being done. It was horrible. So I'm going to try to do 2 or 3 more. I got to go get a drink of water because I can't, I can breathe, but I can't speak. I keep choking. Love your accent. You like Jeepers Creepers. I guess The Dark Knight Rises, maybe. Love the film, but also hate it. It rushes through so much and cheapens story and characters. I would agree with you. I do love The Dark Knight Rises, but it's also because I'm a huge fan of Tom Hardy. I loved his portrayal of Bane, but it did drop the ball in a lot of areas. It's definitely my least favorite of the trilogy, even though I still like it. I don't hate it, but it definitely started off on a high note and then kind of like, boop, like the whole Ra's al Ghul daughter thing. It was like weird and like, I don't know. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it. I'll give you mine. I recently watched Split without knowing it was part of the Unbreakable trilogy. Had no clue. Then he was suddenly the Hulk. I was like, the fuck? Then it made sense. So you're saying the reverse. You're saying you started out not liking it and then liked it? Because that's what it sounds like. But I was a massive Unbreakable fan. I love Bruce Willis, one of my favorite actors of all time. Huge fan of Unbreakable. The second the theme music kicked in, I was one of the people in the theater that immediately was like, holy shit, that's friggin' Unbreakable. And then like you see Bruce Willis and like, I'm not kidding. I saw it opening night Split, and I'm pretty sure I was like the only one in the theater besides like maybe one other dude, maybe not even that, but I was in like almost a sold out crowd. And like, I didn't notice anyone else. I was freaking out and no one else in the theater realized. And I can't really blame him because Unbreakable came out 20 years earlier and they never announced a sequel. And it was just such an obscure movie. Like, it's not like I mean, I guess it's mainstream, but it's like, it wasn't like highly praised, I'd say, but I loved it. And I immediately knew, but I guess if you're a fan, you have a different reaction. But if you went into it not realizing, that, I could totally see that. But I mean, then again, I went into Split not realizing that it would be a sequel either. But I don't know. Maybe I just was cool with it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the fact that the ending happened the way it did totally made me forget about my feelings towards the rest of it. Maybe I didn't like it in the beginning. I don't know. That's an interesting one. Have you gotten into the Leprechaun movies? I started to watch the first one, didn't get past a couple minutes, didn't like Leprechaun in the Hood, but I did like Leprechaun Back to the Hood. Which is the one that is highly liked by people? Is it Leprechaun in the Hood or Back to the Hood? Because lots of people claim that one of those is the best Leprechaun, but I have seen most of them. And if I have seen them, I've only seen them once. So I really can't give an accurate opinion. I know they said that a lot of them had clever deaths. And Warwick Davis is the Leprechaun, who is Willow and Wicket from Return of the Jedi. So, and the Ewok movies. I mean, he is Wicket the Ewok. So anything Wicket he is in. I don't know if he did the voice for him in the cartoon, but that's not important. I wouldn't say I hate them, but I was never like a big Leprechaun guy. I feel like he was just violent and murderous for the sake of being so. I know he was trying to get his gold, but like, I never really bought into the whole thing. I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of the Leprechaun franchise. Didn't hate it, just really didn't pay much attention and didn't see. I definitely didn't see all of them. I didn't see wasn't there a Leprechaun in space or something like that? Definitely didn't see that if there is. But I'm pretty sure, as funny as that sounds, I'm pretty sure there is a Leprechaun in space. But I did see one of the Hood ones. I don't think I saw both, but I did see one. Whatever one was first, which is probably in the Hood, because Back to the Hood would mean it was a sequel. So that is common knowledge. I'm cool to stay for a while longer. Keep going. It's a 6 a.m. Blah, blah, blah. Literally just jumped on the wire. You totally have an accent. Everyone does. Yours is pretty cool, but it's exotic to me since I'm English. Oh, I did realize a lot of the people that I talk to, I don't think about it when I'm talking to you, but then I did realize a lot of you guys are from out of the country. Like Andrew Bush, where are you that it's 6 a.m. right now? Because you can't be is there anywhere in America that it's 6 a.m. right now? I don't think so. Oh no, wait, California. No, California would be 3 hours. Jersey X. Seedless watermelon. Haven't seen you, buddy. How you doing, bud? You totally have an accent. No worries. I'll catch up later. The first Jeep. I don't even know if Andrew Bush. Oh, maybe Andrew. Is Andrew, you still in here? Or was that you saying goodbye before? I'm not sure. The first Jeepers Creepers is okay. Not bad at all. 2 is watchable, but stupid. Also go get some water. On that note, I'm going to go get some water because it's over 4 hours now. I haven't gotten a drink. I usually have bottles of water everywhere, and I totally forgot because I was trying to get the wire out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get a drink, come back on, and I'll do like another 30 minutes or so just because Seedless just jumped on, and I haven't talked to him, and I'm late to the stream. Also, my friend Tyler Durden isn't here. Yeah, Tyler. Oh, he was here before. Tyler Durden, can you actually believe, for those of you who were in earlier, is Tyler Durden. And he was here before, but he had to leave. He had to go to bed. So I think, oh wait, no, tomorrow's Saturday. I was going to say, I think he's young and he's in college or something, but I don't know. Maybe he takes weekend classes or something. But on that note, Fuzzy Dunlop, I'm going to stop there because I'll remember I was on Fuzzy Dunlop. I'm going to finish the comments. I'm going to go through, are you from Jersey? Seedless, I am 100% from Jersey. So we were talking about it before. One of the people in the chats, I run an arcade in Dunellen, New Jersey. Someone in the chats knew about it. We were talking all about Jersey, something about the Jersey Shore. I don't remember. Oh, there's like horror things going on at the Jersey Shore this October, but I'm sure it's going on everywhere. But I will be back give me 5 minutes tops. I will just leave this running because I don't want to have to set up a whole new one. Give me no more than 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I just got to get a water, take a pee, come back. I'll be back, guys. legs are dying. Water. Got me some water. I got me some water. Great. Everyone's still here. Beautiful. I was pretty quick, right? I think I was pretty quick. You did that again, Seedless. Your chair moved. I would love that, honestly. I love my dream would be that ghosts are real and I could buy thousands of dollars worth of equipment and go ghost hunting. That is my dream. I would love to be a ghost hunter if I actually found stuff. I don't want to be one of those ghost hunters that just travel around for a billion years and like what is it? Ghost Hunters. Ghost Hunters has like what 55 seasons of television and not one solid proof of evidence. Who still watches that? I used to be one of those people that was like that would get sucked into that bullshit. And then I'm like, I have invested dozens of hours, maybe hundreds of hours, because I like ghost stuff. I like supernatural, but none of it amounts to anything. This is an average episode of Ghost Hunters. I'll turn off my light and just go around a freaking my house with a flashlight. And then in the trailer of that episode, I'll show you Bob saw the most interesting thing he ever saw in his life. And then at the end, they'll be like, it's $100 bill because Bob was broke or like something retarded. Like it's just ridiculous. Like Ghost Hunters is ridiculous. All those shows are ridiculous. I wish ghosts were real. I mean, I think they're real, but I've seen stuff, unexplainable stuff, but I've never in my life turned and said, holy shit, there's a person standing there. That's what I want to see. But it doesn't happen. Sorry, I went on a rant. So I chugged some water, got a bottle here in case I need it. I took 3 shots of whiskey. It's almost, I'll stay out till like probably 2 a.m. So I got like 50 minutes, guys. I figure I have trouble sleeping. So rather than taking pills or something like that, like I like to take some sips of whiskey at night and it puts me to sleep. It makes me sleep like a baby. I drink not Jaeger, believe it or not. Oh my God, my shirt is all over. I was wearing this shirt at work today. So it's like, well, but if you're wondering, my drink of choice is Wild Turkey 101. I don't know why, but it is strong and I like it and I drink it straight. But anyway, back to the comments. The first, no worries, I'll catch up later. Oh, we're at Fuzzy Dunlop. And here we go. I like Split until that moment with the squeeze because I was totally confused as to how, why, etc. Then I realized at the end that it was basically Unbreakable, and I was like, oh, okay, it makes sense. I could totally see that. See, I'm trying to remember how I went into Split because now knowing it, I'm trying to like remember what I thought originally. Like, I think I honestly, I could be wrong and no one will ever know because it's me, but I feel like I went into Split thinking that he really did have powers. But then you weren't sure, like, was he crazy? Did he really have powers? But not any part of me, nor anyone else should have thought that was a sequel to Unbreakable. It's 20 years later. It had nothing to do with it. Like, I would like to know if some person out there actually was like, hey, that would be a good Unbreakable sequel before they knew it was. Like, there was no way to tell. The only way I knew was throughout the movie, they would infuse the Unbreakable soundtrack. It wasn't just at the end when they showed Bruce Willis. There was like at least, sorry, I got water in my mustache. There was at least 1 or 2 other incidents where I didn't realize it when it happened, but later on I rewatched it knowing it was an Unbreakable sequel. And they did have 1 or 2 other moments besides the ending where they had like an Unbreakable theme in it. It was either identical or extremely similar. So I could totally see where you were going with that. But I'm wondering, I think I was just a fan of M. Night Shyamalan. Like, the only one of his movies I really didn't like was Lady in the Water. All the other movies I was on board with, even The Village. The Village gets a lot of shit. I still thought The Village was cool and had an interesting twist. I'm trying to think of, and most recently, what was the one with the old lady and the old man? The Visit. The Visit was very good. The Visit was the scene where the old woman is running through the crawl space, horrifying. I actually had to turn around because I forgot my window, my door. This is a giant sliding screen door, and I have it open because it was very breezy and cool today, and I was hot, obviously sleeveless shirts. I'm always hot. I run very hot. I'm always working, physical laborer, so I'm always hot, and I wear sleeveless shirts a lot, as you know if you watch my channel. I have my screen door open, so I'm terrifying myself now because I'm envisioning like someone walking in, I'm going to see him on camera because now I'm scaring myself. But anywho, boop. What was I just talking about? Someone the other day, what do you guys think of Hereditary? The movie Hereditary. Sleeveless shirt, gang rise up. Agreed. Seedless, where were you before? You probably said it already, but where were you before? You usually jump right into my live streams, and you were like 4 hours late, brother. I still appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I don't judge you based on the lack of not being here for the full time, but you are in all of them pretty early. I'm just curious. I'd like to know what my friends are doing. I consider you a friend at this point. I was watching some new wave French cinema. Interesting. Seedless, Probably asked you 100 times and you probably told me. Where are you from? I talk to so many people. I know I talk to you obviously, but I just always forget details on specific things. Cuz I'm wondering if you just woke up like our friend Andrew Bush. I'm not from the US. Okay. So you probably just woke up or something. And Jay Skills 603 here in England. He's probably from here too. Shit. My God, I guess it's because I am a night owl. I mean, I still get up at 8:30, 9 o'clock and go to work, but I don't ever sleep. Hence the whiskey to go to sleep. I get I on average get 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day for the last. I'm 38, almost 38. I turned 38 October 7th. But as of the last 20 years since high school, I'm lucky if I get 3 or 4 hours of sleep, and I'm fine with that. And I can't sleep more. And if I do, I hate myself because I feel like I'm not productive. I don't know. I'm always busy. I run 2 companies. I do this. I work out like 2, 3 hours a day. I'm always doing something. I like being active. The way I look at it is life is short. I don't want to spend all my time sleeping. Or to quote Matthew Broderick, life's too short. If you don't stop to look around, if you don't stop to look around once in a while, you can miss it. So I tend to keep myself busy. I like to get the most out of life. I realized at the end, what is this? Is Glass worth it? I kind of want to see it now, but what is it? I kind of want to see it now, but it got such poor reviews. Jay Skills, I would definitely recommend Glass. If you're a fan of Unbreakable and Split, I think you'll like Glass. I hated the ending, but the movie was okay. I feel like if you saw the first 2 and you liked them, you need to see Glass just to get the trilogy out of the way. But I hated a part of the ending. There were like 3 aspects of the ending, and one of them I despise. The other 2 were clever and all right. But one of the 3 major points of the ending really pissed me off, and I don't want to ruin it for you, but I would definitely recommend seeing it. Even if you were like a mediocre fan of the first 2, I would definitely say Glass. I've seen it 2 or 3 times, and I hated part of the ending, but it's still like one of those movies where like I wanted to go back and see if I miss things. It's one of those movies where you will probably miss things and catch things in a second watch. Damn, I'm late to the stream. Also, my friend, I saw that already. In England, are you from Jersey? Holy shit, your chair moved. I'm gay. I'm sorry, Dad. What is that from? I feel like that's from something. I'm gay. I'm sorry, Dad. Okay, just caught up. I'm English. Yeah. Andrew Bush, you still here? I know I said that probably 10 times to you already, but I keep trying to catch up. So you're caught up. Did you read it all? Andrew Bush, what did you go back and read everything? Sleeveless shirt, gang right by. I was watching some. I'm not from the US. Cryptic. It's like 1 p.m. where I live. Jay Skills, are you saying cryptic because he's not from the US? AKA he could be from anywhere. That's what I'm gathering. It's like 1 p.m. where I live. I will get it is 1 p.m. Wait, you just said it was, oh no, it's 1 p.m. Who didn't you say it was 6 a.m.? Oh no, that was somebody else. 1 p.m. where you live. Really? Where the frig is that? You're 12 hours different from me? What are you all? No, Australia's like, could it? No. Could you be Australia? I'm trying to think. I will give you oh no, you just said I will give you a hint. Asia. Seedless. You're in so many of my live streams. I thought for sure you were from US. Not that it matters. I just can't believe we've talked this long and I didn't know you were from Asia. That narrows it down. Okay, I will watch it. Loved Unbreakable, loved Split by the end. I gotta finish it, I guess. It's like one of those things. Even if as long as you at least appreciated the first 2, you can't not watch the third. And I'll tell you this, they're not making another. So watch it, because the way it ended, this isn't spoiling anything. The way it ended, well, I guess they could make more, but they're probably not making another. But I dug it. How do you not love a movie with Sam Jackson, Bruce Willis, and James McAvoy as the key. And then you got what's her face, the chick that's the psychiatrist. Why am I brain farting on her name? Paulson, Sarah Paulson. Is that her name? Sarah Paulson. I think that's her name. That's the girl who is the psychiatrist from American Horror Story. Awesome. Love her. Great in everything she does. But I've caught up to the comments now. I can't believe that. Holy bananas. I'll drink some water. Shaquille, you're still here. I wasn't sure if you were still here. Have you seen that show, The Jellies, on Adult Swim? Is the Jellies? I definitely heard of it. Is that the one with the octopuses? Or that's the Squid Belly? Is that squid something? Squid bellies or something? What is the Jellies? Squidbillies? Is that what it is? What am I thinking of with the squids? Is it Squidbillies? I haven't seen it, but I saw like trailers. Netflix took the movies off recently. Hey, the moon. What's up, bud? I just realized. Oh, you just jumped in. You must have just jumped in because I did not see you until now. I was literally almost considering just pulling an all-nighter and throwing on Friday the 13th movies and just like watching while I stream. But I'm afraid the dialogue will get me like flagged or something if I if I have it. The Friday the 13th movies, so I haven't rewatched them recently. Netflix took... Oh, really? I didn't know the Netflix even had them on there. That's really weird that... I'm not kidding you. I had no clue what you meant when you commented. I just have one of the Friday the 13th movies up right now when I looked at it. I was almost going to be like, maybe I'll like kick back like this, throw on the movies, and then just kind of like chat to you guys too, because it's getting late and I'm wired and I kind of want some background. But I'm always afraid now after the Game of Thrones ban that I'm going to get in trouble. Even if I don't show the picture, I'm pretty sure I'll get in trouble just for having the sound. I mean, but it's Friday the 13th. I don't know. I'm going to just do it, but silently, and we'll see what happens. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do it, but what?
Oh, there are other ways to get his attention besides blowing up the garage.
I'm just trying to turn the volume down. You guys probably can't even hear it anyway.
Frankly, I don't feel like playing football and date raping clothes. One of these days you're gonna have to face
I just want to make sure the volume's low.
What I found in Spencer's room.
a pipe bomb, huh?
Well, I was just showing the kids some survival techniques.
Sorry about that. You can hear it? Can you hear it? You can hear Friday the 13th.
All week. Where do they get it?
Oh, shit. It is loud.
Downstairs with the rest of the arsenal.
Well, the police are supposed to dispose of this stuff.
The police are
All right, forget
doing a
that.
lot of things.
There's no more of that. just in case I don't want to like get another ban. I'll let it play, but I'll turn the audio off just so I could see visuals. I mean, I've watched these 1,000 times. All I need is visual. Anywho, the Friday the 13th movies. So I haven't rewatched them recently. I didn't even know they were all on Netflix. That's interesting that Netflix would have all the Friday the 13th. Were they all on there? Like every single one? I guess that would make sense since they're all by parent. Well, Jason vs. Freddy wasn't. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, Jason vs. Freddy was New Line. Are all the other Friday the 13th Paramount? I'm not clear. I'm not positive about that. I'm just realizing that the girl in Freddy's Dead, the main girl who's like the badass tomboy, looks a lot like the girl from Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master, which is one of my favorites. Yeah, I'm going to get a little trivia question out there for you guys. How many of you are familiar with Nightmare on Elm Street? But, well, by the time you answer, I'll answer the question. In Nightmare on Elm Street, Part 4, The Dream Master, what classic Bananarama song is remixed that I freaking love? Love me some Bananarama. Since I was about 8 years old. I got to go back and see what I missed. Netflix took the movies off, blah, blah, blah. The Friday the 13th movie. So I have, blah, blah, blah. I've still got the VHS of Friday the 13th. Not sure why. I didn't have a player anymore. J Skills, I have so many VHS tapes packed away that I just can't part with. I have some displayed in my living room. I have the Goonies. These are VHS. The original, and they're like mint. Original Goonies VHS, Star Wars trilogy, The Duel, Stephen King, The Duel with the truck chasing the guy, stuff like that. But I have so many Disney movies. Like, you know how they had those like clamshell? Everyone like knows the clamshell. I have every Disney movie in clamshell VHS boxes, but they're all packed away because I can't display everything. I'd have to buy a mansion just to display all my crap. I am a big collector of nostalgia and stuff like that. I would literally need a mansion just to like display all my shit. So like there is plethora of boxes upstairs. What movie is that from, guys? What is a plethora? It is a plethora. I don't know what a plethora is. Horror. Oh, what the heck? My mic just almost yanked my head off. Did you see the new Castle Rock trailer? The Moon. Do you mean the show Castle Rock or a movie by... Is Castle Rock even exist anymore? The movie company? But if you mean the trailer for the new season, I did not. I did not know it came out, if that's what you're talking about. And two, I didn't finish season 1. The Hulu show. Shit. Sorry, you probably all heard that. I just chugged energy drinks and stuff. The Moon. Were you the one I was talking to about Castle Rock last week or the week before? I feel like it might have been you because we did have a lengthy chat last time. But I feel like I missed the last 3 episodes of Castle Rock. Therefore, I did not watch the trailer, nor will I watch it because I don't want to be spoiled. I think if you are the one I talked to about it, I stopped watching it because I thought it wasn't going to get renewed. And I get really weird about following shows that aren't getting renewed because I'm like, why waste your time? There's so much already that I'm like wanting to watch and behind on that I don't want to get hooked on new shows. So I stopped watching Castle Rock thinking that it wasn't getting renewed. I heard it was getting really like, not that it was getting poor reviews, but it was getting like a lack of reviews, so to speak. Like no one was watching it. That's what I thought at least. But now that I know they're actually signed on for a second season, I don't know. I guess I'll watch it. Did you like The Moon? How good was season 1? Maybe you already said. I got to go start reading through the comments. But if you didn't answer already, like on a scale from 1 to 10, how did you think season 1 ended? Because I had to be on episode 6 or 7, and there's probably only 10 episodes, maybe less. The Friday the 13th. Oh, let me make sure I did it. We can hear it. The Friday the 13th game was awesome, but it got repetitive and boring after 2 months. Seedless, I totally agree. I got it on Steam. I was obsessed for 2 weeks to a month, and then I haven't touched it since. It's one of those things, like you said, it got repetitive, where it's a great game, and they did it beautifully, but it doesn't have a lot of replay value unless you have a lot of friends that play it. If you got a lot of friends that play it, then yeah, you find replayability because you're playing with your friends. But as far as like a solo play or like a single person, it's like it gets dull really quick. You eventually do everything. I'm a solo. I have a lot of friends, don't get me wrong, but it's very hard for me to sync up with them schedule wise. So I usually, if I play a video game, it's by myself. So based on that, I got bored of it very quick because I did everything you could in the game. I unlocked everything you could in the game. And then I was basically like, the end. But it was done very well. Beautiful game. So many little Easter eggs and stuff like that. But like most things, it has its ends. The horror VHS market is booming. Still? I doubt the horror VHS market is still booming, but it was. I remember going to my local VHS store, and that's all I'd rent. I would just get, I miss that. I miss going to my local VHS store. Angry Video Game Nerd did something on that recently. How like the video. Oh no, not Angry Video Game Nerd. Chris Stuckman and the Flick Pick guy. They literally went back to a video store and they were talking about how sad it is that we don't have that kind of like banter anymore with people at the video store. You would go there, you talk to the guy at the desk, you talk to other people, you'd recommend things, you suggest things, they suggest things to you, and you'd leave with like 2 or 3 tapes and you were stuck with them. You were stuck with those 2 or 3 tapes. You would force yourself to watch them even if they sucked because you couldn't go on Netflix and just skip to the next. Granted, it's convenient with Netflix and it's not a bad thing, but at the same token, you're missing out on a lot of gems. Like some of those movies you would normally not watch might have been great, and some of those great movies might have been horrible, but you were forced to watch them. You were stuck with them when you went to the video store. I remember many a time watching movies that I'm like, I hate this, but I'm going to keep watching it because I have no choice. I spent $3 on it and I can't go back to the video store. I got another $3 and buy another one. And money was tight back then. I was a kid. So you had to deal with it. I miss that. I miss that whole aspect. The new generations are never going to experience that. There's a lot of things they're not going to experience. I don't know. I kind of feel bad for them, but at the same token, it is what it is. I mean, technology has advanced so much. You could watch everything on your phone now. Who would have ever thought that was a thing? I'm like reminiscing now. Let me see. Try a shop like the Exchange or eBay. I could hear. For the VHS, try a shop like Exchange or eBay. There are a lot of collectors. Like, look at Angry Video Game Nerd. He has an entire store in his basement that he does like fake rental shows with, and it's awesome. I would never do that. I mean, I think it's awesome looking, but in my mind, every time I see that, I'm like, oh my God, he must have to dust that place like once or twice a week. Like, I hate clutter. If you notice, my room is kind of bare. Like I have collectibles around, but I have choice collectibles around for the most part. And I'm also doing my laundry, which I don't have a bed set on. But I decided, just in case you're wondering why that happened 2 weeks in a row, Fridays is laundry day. So I wash my bed set and all that stuff on Fridays. I purposely did that so I wouldn't have to make my bed during live streams. So it is intentional, guys. I'm admitting it. But hey, at least I wash my blankets and stuff. But yeah, no, I literally, whenever I watch AVGN, Angry Video Game Nerd, I'm always like, oh my God, he's got to dust all that shit. And it freaks me out. I have ACD, OCD, whatever you want to call it. And I don't like clutter. Clutter freaks me out. I am the complete opposite of a hoarder. I like am a neat freak and I pack everything up in boxes and label it. And but going off on tangents again. So let's go back. Sorry, guys, that I keep going on rants, but I'm assuming you enjoy my rants because you all seem to come back. Yes, it could be worth a few bucks. No, like to a collector, they're definitely worth a few bucks. Someone out there, like it's typical saying, some person's junk is another man's treasure kind of thing. So, yep, since I was about 8 years old, VHS are becoming popular again, like how vinyl was a new, cool hipster thing a few years ago. The funny thing is I do estate cleanouts and house cleanouts. I do like junk removal, stuff like that. I couldn't tell you how many VHS tapes I've thrown out. It hurts me to say that. But if I saved everything, I would literally fill like 30 storage units. And I can't, like, I don't have enough time to deal with it all. But I get so, I mean, I keep some of the really cool stuff, but it's just like there's so much stuff. Dreammaster was one of my favorites, but I have no idea what song that is. I'm waiting to see if anyone else. It was anything. I'll give you candy, give you dollars, give you pills, give you anything you want, $100 bills. I'll give you anything. I'll let you watch the shows you want to see. Just marry me, marry me. It was called Anything. I'll give you anything. Bananarama was the original. but someone remixed it for Dream Master, one of my favorite songs from horror movies, at least. Yes, the Hulu show. I think so. I try to talk to anyone about it. Now that you say it, I'm pretty sure that was me. Yes. Okay. That was definitely you for the Hulu show of Castle Rock. A good, funny show that was canceled was Clone High. That I've never heard of. The Moon. We're starting to cycle down the comments. Clone High. What was that on? I've never heard that mentioned before. I don't mind confusing or open endings, so I don't mind the ending, but you don't get any answers. Are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Castle Rock. I don't mind confusing or open endings, so I didn't mind the ending, but you get. See, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with not getting any answers as long as there's like more seasons and it's intentional. Like they're like dun dun dun, like you'll get it later. Or are you saying that it's like that's the end of that story and season 2 will be different? I'm assuming season 2 will follow up. It was somewhat satisfying, I guess. Okay, maybe not booming, but it's seeing a resurgence in interest and collectors. All right. Oh, you're talking about VHS there, I think. The Jellies is with the kid adopted by Jellyfish. It's an Adventure Time or regular show for adults. Adopted by Jellyfish. That one you're talking about, Squidbillies. Okay, I was right about Squidbillies being the one I was thinking of, but not the one you're talking about, which I realized when you said Jellyfish. I'm like, all right, Squidbillies is something else. Because I heard Squidbillies was entertaining too. But I did not ever hear of that one, the Jellies. I guess you're saying it's good. The game was just a DVD ripoff. At least DVD releases new killers, heroes, and perks in the Friday the 13th game. The killers were just Jason, other Jason, and other Jason. Totally true. I totally agree with you there. I know the game you're talking about. What was it? Dead? What is DVD? I know the game you're talking about. I just can't think of what it stands for. Dead by Dawn? Was it Dead by Dawn? I think that's it. Dead by Dawn. Dead by Daylight. Gotcha. Thanks, Seedless. Dead by Daylight. DVD also has this collab with Stranger Things that released a week ago. Someone told me that it's the Demigorgon, Seedless. I think the Demigorgon's in it, and some of the kids or something you could play as characters. I could be wrong about the kids, but I'm pretty sure the Demigorgon. Agreed. A trip to the video store made you feel like you earned it somehow. Haha. When it's at your fingertips like it is today, it's taken for granted and you say you don't give it a chance. Exactly. Dead by Daylight. Demigorgon and Nancy and Steve. That's right. You might have said that to me last time, Seedless. Someone, I'm pretty sure it was you, because someone in the last live stream said that. Nancy and Steve. Best movie video game, GoldenEye on the N64. J-Skills, I couldn't tell you how many hours were invested in that for me. I don't know if I'd call it the best video game movie. I mean, the best movie video game. But technically it is a movie video game. But like, it wasn't like, I don't know. I did play that a lot though. But I would probably, I don't know though. What is a good movie? I was a huge fan of the Star Wars and Indiana Jones games for Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo made some damn good Star Wars and Indiana Jones games, side scrollers. They also, Shadow of the Empire for was it N64? Yeah, N64. Shadows of the Empire, which was a Star Wars game in itself for the N64. I thought that was amazing. That was the first time you could like lasso AT-AT walkers, and like it looked pretty freaking damn good for its time. Even, I mean, I haven't gone back. Maybe it looks horrible now, but they were good. Has anyone seen The Adventures of Young Indiana Jones? I know River Phoenix was Young Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade. I know what you're talking about, but who was Young Indiana Jones? Was it still River Phoenix in the show? I've never seen it, honestly. I love Indiana Jones, but I've never seen the Young Indiana Jones shows. I've never read the books. I'm wondering, I doubt it, but was River Phoenix the actor? Highly doubtful. It was a bunch of different. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never got around to seeing that. And I'm a huge fan of Indiana Jones. Don't ask me how that got past me too. I literally I went to Florida 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I'll read that one in a second. I went to Florida 3 or 4 years ago, took my whole family, paid for me, my brother, my sister, all split, chipped in, paid for my parents. We all went, and I got wasted in MGM Studios and got selected to be in the Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular. And there is a video. I'll find it somewhere and I'll post it up on the channel. But I got selected, drunk out of my mind, to be in the show. And I think I did pretty good. But I don't know why. I guess I just brought that up because you brought up Indiana Jones. But all I remember is being shit faced in MGM Studios and and then they said at the end, they go, you got to fill out this form. You got to like sign like a waiver or something like that. And then they were like, everyone that's in the thing, we give us your address and your name and we mail you a copy of like a DVD copy of the whole thing with you in it. Like it's like sort of like a thank you for participating, I guess. I filled out the form and everything. I never got my DVD. At the same token, like I said before, I was insanely drunk. So I might not have filled that form out correctly or something, but I'm pretty sure I did. I don't know if they were lying to me or I just never got it or I filled the form out wrong, but I was in the Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular at MGM. I mean, it's not unique. I mean, maybe it's slightly unique, but it's like they pick like 10 or 12 people every show. So I'm sure there are tens of thousands of people that could say the same thing. I just appreciated it. And the fact that I was wasted drunk and didn't expect it was hilarious. Different episodes and actors. Do you like detective shows? It depends, Shaquille. Detective show. Like if you watch my channel, I watched the entire season of True Detective. Loved it. So it depends how they're portrayed because True Detective was not your typical detective show. True Detective was like almost like cult. Well, I guess that's still like a detective show. I don't know. It almost got like supernatural in some point. At some point, I was like, is this like gonna stay grounded or is this gonna go like batshit crazy? But it did actually not kind of, it stayed grounded for the most part. I thought True Detective was great. So I guess you could say I like The Wire. The Wire was great. So I guess you could say I like detective shows. Have you seen Luther? No. I know it's with Idris Elba. I heard very good things about it, but I have not seen it. Earlier, Andrew, people were talking about Luther because I was telling them that my parents just marathon through every season of Lucifer. And people were like, I think people thought I meant Luther, but I didn't. But I know what Luther is. It's Idris Elba. But my parents are riding me to watch Lucifer because they're like, oh my God, we just watched every season. It's all on Netflix. You should watch it. You should react to it. My parents try to get involved with this stuff, which is cool. My parents are very awesome parents. Love them both. I work with my dad every day. Him and me have a construction company. So eventually I'll probably watch Lucifer. I heard they're making one more season or maybe more, but they're at least making one more. So Luther, I also heard is good though. There's just so much good stuff to watch. Oh yeah, why didn't you react to season 3? Oh, of True Detective. Honestly, I totally forgot. I'm just going to be honest with you. I totally forgot about True. It's one of those things where like by the time I caught up on everything else, True Detective season 3 ended. Seedless, you probably told me this before, but where would you rank season 3 I'm assuming you've seen all 3 seasons. Where would you rank season 3? I know it's got Mahershala Ali, and I love him, but I honestly, to tell you the truth, once it came and went, I don't hear much about it anymore. And I didn't really hear a whole lot about it when it was out. So like, that's probably why it slipped through the cracks because it's not really spoken of a whole lot. Have you ever seen Cold Case? Isn't Cold Case a real thing? I know I've heard that before, but isn't Cold Case like Forensic Files? Isn't Cold Case like a real cop show? Because I watch Forensic Files all the time. My cousin's wife did that at MGM in 91. Oh my God. Is that how old the Stunt Spectacular is? Is the stunt, wait, in 91? That can't be right. Because DVDs weren't around then. Did you mean 2001? My cousin's wife did that in MGM in 91. The Stunt Spectacular didn't exist in 91. Oh, you must be talking about something else. I've seen a DVD of it, but I'm not sure it was sent to her. Oh, was the Stunt Spectacular back in 91? I guess it could have been because Crusade was like 89. Last Crusade was 89. I guess it could have been. I can't believe, oh my God, I can't believe the Stunt Spectacular was around that long. I'm not sure if it went to her. It filmed most of that vacation. The guy got chased by a giant rock. I remember that was only 10. I cannot believe it's that old. That makes me feel so old because I've went to Disney many times. The last time with my parents was when I was in it, but I cannot believe it's that old. Holy crap. I mean, it's likely, I guess. In my head, I'm thinking Indiana Jones wasn't even, but yeah, it was all in the 80s. That's insane. Well, then apparently I must have filled it out wrong because I never received a copy of that footage. So either I filled it out wrong or they dropped the ball on that specific one. It's a fiction detective show. Will you react to Cold Case and give it a shot? It's a fiction detective show. Cold Case. Like what? How many seasons? What channel? Like what was it on? Like I feel like I heard of it, but like I'm gonna have to give that a little look. I like how I just looked at my phone real quick and someone commented on a video named Oogie Boogie, but I don't want to bother reading it right now. I'll read it later. I read all my comments. I just want to, what is it? Cold Case. I want to look at Cold Case. Cold Case. Holy bananas. 7 years? The Philadelphia Homicide Squad. Not like a lot of, well, not really any famous people. Interesting. Cold Case Files. Honestly, it sounds interesting, but there are so many other shows I already have to watch. Maybe one day. I'm not saying no. It's just there are so many shows. Shaquille, were you here before when I gave my rundown? Just in case you weren't, whoever's here that wasn't here before, now that The Wire's done, I got to edit them up this week, and I'm going to finish. I'm going to probably drop two this weekend, 2 episodes this weekend, 2 episodes next week. Finish them up. I already watched them. Then next Friday, I'll do a well-prepared in advance, like a live stream for The Wire people. But then I'm going to do Misfits, back to Misfits, Deadwood, possibly The Shield, and Barry, and maybe even Fringe. I'm going to do I'll probably do a poll. I won't do anything till I talk to everybody, but I'm 100% doing Misfits and Deadwood because I got to finish them. Barry, I only did episode 1, but I love Barry, and I know I want to catch up before the next season starts. I think season 2 just ended, so I got some time, but I wanted to watch season 1 and 2 before season 3 started. Granted, it's an easy watch because I think it's only 30 minutes, and they're like 10 episodes, so I could probably bang Barry out in like 2 months, 3 months maybe. I'll probably do 1 or 2 a week once I get into it because I want to blow through it. But because I'm doing all those, I don't really have time to add anymore. There's also people like Steph that want me to do Banshee. And then some people are a Better Call Saul I got to finish. I did like 1 or 2 episodes of that, but then I had a problem with the editing and now I figured it out, but I started doing other shows and can't jump in. Adventure Time at one point I'm going to finish, but Adventure Time got flagged, so I got to hold off on that for now. But I'm definitely going to do it. All those at some point. All the ones I just mentioned, 100% at some point I'll do. So things like Cold Case, stuff like that. Someone said I, Claudius, which was a 70s show that Rome kind of did like they were saying that that's how they got the idea for, well, obviously Rome is a real thing, but I Claudius is supposed to be like Rome, but from the 70s. So like there's so many people recommend stuff. Better Call Saul. I know I definitely got to do this. Seedless, I'm definitely on board with all the shows you like. Barry's, like all this stuff. I just got to catch up. I got so many things I like, and now True Detective season 3. It's just so many things. Whenever you have time, that's fine. And when you're going live for The Wire, so I can make sure I tune in. Shaquille, I'm definitely going to put that way in advance. It'll be days in advance when I put up the live stream for The Wire. So don't worry. Like these, I do like earlier in the day. Earlier that day, I usually post the live streams for like the normal ones. But I'll definitely give you guys a heads up for the Wire one, because I want as many people that watch The Wire as possible to join for the chat. I want to hear everyone's opinions and thoughts and stuff like that. And I get, like I said, if I drop an episode of The Wire, I get like 500 views in the first day, like 400 to 500 views in the first day. So for a guy with 2,000 subscribers, that's like 25% of my fan base is The Wire people. So I want to cater to the people that are the majority. Like I said, I like a lot of different things. So I'm going to focus. If I like 5 different things and The Wire people like one of the 5, I'm going to do that one, because I want to keep the majority of the people that are watching. But, and like I said, it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm watching something I don't want to watch. I'm watching something I want to watch that other people would also like to see. So probably will end up being like Barry or Better Call Saul or something like that. The Shield. Those are the 3 major ones that I see The Wire people talk about. The Corner, which is also David Simon, which is also another easy watch because it's only 6 episodes. It's a mini series. So the stuff will be coming out, guys. Now that I'm finished with The Wire, so much of my time was focused on The Wire. I'm going to be doing a lot of other stuff. And like I said in other live streams, winter is my slow season. I do construction. So I'll be rapidly catching up on other things. I'll probably bang Barry out, bang Misfits out, bang Deadwood out, and then also start like The Shield or Better Call Saul or something. So we will get lots of stuff popping out, guys. Up. It's I already read that. Cold Case Files. Too much episodes. Sounds a lot like CSI. See, all those shows I never really, like Seedless is saying, I was, not that I hate on it, but I never was a big cop show guy, which is why I never saw The Wire, which is why I never saw The Shield. I never saw CSI. I never saw NCIS. I never saw Law and Order. I never saw NYPD Blue. I never saw any of these shows. I know the characters just from being alive and dealing with pop culture, but I've never seen any of them. I don't know their names. All I know is that the fat guy in NYPD Blue was Simpowitz, because when I was younger, I was a chubby child, and one of my friends used to call me Simpowitz, and I was like, who the frig is Simpowitz? And he was a big fan of NYPD Blue. So because of that, I knew who Simpowitz was. But beyond that, I know nothing. And I think I could even, it was NYPD Blue, I think. Yeah, the guy had a whip, right? I was in the audience, but I don't remember that much of it other than then he had a whip and there was a giant rock that chased him. Yeah, they still do that with the Rock. They still have the giant rock chasing him in the Indiana Jones Spectacular. I'm talking so fast, I don't even know if that made sense. Barry, gonna do it. J Skills, Peaky Blinders. So many people have recommended Peaky Blinders, and I'm interested. And Tom Hardy is one of my favorites. But I said this earlier. I don't know if you were in the room, J Skills, but I said this earlier. If a lot of reactors are reacting to something, I'm discouraged and don't want to do it right now, at least. I'll wait, because I looked it up, and Peaky Blinders, so many people are reacting to Peaky Blinders. So many people react to The Expanse. So many people react to Stranger Things and The Boys and all these other shows. I don't like jumping on bandwagons and doing what everyone else is doing. Not that I don't want to see it. I want to see all those shows, but I also want to be unique. And like, I don't want to do what everyone else is. I want to pick shows that normal people don't do. Hence The Wire, hence Deadwood, hence Misfits. I don't see anyone react to those, which is probably why I'll do The Shield. The Shield, I've never seen anyone react to, and I've never seen it. So I feel like Niche Man Reacts. That's kind of what, like, Seedless, you're right on point. I'm not kidding. I wouldn't change my name at this point, but I was telling my brother I should be like, I'm like the old school reactor, even though some of those shows aren't that old school, 10, 15 years maybe. But I missed out on some big name shows back in the day, and I want to see them. I have time to watch The Boys and stuff. You saw, if you guys see Stranger Things 3, I marathoned the whole season in like a week and it popped them all up. And I got thousands of views. And I was like, that's it. No one ever talks about it again. You guys with The Wire and stuff like that, I constantly hear from you guys. I want to talk to people that are huge fans of like a certain product, and like we roll with it and we talk and we establish friendships and stuff. I feel like if you do newer shows, people jump on, you get a lot of views, but they don't amount to like steady friendships or something like that, or viewers or something. Like people basically are just like, oh, The Boys is new. Hey, I've never seen this guy before, but let's see what he says. And then they don't subscribe or view, and they don't talk and they don't comment, and that's it. End of story. I want to do shows that there are huge fan bases for, even if they're like 500 to 1,000 people and that's it. I like to establish myself that way. I'm not making money off this. I don't care to make money off this. I do this for fun and enjoyment. So that's basically where I stand with that. It's not like if you told me right now, Jay, if you drop the Deadwood and do The Boys, you'll get like 5,000 more subscribers. Maybe I'll do it then, because that's a lot of subscribers. But I'm not, my point is, I'm not doing it for subscribers and money and views. I'm doing it because I want to meet new people, talk about things I like, and watch shows I want to watch. So not that I don't want to see The Boys. I want to see The Boys, but you get my point. BCS. Barry is better than Better Call Saul, which is better than Breaking Bad. I would, based on the little I've seen, I would agree with you. Breaking Bad, I liked Breaking Bad. I thought it was a very well done show. But then, like, once I was done with it, I was done. One of my favorite parts of Breaking Bad was Saul, which is Bob Odenkirk. Loved Bob Odenkirk since Mr. Show. So Better Call Saul is right up my alley. The humor, I love Bob Odenkirk. And Barry, I love everything HBO does. Freaking Bill Hader is my favorite SNL guy in the last like probably 20 years, with exception. Well, how back far does 20 years? Okay, I can't say 20 years because I love Chris Farley. In the last 10 years, Bill Hader's my favorite. Will Ferrell, love. There's a couple guys in the mix there. Chris Farley, that whole generation was amazing. Adam Sandler, Chris Farley, David Spade, all them. I'm missing a bunch. But you got freaking Tim Meadows and all them. I love all that generation. Mike Myers. But Bill Hader is amazing. And what he did in Chapter 2, I think Bill Hader was the best actor in It Chapter 2. And he was up against James McAvoy and Jessica Chastain, who were superior actors. So, hey, he like held his own and surpassed in my mind in that film. But I would have to agree that Barry would probably be out of like Barry. I really want to see Barry. I love Henry Winkler. Henry Winkler is so good in everything he does. Just Googled it. The Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular debuted in 89. Holy crap. 89 is, I'm pretty sure, when Last Crusade came out. So they immediately went from Last Crusade right to the Indiana Jones Stunt. They didn't waste any time jumping on that money train. Or I'm pretty sure it's 89. Is Last Crusade 88 or 89? I'm pretty good with dates. That's how I find out about your channel. I was looking for the Wire reactions. You was the only one who had them, and I have been here ever since. Appreciate it, Shaquille. But that's kind of my point. That's how I discovered wanting to do these, because I literally looked for reactions to The Wire. I was like, I've never seen The Wire. Let me, because I said this is okay. I'll watch pilots of reactors, like first episodes of reactions of shows I've not seen. I'll watch the pilot just to get a feel for it, to see if I like it. I couldn't find anybody to react to The Wire. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to start a YouTube channel and I'm going to do it. And that's how this all started. So I totally understand that, because that is how this began. Niche Man reacts. Yeah, the Peaky Blinders 5th season is currently running in the UK and will hit Netflix in a few months. So lots of people will be doing it again. Might be better to wait in that case. Yeah, I'll probably, that's like that's what I was saying. I'll probably wait. Eventually I'll do it, but I'm waiting till there's like a drought on a show. Like for instance, The Boys. I'm pretty sure people have said they're going to make a second season. So by the time everyone else has finished it and season 2 starts getting promoted, I'll probably do The Boys then. Hopefully I avoid spoilers. I have so far, and less people are talking about it now. It's one of those things like Stranger Things. The minute it drops, everyone binge watches it, and then it's forgotten like 2 weeks to a month later. So I'll wait till they promote the next season, and then I'll binge watch it, and then there'll be a whole new fandom for it, along with the people that loved it to begin with. So that's the angle I'm going to go with. Most of the newer shows, unless I'm obsessed, like Stranger Things season 3, I wanted to know and I needed to know. But The Boys was like a new show that I didn't know much about. So I'm like, whatever, I could wait on that. So I'm assuming you guys get what I'm saying. I have a reaction channel on another account, and I tend to go for niche things too, to be honest. So many people jumping on trends who aren't really into what they're reacting to. Exactly, Jay Skills. That's what I feel. I feel like the reaction market has been flooded with people. Like, most of them look like they're just trying to make a buck. And I'm not about that. Like, as you guys know, you guys that have been around since the beginning know, I'm going on almost a year. I've never made a Patreon. I've never made $1 besides monetizing like 2 months ago. I get like maybe $50 a month or something like that, just based on advertising. That's just so I could be in YouTube's like community thing or whatever the heck they call it. I don't even remember what they call it. I filled out all the paperwork and I just wanted to be a part. They were like, hey, you hit 1,000 subscribers. Would you like to be part of the YouTube community? So I filled it out and I am, but it's peanuts. Like money-wise, it's like nothing. I could start a Patreon immediately and do that, but like eventually I probably will. But like I said, it wasn't about that. Who do you know has almost 1,000 videos up that's a reactor and still hasn't done a Patreon or made $1 off their viewers? Like, I just do it for fun. So like I said, I don't do it for the views. I do it for the love. Bill Hader is really climbing with Barry in It Chapter 2. I loved Bill Hader in episode 1. And like I said, yeah, chapter 2, he was great in SNL. I always thought he was underappreciated. Then he had like a slow run. Like, he did Superbad where he was the cop. He had a couple other movies that dropped, but like he never really found his, like, not, I wouldn't even say niche because he's still a comedian, but he never really found like his place, I guess. But he did now, as far as I'm concerned. I feel like It Chapter 2 is going to accelerate his career very much, along with the fact that Barry is a huge success. Season 2 is what got me to watch season 1 because everyone raved about that one episode. I think it was episode 5 or 6 in season 2. Don't know about it. Didn't get spoiled, but that is what basically got the hype train running and everyone else jumped on, and including myself. But I put it in your guys' hands, and it was like, I think Barry, out of the 6 shows I reacted to for that week where there was the poll, I think Barry got 4th. So Barry wasn't even like a close second. I think even Silicon Valley beat Barry. And Silicon Valley is another one that is amazing that I want to watch. There's just so many, guys. Silicon Valley was hilarious, but so was Barry. Like, it's just too much stuff. Yup, and it shows. You could tell you love it, and I love you for that. Sick of fake reactors looking for your money. Totally agree. There's a few good ones out there, but even some of the ones that are in it for the money, I still watch on occasion just because I'm curious. But a lot of it's about money, and some of them I don't blame, because some people, I guess, don't have jobs and need to make money, and they're like struggling to make a living. And so to each his own. I'm not knocking them for that. But that's not what I do. I've seen some who start out uploading like the first episode or 2 of something, then put the rest on Patreon, all locked up, waiting for your CCD. Yeah, see, like, I've seen people do stuff like that. I can't think of anyone specifically, nor will I say it if I thought of, because I don't want to put anyone on blast. But people were telling me in the beginning, I was getting emails. I'm not kidding you. I won't say names, but I was getting emails from other reactors saying, like, dude, you're supposed to put up one part and then like segue them to your Patreon. You're not supposed to put up 3 parts. I'm like, who the fuck are you? I can do whatever I want. I could put up whatever I want. Like just because I think they were getting mad that like you're putting up too much content and you're putting up free content. So you're taking away from the reactors that are trying to make money. But I'm like, go fuck yourself. Like, I don't, sorry to curse, but I'm like, screw you. I'm not going to not do what I want to do because you're mad that you're not making more money off people. Like, I don't know. It just sounded very jealous or like selfish to me. And I was like, then part of me was like, should I not be doing that? Like, is that the, like, am I, but then I started thinking, is that why I'm getting in trouble? Cause I do get flagged often for stuff, but I edit them up and fix them up. But I started wondering, like, maybe that's what I was saying earlier in my video. Like, maybe that's why I get flagged because I put too many parts up and put too much content. I don't know. All I know is it's not the end of the world. Strikes go away and I'm having fun. Kiki ma. What is that from? Zombie Pixeler Gamer. Kiki ma. What is that? I'm very curious. Regarding the reacting to niche stuff, in the future, would you react to some niche anime? Did I react to anime? I was supposed to do Rising of the Shield Hero. And I started watching it and there was a problem with the editing. Yet again, that was early on when I started this. I'm pretty sure I figured all that out now. Oh, it's Friday the 13th. Jason. Like I thought that was related to something else. Zombie Pixels Gamer. Thank you for joining. You must have just jumped in the room. Charlie Tin. React to Mindhunter. That is another one. So many people talk about Mindhunter, especially recently. Did that show just recently come out? Like the new season? I know it's been around for a while. And I know it's related to Hannibal Lecter, I believe, right? But I've never seen it. And I believe either something epic just happened or the new season just dropped because I've heard so many people mention that in the last like couple weeks. Somebody renounces. I can't speak right. Finally, someone pronounces my name correctly. Zombie Pixels Gamer. Is that, I mean, it's not, is it that hard? I guess because the Z throws him off. I feel like I should get a thumbs up and a subscribe for that, though, right? No, I'm just joking. You don't have to. Feel free to do whatever you want. If you've been here long enough, you know stuff like that doesn't faze me. It's getting a little late though, guys. You got like two of you guys just jumped in though. I almost feel like I should stay just because immediately two of you just started chatting. I mean, I'm going to be on for at least another 10 minutes or so, but I'm getting tired. I've been on for 5.5 hours almost. 5.5 straight hours. I haven't eaten. I got work tomorrow. So we're probably going to end this shortly. But if you throw up a like and you subscribe, the two guys, Charlie Tin, I keep thinking I'm blurring my vision because I'm so tired, but I thought it said Charlie Finn. And I feel like Charlie Finn is from something, but you're Charlie Tin. And I'm thinking Charlie from Lost because we were just having a huge Lost conversation. Do you react to short and let me go back. Friday the 13th. Haha, good man. Regarding the reacting, but I got to make sure I read it all. Do you react to short animation YouTube shows? I have seen or heard of Barry Tales by Cartoon Management. That I don't know about, Shaquille. As far as reacting to short animation, I did react to every Love, Death, and Robots. It's not anime, but it's animation. Every single Love, Death, and Robots I reacted to. All of them are posted on my channel. I think that's about it as far as animation. Like I said, I almost did Rising of the Shield Hero, but I had problems with it. Probably will do it eventually. Or if not that, something else anime. I've been wanting to get into anime. I used to be obsessed with it back in high school, college. Then I kind of went into movies and television. I still catch things here and there. Most recently, I've seen something, The Abyss. Enter the Abyss. It was an anime. Amazingly well done. It was probably one of my favorites ever. It's either Welcome to the Abyss or Enter the Abyss. One of you probably know what I'm talking about. It was Very well done. Made in the Abyss. Thank you, Seedless. Made in the Abyss. I watched it when it first dropped with like, I don't know, maybe it was a year or two ago. It feels like it was recent, but I thought that was insanely emotional. What the hell was the name? Seedless. Did you see Made in Abyss? If you did, what was the name? I don't want to ruin it for people that haven't seen it, but what was the name of the creature? The altered creature. That's like the least spoilerific thing I could say if you've seen it. Let's go back. Do you react? Bop, bop, bop. It's the sound that plays every time you see Jason Voorhees. I caught on after I read the thing. I go, but you're going, but I know you're right. I read in like a spoiler thing or whatever that it was kill, 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 ma, ma, ma. So you're exactly right. I never knew that. Like all growing up, I thought it was or I don't know, H, whatever, what have you. But I did hear it was one of the actors saying kill, 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 ma, ma, ma. Maybe even though it might have been the actress that played Jason Voorhees' mother. But either way, you're right. React to Mindhunter. Finally, someone, blah, blah, blah. No, season 2 just premiered about a month ago. Netflix original. That's it. I feel like Mindhunter had like 3 or 4 seasons. Damn. Season 2 just premiered about a month ago on Netflix. All right. So how Charlie Tin, I keep almost calling you Finn. Apologize. Charlie from Lost is a cool character. Lost is one of my all-time favorite shows. We talk about it all the time on this channel. Whether you choose to or not, I end up talking about it. But yes, Charlie is a favorite. I love the actor, Dominic Moynihan. He is a great, great man. Season 2, Mindhunter is based on the nonfiction book by a guy from the FBI Psychological. Mindhunter is based on the nonfiction book, but does it have anything to do with Hannibal Lecter? Because isn't Mindhunter a Hannibal Lecter movie? I just assumed it had to do with Hannibal Lecter, or is it just psychological stuff? Does Hannibal have nothing to do with it besides the psychological aspect? Because I just was under the impression that Mindhunter was a Hannibal Lecter show. The energy drinks are wearing off. Andrew Bush, you could not be more correct, sir. I mean, I've been on for 5.5 hours almost, and they are. But now more people are jumping in. I like to go at a down point, and now we're like going back into double digits. But I am getting energy. As you can tell, I am getting tired. The energy drinks, blah, blah, blah. It might be a little controversial, but I want more Friday the 13th movies. Zombie Pixels Gamer, I 100% agree. I don't care how controversial it is. I would watch a different Friday the 13th movie every year. I love them. If you just joined, it's my favorite franchise horror of all time. Not favorite franchise of all time. Favorite horror franchise of all time. Right now, Jason Takes Manhattan's playing on my TV. I just dialed the sound down because I don't want to get in trouble for copyright with the volume and everything. But I've literally just, for the last hour or so, had Friday the 13th like playing on my TV. They're all on loop. I own them all. But it's good stuff, guys. I love Friday the 13th. I could watch it forever. Zombie Pixels Gamer and Charlie Finn, Charlie Tin, I apologize again. Since you're new to the chat, I'll fill you in real briefly. I am obsessed with horror. I go to horror cons all the time. There's all sorts of horror stuff I was shown before, like placards and stuff. But whatchamacallit? I go to horror cons all the time. Got a Freddy glove coming in the mail from the creators of the original, hundreds of dollars it costs, but I'm a massive fan. I love movie props, stuff like that. So not sure where you guys are. I'm assuming Zombie Pixels Gamer is a horror fan because his name is Zombie in it. So got to be a huge horror fan. But Charlie Tin, I'm assuming you're either a wire guy or a horror guy because you jumped in, but it looks like you're talking about Friday the 13th. So I'm going to drop down and start reading these comments. Damn, I missed the law. Where'd it go? Charlie from Lost. It might be a little. All right. Damn, I missed the Lost Convo. Love that show until the final episode. Jay Skills, you will never miss a Lost talk because, well, you might miss one of the Lost talks, but we talk about it all the time, or at least I do. So many people love on it, but I just cannot resist talking about it. I make comparisons to Lost all the time. Lost is my favorite show of all time. I've said it many a time. It's not even a thought in my mind. I've watched the entire season of Lost from beginning to end at least 7 or 8 times. And I've watched every reactor that has reacted to it all the way through. I'm a monster fan of Lost. Kaiju is a pretty niche anime, and I love it so much. Wait, that's not Kaiju, is that? Kaiji? I just immediately thought it was Kaiju, but it's I think it's pronounced Kaiji. I never heard of that. Made in Abyss, talked about that. It was the director that voiced the oh, was it the director? Okay. So Sean Cunningham? That was the director, right? Of the original? I'm assuming you mean Sean Cunningham from Friday the 13th. Nope. What was Nope? Made in Abyss. Nope. I don't know what that means. Kaiju, pretty niche. I don't know what that Nope was. Mindhunter is based on true things. No Hannibal. All right, interesting. See, it's funny how you just assume things. I just assumed Mindhunter was Hannibal Lecter, but it apparently isn't. But it's in the vein of that psychologicalness. Like true serial killers. Interesting. I'll tell you right now, I've heard so much about Mindhunter. It's got to happen at some point. Maybe since season 2 just dropped, I'll wait till it dies down a little, like I was saying with the other shows. If you weren't in the room before, guys, I said I don't like doing shows that just drop because every reactor does them, and I hate being the same as everyone else. I like to be different. So at some point I will. I'll wait till it dies down, and then season 3 gets like announced, and then I'll jump on the bandwagon and build momentum. But I just don't like reacting to the same crap that everyone else is. It just gets monotonous and boring. I like to be different. I like to do unique things that no one else is. I like to get unique crowds, like interesting people to talk. I don't want the same old people that watch every single reactor that are like, oh, another Stranger Things guy or another whatever. It's about interviewing serial killers in the beginnings of the psychological unit for the FBI. Well, I'm already sold on it. I just got to wait till I find the time. Friday the 13th is dope. And don't feel bad. You've been streaming so long. Get some great sleep. Charlie Tin, did you find me just now? Or have you been on before? I feel like you might have been around before. I'm dressing up as Jason for Halloween. I have dressed up as Jason. I have dressed up many a years. I have dressed up as Freddy many a years. At one point, I would dress up as Jason and Freddy. I would wear the mask with the Jason costume, but with the glove and the Freddy hat. It sounds ridiculous, but it was actually pretty well done. For several years, I would go as Freddy. It was right after Jason vs. Freddy came out. So probably back in like high school, college, I would do that. And it looked actually pretty well done. But I couldn't choose. I was a fan of both. And Jason vs. Freddy came out, and I'm like, how do you do a Jason vs. Freddy costume? So I was Jason and Freddy at the same time. Many, many times. My most recent costume that I remember, I haven't dressed up in years, but about 5 years ago, I entered I used to be jacked, guys. I used to be very built. And about 5 years ago, I was Bane, Tom Hardy's Bane from The Dark Knight Rises. And I was pretty built, and I went to New York, and I won a Halloween costume contest in New York City, which is pretty hard to do. But like I said, I spent like $150 to $200 on the costume, the official mask with the vest. I mean, the pants and everything is pretty normal at that point, but I was built like him, which is the main part of the costume. You can't like win a costume contest as Bane if you're like a skinny dude. So I packed on like 40 pounds of muscle, and I was jacked out of my mind. After that, I ripped every tendon in my right arm, and I'm a righty. And thereafter, I've never been quite the same. So I had to like slack off with powerlifting and maxing out. I'm still like in good shape, but destroyed my arm, and I'm righty. So I've gotten very good at lefty. I very often compare myself to Russell Crowe in Cinderella Man because he was a boxer, and I did boxing. But he broke his arm in the Great Depression, had to stop boxing. Well, he had to stop boxing because he got fired. Then he broke his arm and he had to do it lefty or he would have got fired. So he got really strong lefty. I ended up getting insanely strong with my left arm. And now I do most things lefty, even though I'm righty. But now my tendons healed and everything. I'm pretty okay now. But it literally took like 2 years of my life. Destroyed me. Horrible, horrible stuff. So it wasn't anyone's fault. It was a job injury. I do house cleanouts, estates cleanouts. A dresser fell off a truck, and it's one of those reflex things. It was literally like 10 feet high, and I saw it coming, and it was like one of those things where you just throw your arm out, and it snapped my arm back and ripped all the tendons. So shit happens. I'm okay now, but I got to put my size back on. I've gained like 20 pounds on my belly, and I lost a lot of size, but we could get back there. I'm getting up there though, so it's a little more difficult than it used to be back in the day. Went off on a tangent. Sorry, guys. Also regarding Kaiji, I'm assuming that's Kaiji. I know you guys can't pronounce it for me, but I think that's what it is. It has this really unique art style, which people are really turned off by, but I love it. It's about a guy forced to gamble on his life, and the psychological drama is so intense. The gambling aspect gets me. I used to be a major gambler back in the day. If you guys are new to the channel, I was a compulsive gambler. My life was gambling for like many a year of my life. When work was slow, I went to gambling and I was very good at it. I made a ton of money, but it took over my life and I had to quit. Also, is probably what got me into drinking. I became a hardcore drinker at that point too. Slowed down the drinking, don't gamble at all anymore. So life changes sometimes. So psychological, so intense that I cried in an episode. I didn't read that last part. And very interesting. Kaiji. Is it Seedless? You might have said it already, but is it old? Is it new? How many seasons? Stuff like that. Just curious, because that actually does intrigue me. I'm trying to think of something similar to that I might have seen. Gambling on his life. I feel like that's a common thread, but like gambling on his life, see, maybe I'm misinterpreting that. I'm thinking you mean gambling, like flat out, like realistically gambling. You might mean just like playing with his life. I think I'm so tired that I see the word gamble and I immediately think you mean like playing poker or something. Not necessarily poker, but in general, like sports betting, something like that. I actually am a wise guy. Oh, see, that's how tired. Charlie Tin, I just keep doing it with you, but now I got your name down. Okay. I said, actually, I am a wise guy, but it's the Wire guy. So you're here from the Wire. Gotcha. Not necessarily a horror per se. Oh my God, my whole thing just flashed. Not necessarily horror per se, but I'm a huge slasher movie fan. Okay. In the same vein, that's how I am with Breaking Bad. I've seen the whole show at least 7 times. Were you here before when we were talking about Breaking Bad? I thought Breaking Bad was great, but I've watched so many shows. It probably just barely is out of my top 10, but I've seen so many shows and I love so much shows. Breaking Bad was all right, but I feel like it had ups and downs. I also didn't watch it when it aired. I binge watched the entire series in less than a month. So I probably rushed through it. I might need to go through it again because I do need to see Better Call Saul. So maybe I'll do a second viewing on my own time just to refresh myself. Maybe I'll like it the second. I mean, like I said, I didn't hate it. It was above average, definitely above average. Very, very good show. I just wasn't as in love with it as most people are, but I see why people are. It just wasn't my kind of thing. I wasn't really into like crime dramas kind of thing at the time. So I don't know. Hey, Jesse, what's the greatest show of all time? Jesse Wire. Who's Jesse? Hey, Jesse, what's the greatest show of all time? Jesse Wire. I'm not catching that. I've been subscribed since around April, but I've only tuned in a couple times to live streams. Did you ever comment? Because now that I feel like I might have seen you. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's good to have you. Another thing about The Wire, what you think about Weebay and Chris hanging together in prison, even though their crews were at war during season 3. I'm cool with that because I feel like Chris, unlike Snoop, I feel like Chris didn't buy into all of Marlowe's shit. He kind of just had to do what he had to do. Now that Marlowe is basically out of the game from what we're told, or should be getting out of the game from what we're told, I'm okay with Chris and Weebay being friends. I loved Chris. I loved Weebay. So therefore, together, I hope they make a sequel 20 years later. I hope Weebay and Chris get out of jail and they make like a new show. We'll call it The Rope. Another, what was it? Hey, Jesse, I've been subscribed. Are there a lot of people who have this obsession with aquariums as Weebay does? Are there a lot of people who have the obsession with aquariums like Weebay does? I have 2 friends, good friends, who have ridiculous fish tanks that have cost them probably in excess of thousands of dollars. And they treat them like kittens or puppies. Like I have cats and dogs. Well, my dog died a couple years ago, but I have 2 cats and I'm a huge animal lover. My sister works for a kennel, which is also like the county shelter. She does all the rescues and stuff like that. So I am, of course, an animal lover, as is my family, but I've never been into fish. I never got fish. It's like, you don't get to hold. I mean, you could hold them, I guess, but they'll die eventually. But I've never been a big fish. I mean, if you like fish, I mean, they are beautiful, the tank and everything. It's very visual, I guess. But it's like, I like animals that you can cuddle and pet and love. Not that you can't love a fish, but you get what I'm saying. But these 2 friends I have are obsessed. They don't have cats or dogs, but they have thousands of dollars worth of fish. So, like I said, I'm not saying it's a weird thing. It's just not my thing. But I could see other people being in that realm. What all sports do you do growing up? What sports did I do? Growing up, I did everything. Baseball, football, basketball, never did hockey, boxing, MMA. I am a black belt in taekwondo. Judo, I got pretty far. I think that's about it sports-wise. But I'm a black belt in taekwondo. If you combine judo, taekwondo, and boxing, I had over a decade of self-defense. And then I also did basketball, baseball, football, high school, college. So very athletic, very sports oriented. I was on track, cross country. I literally didn't even go to practices and I could do a mile in like 4 minutes, 30 seconds or less. And that's without practicing. But I was a really fat kid. And then I ran it off junior year and then senior year joined track and cross country. And I was lightning. So I don't know if it was from being fat and then running and then losing all the weight made me quicker. Or I was always fast. But all I know is I was a quick little son of a bitch. But yeah, I pretty much did all sports. Never got, except like the only major sport I could think of I didn't do was like hockey. Never really did tennis or anything like that. I played a lot of volleyball, stuff like that. Athletic dude. The story centers on Kaiji Ito, a consummate gambler. Okay, it is gambling. Okay, cool. And his misadventures about gambling. Beautiful. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misinterpreting, because when someone says he's gambling with his life, it could be like he jumped into traffic. That's gambling with your life. But this is what I thought it was. This is full on actual gambler status. So that definitely intrigues me. I started worrying that I was thinking too deep into it and it wasn't my cup of tea, but this sounds good. There are 2 seasons, each has 26 episodes, and one of a few people who reacts to it here on YouTube on an episode became a crying mess, like sobbing, crying with tissues everywhere. Really? There are 2 seasons. What are they, 30 minutes? Seedless? I'm assuming they're short. Probably without commercials, they're like 22. Like I marathon My Hero Academia. Right before I started doing reactions, I watched all 3 seasons. Didn't know I was going to do this kind of stuff. Yeah, that's basically, I was going to say, My Hero Academia was about 20, 22 minutes an episode. Blew through 3 seasons in like a month. So you have me intrigued, Seedless. The fact that I've never heard of it, though, not that I'm saying I don't trust you, just saying I've never heard of it, but I love the theme. the fact that it's an anime about a gambler, and I used to be a hardcore gambler, makes me want to watch it. Have you seen Elementary? Before I even read the rest, I know exactly what it is. Lucy Liu. It's like the Sherlock Holmes modern day guy, I guess. Never seen it, but I know it just ended or it is ending this season. It either just, I saw a commercial for another show I was watching, and it either just ended or is ending. It's a show about a modern day Sherlock Holmes played by Johnny Lee Miller. Oh yeah, that's what else is he in? I know that name. Johnny Lee Miller. And a female Asian Watson played by Lucy Liu. I knew that. Only if Slim Charles is in The Rope. The Rope. Isn't that great? The Wire. Now we got The Rope. I don't know. It was off the top of my head. I thought it was slightly clever and funny. My sister has 3 fish tanks, one of which is absolutely massive. Must have spent thousands on equipment, food, the fish themselves, etc. I don't think I've ever seen her looking at them. See, the friend I have that has the giantest fish tank, like probably if you added up all the equipment and fish, it's probably a $10,000 tank. He's very wealthy, and he actually has a maintenance guy that comes by once or twice a week that he pays. So if you do the math, like you don't need that. You don't need a maintenance guy to take care of your cat and your dog. I mean, maybe you could have a dog walker, I guess, but I take care of my cats and dogs. If I had a fish, I would take care of my fish. Some people, I feel like they have such extravagant tanks that they have to hire professionals because certain fish need certain food and certain fish will eat other fish. And like, you can't like take a chance. Like, what if you dropped a new fish into your tank and he ate your $10,000 fish or something? It's crazy stuff. So to me, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of stress. And you eventually, if you want to do it right, or you either got to learn and experience it yourself, or you got to hire somebody. It's crazy amount of work and money in my mind. And like you said, just to stare at a tank, granted, it's beautiful. I'll go to an aquarium and I'll look at some fish, but then when I go home, I'm good. I don't need it. I just don't get it. I want to cuddle with my cat. My cat will jump in my bed and like go to sleep with me. And when I had a dog, the dog would follow you around everywhere. It's man's best friend. I don't know. Like I said, if you like fish, to each his own. I'm just not a fish dude. Do you prefer team sports or solo combative sports? Ew. I'm like pretty evenly split on both because I watch football every Sunday. I watch basketball and baseball religiously, but I'm also a huge fan of UFC. What is it? What the hell's the other one? UFC. What the heck is the name? What's that other UFC? I'm totally brain farting on this, where they do the pyramid thing, where they have two, like Bellator. I, for some reason, couldn't think. I watch Bellator and UFC and all these other things. I haven't seen Bellator in a while, hence why I had to think for a second. But UFC, I watch all of them. And if I do miss one, I'm up to date and I keep track of who wins and loses. That is the most relatable to me, though, UFC, because I fought a lot more in my life than I did play football, basketball, baseball. Those were like more like sports I played in school and stuff like that. Once college ended, I really maybe like just for shits and giggles with friends, I play basketball, football, stuff like that. Mainly basketball, but like just at the park on a fly. Like fighting is a huge part of my life. Like I used to box, like I said, martial art, judo and taekwondo and all that stuff. So I don't know. Watching, I probably prefer watching football and stuff, but doing, I probably prefer fighting. If I had to physically do it, I prefer fighting. But if I had to watch it, I prefer football. And team sport, like team sport. Yeah, well, I guess that would make sense because football is a team sport. It's really underrated, Kaiji. It's so fucking good. Definite recommend. I'm going to have to look more into it, Silas, but I definitely take your recommendation into consideration. I will definitely look more into it because it's definitely got me intrigued. Johnny Lee Miller is in Hackers. Oh my God. He is, what was his name in Hackers? Zero Cool. Wasn't it Zero Cool? Zombie Pixels. If I got that name right, I deserve praise. I think it was Zero Cool. Wasn't his name Zero? Zero Cool. Had Angelina Jolie. Freaking Matthew Lillard was in it. And a little young, the kid from Bring It On, the brother of Elijah Dushku from Bring It On was the little dude that got like arrested. Oh my God. Hackers was a great movie. Zero Cool. Yes, it was. Awesome. I am actually astonished I remembered that. But Hackers, I was a big fan of Hackers. They had friggin' when they're going down the hill on their rollerblades and they're playing the voodoo, hoodoo, what we don't dare do to people. Who the heck was Prodigy? Prodigy. That was some great 90s nostalgia, guys. I played football, was all right, but my thing was wrestling. I was a WWE kid growing up. LOI, I miss my days on the mat. Shaquille, oddly enough, I never wrestled in my life, but my dad was an all-state wrestling champion. He retired. He quit, like, I guess after high school and college. He was undefeated, and he was supposed to fight the state champ who ended up being in the Olympics or something like that. My dad is like 70 now, or not 70. He's like 65, but he was supposed to fight the state champ, but he went to school in Newark. Shit was rough back then, and something happened and he was poor. My dad was extremely poor growing up. So something happened where he got fucked out of the match, basically. Like some richer person, like they were like, oh, well, this guy did this, or I don't know. It was a technicality, and my dad like basically quit. That's why he quit. He quit undefeated because they fucked him out of the state championship, and the guy who won ended up going to the Olympics. So my dad probably could have been an Olympic quality wrestler, so to speak. Who knows, but it could have happened, but he got fucked because he was poor. So shit happens. What are you going to do? I mean, the dude is 65 now, has 3 kids, and is a millionaire. So he did something right. Also, another niche underrated anime is Paranoia Agent. That I did hear of, but I don't know anything about it. It's very hard to describe, but it's like a David Lynch made an anime, and it's an absolute clusterfuck. David Lynch is an interesting dude, to say the least. So that's another one. Paranoia Agent. I did hear about that one, though. That I have heard. Yes, it was Zero Cool. In the total opposite, I prefer watching fighting to participating. Everyone thinks they'd be handy in a ring until the first time they get tagged on the nose. J Skills, to get on a personal level with my fighting experience, you couldn't be more right. I don't know how to word that, but you couldn't be more right. I was a black belt in like I said, black belt in Taekwondo, almost reached it in judo, boxing, MMA, all the above, 10 plus years. I fought an amateur MMA guy. Like once I did all those, my cousins got very into MMA and stuff. So he had a rich friend that actually built a ring in their basement, like an octagon. They had an octagon and we would all fight in the basement. Granted, this is like 10 years ago. I'm 37 now. So it was at least 10 years ago, maybe a little longer, but around 10 years. We would all go there. In my prime, I would literally fight, and we would all fight, but we were all pretty evenly matched. We all had similar skills. I was probably the most experienced of the friends, but every now and then my cousin was friends with amateur MMA fighters, and he would bring them over. And I was cocky as shit back then. I was a cocky mid-20-year-old. Now I've grown up a lot and stuff like that. But like, I also drank a lot. I was also jacked out of my mind for like a good part of that. So like a lot of it was cockiness and inexperience. He had an amateur MMA guy. This guy, none of you have ever even heard of. I won't even bother saying his name because there's no way you have. But he had a couple fights in Atlantic City, stuff like that, amateur level stuff. So my cousin's like, yo, this dude's coming by my house. You want to fight him? And I was like, yeah, I want to fight him. Like, I would love to beat the shit out of an amateur MMA fighter. This dude ran circles around me and beat me so bad. I don't think I got a single punch in. My game at that point was just cover up and hope you don't get hit 20,000 times in the face. You fight even an amateur fighter, even having experience, you fight an amateur fighter, you are so humbled. It is embarrassing. And I would admittedly say it, and I'm saying it now in front of everybody, and it is live and what have you. But holy crap, you get humbled quickly. After that fight, I never took anything for granted again. I'm like, never underestimate. And granted, at this time, I was like 200 pounds of solid muscle. This dude was like a welterweight, like 145 soaking wet. And like literally, granted, he's faster than me because he's 50 pounds lighter. But it was like a joke. Me having the experience I had, I couldn't believe how badly this kid ran circles around me. So, point being, Jay Skills, you could not be more right with your statement. But I'm not saying I'm a bad fighter. I'm just saying watch who you start shit with in life, because some people might not look like they could hold their own and they could pummel you. So, and we always had rules like once someone's getting, if someone's that much outmatched with you, they'll literally go like 50%. Like this dude was just like wow, 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 so quick I couldn't even really follow him. I basically just was like, all right, duck and cover, and the fight ended quickly. But that was like the only fight I could ever, honestly, that's the only fight I remember losing ever in my life. No joke. I'm not being cocky or anything, but I've gotten into bar fights galore and every other thing you can imagine. And I think that's the only time I ever would consider myself a loser in a fight. And it was bad. I was never an athletic person, but recently I've been interested in HEMA, historical European martial arts. That I've never heard of. HEMA. I mean, you just told me what it means, but I've never heard of historical European martial arts. Very interesting. I might have to look into that too. Sounds like he came out on top to me. My worst was a leg injury. Someone came down on my leg. It hurt like hell. What was your worst injury in a sport? I mean, the arm thing was the worst injury I ever had, but that wasn't a sport. That was job related. My worst injury in a sport. Honestly, that fight. Actually, no, not even that fight. Because he went about 50%, and it was he was mainly a boxer. But I mean, he knew how to grapple. He was like new jujitsu, stuff like that, but he was mainly a stand-up fighter. I would say the worst injury I ever got. I've never broke anything severely besides like my toe or something like that. But if I had to pick, why do I always slouch? I just notice I slouch all the time. If I had to pick, it was probably another incident of the same MMA fighting ring that we did. There was a Yugoslavian kid that was like jacked out of his mind, like 6'3", like 280 pounds solid muscle. And I was big at the time too, but I was like 200 jacked muscle. This kid had like 100 pounds on me. I wouldn't even say I lost the fight, but he was all about like wrestling. And he slammed me so many times that I literally, I think we like basically just considered it a draw at one point. But I kid you not, for like 3 days, if you've ever watched MMA or boxers fight and stuff like that, and they say the next day you feel like a train hit you, that's how I felt. I don't think I broke anything, but I felt like a train hit me to the point where I had to call out of work for like 2 days, and I laid myself out on the couch and put ice bags all over my body. Like I was black and blue and sore and hurt and in pain on every inch of my body. And that to me is the most memorable pain I can remember sports related wise. Like I said, I didn't break anything per se that I know of, but I was so badly beaten that I never forgot it. And I didn't even lose the fight. It was just that fighting a man that has 100 pounds of muscle on you when you're already muscular, it's just like, it was a beating, man. I always remember that. And me and him to this day are good friends. It wasn't like some asshole or some dude that just beat the crap. We were good friends then, and we're still good friends now. So, hey, it wasn't like unintentional. We both agreed on the fight and it happened. And we were probably both drunk too. So during the fight, I probably didn't feel the pain that I felt the next day because I was not drunk, I'd say, but we would have a few beers before we'd fight. So I wasn't like wasted and shit faced, but I was tipsy to say the least. But that shit hurt. I don't break, I don't know, maybe I have like good genetics, but I don't break bones and stuff like that. I just get hurt. Like I rip tendons, and I did once, another incident at work, another, like, I think it was a piano or something fell on my foot and I broke. I thought I actually, like, I thought I guillotined my toes off. It dropped so hard, it felt like my toes were gone. And I was afraid to take my shoe off. And I think I broke 3, maybe more toes. I broke at least 3 toes and fractured the bone in the bottom of my foot. And I went to work the next day and literally just padded my foot up like friggin' just a big ball, and went to work and like limped around for like 3 or 4 months till it healed. I'm a diehard. I don't let injury stop me, but that fucking thing hurt too. But that was another job related injury. I want to get beaten up. That's one of the things that turns me on. Jesus Christ, what time is it in the USA? It is almost 3 in the morning. So I'm probably going to wrap it up, guys. It looks like I'm down to the lowest amount of viewers I've had, and I've been on for 6 hours. That's fucking nuts. I've literally been on for 6 hours. I'm partially astonished, partially horrified, but hey, that's fucking nuts. Watch when you guys see this tomorrow. If you like Seedless, if you want to go back tomorrow and watch this, you'll see I'm not bullshitting. It's going on 5 hours and 50 minutes right now. But on that note, honestly, I love all your chats. Sorry if Charlie Tin is still here. Sorry, Zombie Pixels Gamer. I wish I could talk to you more. I tried to stay in as long as I can, but I am like losing my consciousness. But Shaquille, love you. You were like, I think this is your first major live stream. You might have jumped into another live stream once or twice, but I feel this is your first, like, where you've stayed in for a solid good like amount of time, right? Or have you not ever been in another one? I feel like I've seen you in other ones, just out of curiosity. But Zombie Pixels, appreciate your time. It's been fun. J Skills, always good. Definitely hit me up on one of my videos and I'll shoot you that guy's info for the Freddy glove. Get some sleep. Thanks for the stream. Andrew, great meeting you, bud. It's good to see you in the chat. I hope I see you on the next one. If you didn't subscribe, do so if you like it. Yeah, I was on one, just been a little, okay. I thought I saw you before. Will do. Cheers. All right, everybody. Zombie Pixels, if you're still there, you're the only one left that I didn't say goodbye to. So wish I could stay longer, but I think everyone else has split at this point. So if you're still here, good night, everybody. I'll have the wire out. I'm going to drop part 1 right now. It's already done. Part 1 is done. So if you want, feel free to watch part 1 right now. I'm definitely going to check that out too, Seedless. Seedless, you missed that earlier. Part 1 is done. I just didn't want to drop it in the middle of a live stream. So I give you my teenage powers. Good night. Good night to you, Zombie Pixels. Yeah, like I said, if you guys are interested, The Wire part 1 is going to drop right now, but I got to wait till tomorrow to do part 2 and 3. I did not expect to do a 6-hour stream. So I'll be watching it. Also, let me know in the comments, guys, what you think of the audio. I adjusted all the audio and tweaked everything. I think it's perfect now. Doesn't matter too much because it's almost over with The Wire, but it matters for other shows. So let me know what you think. And on that note, you guys have a good night or morning, whatever you want to call it. Peace.